Can everyone hear me? Sounds like it. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Beyond the Northern Aegean Conference. We had an excellent keynote, or double keynote, last night, and I'm very glad to be here today to introduce the first set of papers for Friday. My name is Alex Nodell. I'm based at Carleton College in Minnesota and currently here for the year in Athens. So our first paper today is by Phillip Sapirstein, who is currently an assistant professor of art history at the University of Toronto. He received his doctorate in art history and archaeology from Cornell University and has also taught at University of Nebraska. His primary interests are the history of art and architecture in the Mediterranean, in particular that of ancient Greece, Rome, and the Near East. Digital techniques for 3D recording and analysis of ancient art and architecture, including photogrammetry, comprise another important area of his research. He's had numerous prestigious fellowships, including from here, the American School in Athens. It's published widely on digital methodologies and the history and technology of Greek architecture, and that is the subject of his talk today. Phil.
Thank you very much, Alex. A pleasure to be here to speak with all of you. So today I'm going to be talking about work that I've been thinking about for almost 20 years, and I began this project with Alex Van Talken at Tel Aviv University, who I'd like to acknowledge at the beginning. I'm going to be talking about some of my more recent thoughts connected to a very fundamental problem in the history of technology and Greek architecture, the development of the true arch using voussoirs. This was an important conceptual breakthrough in 4th century Greece, where it was first widely disseminated, but how this technique was invented exactly is still debated. I'll start today by reviewing the origins of the controversy and propose that tombs, the kinds of tombs that were proliferating in the Aegean and Black Sea littoral during the 4th century, provide a very likely vehicle for deploying the first vaults in Greece. I'll not propose any definitive explanation for how voussoirs were discovered by Greeks, although I will emphasize the importance of Egyptian precursors as more credible potential sources for the technology than we usually acknowledge. Yeah, good. Thomas Boyd published the foundational study of the Greek arch in a 1978 article summarizing his dissertation about vaulted gates and fortifications, as well as tombs. He dated everything as Hellenistic and came to 2 major conclusions of concern for today's topic. His first conclusion has been widely accepted. Since the earliest vaults appear in projects patronized by Macedonian rulers, the technology seems to have been disseminated first through a network of architects working in service of these new kings, and later voussoirs would have become common knowledge. Second, since Greeks had no previous tradition of vaulting, Boyd thought that they learned the technique from the Near East. He proposed that military engineers working in Alexander the Great's army observed old vaulted gates and fortifications like those at Babylon and brought the idea back to Greece with them in the 320s. Boyd's timing could not have been worse for accepting the second point. Manolis Andronikos was about to announce the spectacular discoveries in Tomb 2 at Vergina and identified as the resting place of Philip II. If dated to 336 BCE, its barrel-vaulted chambers were well before any Greek army marched into Babylon. Andronikos proposed that Macedonians invented vaults on their own as a solution to the problem of roofing increasingly large spans in 4th century chamber tombs. He was open to the possibility that a Greek had learned of the principle while traveling in the East, but emphasized how Macedonian tomb builders were the first to realize the great potential of this technique. A book about vaulted gates by Klaus Dornisch introduced new chronological problems for Boyd's model, by acknowledging more recent dates of walls at Cassiope and Priene as even earlier than the Vergina tombs, perhaps the middle of the 4th century BCE. Dornisch argued that Anatolian fortifications were the true arena of innovation, with barrel vaults coming only later in tombs. This study has not had as much of an impact, in part because the earliest vaulted gates are not that securely dated, and these are at best rare before the end of the 4th century. Boyd's original model of a Hellenistic introduction continued to be supported by others. For example, items buried in Tomb 2 at Vergina signaled a somewhat later date than 336, leading many scholars to argue that Philip's son, Aridaeus, was buried here after Alexander's campaign. A forensics team led by Andonis Bartsiokas also attacked the evidence for identifying the skeleton in Tomb 2 as Philip II, whom they thought was instead buried in nearby Tomb 1, which is a cist tomb with a flat roof. More complete analysis of the skeletal materials has been published recently in 2015, and unfortunately has not clarified all that much. Bartsiokas made new arguments that the bones in Tomb 1 resemble those of Philip II, his young wife Cleopatra, and their newborn child. In opposition, Andicus and Win Andicus undermine some of the main criteria for identifying Philip II in Tomb 2, but still support this identification. And critically, they show that the female in the antechamber of Tomb 2 cannot have been the wife of Aridaeus based on age. These disagreements make me wonder if our reconstruction of the Argead family tree is slightly inaccurate, or if perhaps somebody else is in one of these tombs. But I'd like to avoid these controversies and fundamental uncertainties as far as this discussion of early vaulting techniques. First, I'll take as accepted Boyd's observation that Macedonians spread the idea of the vault soon after they discovered the principle. Second, however, this explanation suffers from being too historically specific. We cannot date the archaeological examples with enough precision to be sure that they're all after the 320s. So any model should accommodate the totally reasonable possibility that vaults were discovered as early as 350. Third, Andronikos made a strong case that Macedonian vaults are most directly solving a technical problem created by increasingly large stone chambers. And their ceiling slabs are vulnerable to cracking under the immense weight of a tumulus that would be heaped up over them. The builders would thus have strong incentives not to allow a failure, especially during a funeral, and also to ensure that the tomb would have long-term stability. In contrast, the early vaults and fortifications do not seem to attempt particularly large spans. The gates at Caspian Prany combine arches and stone lintels over the passage, and other systems like corbelling continue to be used. The way Greeks employed vaults imply that they were conceived in underground structures like tombs or tunnels, where the lateral thrust at the base of the arch is constrained. Vaults could be trusted in a fortification above ground only because they would be buried figuratively under the mass of masonry in the wall above. If monumental tomb chambers are indeed the vector by which Greeks learned the principle of the vault, then the dates of the first archaeologically identified examples need not have any relationship with Alexander's campaigns. In fact, we'd expect his army to be busy with other matters than studying how Egyptians or Mesopotamians constructed underground tombs. However, it is essential that we also consider traditions of chamber tomb building that preceded the first vaulted Macedonian tombs. I'm amenable to such an influence coming from the East because of the long developmental history of curved vaults there. First, most ancient roofs would be either flat or gabled, relying on horizontal or inclined pairs of timbers. Stone could be used as a substitute, but its spans are limited due to its poor shear strength. That is, the unsupported section of a long stone beam will tend to crack in the middle. When building in stone, corbelling was the simplest solution that found widespread use throughout the Mediterranean since prehistory. It is unstable unless the exterior of the vault is under a load, like in an underground chamber tomb where earth or stone is piled at the backs of successive courses during construction. The steeper the profile, the greater the stability. An advantage over other vaulting techniques is that corbels can be revolved over a circular space to create a dome, like in a Tholos. Sophisticated alternatives developed early in mud brick. The oldest are pitched brick vaults, where bricks are set in vertical rings with their long axis following the arc of the vault. Normally, the bricks themselves aren't curved. The joints instead are just filled with mud plastering. Such vaults can be started against the wall for support on one end, and they're inclined so that new rings can rest against the last one. This technique requires minimal scaffolding, since the vaults are self-supporting during construction. The mud plaster provides both adhesion and flexibility. The vault is typically oblong, approaching the curve of a catenary, which builders seem to have intuited is the most stable kind of arc. The radial brick vault is a variant where the bricks have been turned perpendicular to the curve of the vault. Since the rings are now set vertically, these vaults would need to be supported during construction on some kind of a framework, usually wooden centering, which adds considerably to the cost and complexity. Builders likely intuited how adjacent bricks, which are in direct contact on the intrados of the vault, delivered force from the apex of the vault to its sides, much as in a true voussoir arch. Although the elements are not wedge-shaped typically, and mortar fills the spreading joints behind instead. Pitched vaults are the oldest, but radial vaults were already in use by the later 3rd millennium BCE in both Mesopotamia and Egypt. The more complicated radial vaults are uncommon, though often found in very prominent places like gates and fortification walls. Neither was used in the AEGEAN, however, until the Roman era. True arches in stone did not arrive for another 1,500 years. Radial vaults in brick may have discouraged some experimentation, since they're very similar, and their stone analogs also require wedge-shaped voussoirs to maximize efficiency. This innovation first occurred in Egypt, well before any Greek vaults, and thus is worth examining more carefully today. Egyptians had a long-standing interest in the mathematics and symbolism of curved vaults. Many Egyptian tomb chambers were painted to depict the sky, and by the 2nd millennium, the ceiling was frequently curved, as if to represent the arc of the heavens. A number of private tombs accomplished this with simple pitch brick vaults, but some New Kingdom royal projects are worth noting because they're built in stone. The chapels in Hatshepsut's massive mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahri and the later great temple of Seti I at Abydos created numerous vaults in stone. The builders seem unfamiliar with this material and adopted numerous strategies. Some arcs are carved out of a single enormous slab, but the majority use pairs of inclined slabs that have been carved into a curve, and a few employ corbelling. The latter are particularly interesting since these are unstable due to the steep inclination at the top of the arc. The sharp ends of the corbels at the top must have been handled with considerable caution, and the builders often take special measures to protect the narrow tips of these projecting blocks. Vaulted tombs became more popular in late period Egypt, most often in rock-cut chambers like those carved each generation for the sacred Apis bull that would be buried in the stupendous galleries of the Serapeum at Saqqara. But the critical innovation in vaulting technology occurred in Thebes at Medinet Habu, where a series of above-ground temple tombs were constructed for the god's wife, a member of the royal family who lived as a celibate priestess. These masonry chapels are rectangular on the exterior, but inside they include a burial below the floor and an offering chapel that has an arched ceiling, a shape that was standard for any tomb in this era. These chapels can be dated by inscriptions to the late 8th through 7th centuries BCE. It would actually be hard to imagine a more compelling sequence to watch the invention of the voussoir as a concept taking place in real time. The oldest chapel for Shep-en-Wepet is a direct petrification of pitched brick, mud brick vaults into stone. It even has inclined rings. Another uninscribed tomb at ground level employs the same technique, suggesting that builders perhaps were already practicing with this unusual conversion to stone. Next, the vault for Amenirdis begins with 2 corbelled courses and is completed with pitched stones. The third, for Shep-en-Wepet II, makes a conceptual breakthrough to the voussoir. The wedge-shaped blocks continue the courses along the axis of the vault from the walls below. The small chapel for Nitocris, inserted between the previous two, combines corbelling with true voussoirs. This sequence is precisely what we are missing elsewhere in the Mediterranean, an ancient tradition of monumental stoneworking, builders who already knew many different ways to build a vault, and with a symbolic motivation to create a barrel vault, but in a new context, in a freestanding chapel, making it out of stone instead of mud brick. These vaults are the most visible of their kind in Egypt. The scholarship on Macedonian vaults occasionally refers to them, but typically assumes that they died out quickly and had no potential relationship with Greek vaults. This is something of a misrepresentation. In fact, well after the tombs at Medinet Habu, dozens of vaulted tombs continued to be built for senior officials in the necropolis between Giza and Saqqara. Most date to the 6th century, and some possibly later. We can observe a profound shift in how Egyptian tombs were designed in this period. Some vaulted chambers continued to be built with mud brick, using pitched brick techniques, but virtually any stone tomb that has a vault in the Saite period employs voussoirs. The technique also traveled a considerable distance, appearing in a few Kushite royal graves at Al-Kuru in modern-day Sudan. Even the aesthetic of voussoirs appears to have been valued. The arcuate chambers for the apis bulls and other sacred animals at Saqqara during the Saite period continued to be carved into rock galleries, but they were often finished with a veneer of faux voussoirs, thin slabs that were mortared against the bedrock rather than being truly freestanding. Some vaulted tombs probably date after the Persian conquest in 525 BC. An important indication that the vault had continued longevity comes in the western desert, not in the form of a tomb, but rather a temple at a place called Qasr el-Guaita in the Karga Oasis. Here, a small sanctuary was expanded into a tripartite temple for the Theban triad, with a cycle of wall paintings that attribute the work to Darius I. The original central chamber had a flat roof, but two new chapels added under the Persians are barrel vaulted, using voussoirs, and thus closely resemble the technique at Medinet Habu. We may conclude that Egyptian builders understood the principle of the voussoir well, disseminated it widely within their own architectural domain, and could adapt it in diverse scenarios. This does not, however, supply any immediate connection with Macedonian vaults. Now, I'm afraid, begins the speculative part of this project. First, one of the most direct links is hinted at by the figure of Democritus of Abdera. In this passage, Seneca is writing a diatribe about how Cicero's teacher Posidonius was wrong about many things, especially at blurring the distinction between philosophers and craftspeople. This attribution of the vault to Democritus is thus untrustworthy. It's important, however, that Seneca does not dispute the idea that Democritus wrote about true arches. He merely claims that others invented it. In any case, the counter-argument that bridges and gates must have been vaulted before the time of Democritus appears to be incorrect. Elsewhere, we know that Democritus traveled and studied in various places in the East, including Egypt, although there's little indication that he cared much about architecture. He also would have been way too old to supervise any extant tomb or gate with a true arch that we have in the archaeological record. Another interesting reference to vaults comes from Plato, whose laws describe a funeral for the examiners in his ideal society. They receive an everlasting stone burial chamber with clenae and a vaulted roof, using the term psalis that later describes voussoirs, and is covered by a tumulus. Attempts to link this description to Macedonian tombs so far have failed, since the examples of the first tombs are a couple decades later than this text. Plato could well have been describing the kinds of heroic graves found at the fringes of the Greek-speaking world and beyond. Older stone chamber tubes with a vaulted roof that could be easily described as psalis are attested elsewhere. Cyprus, for example, has semicircular vaults in a few tombs that are dated to the Archaic period and possibly later. Some are rock cut, but a few are carved rather awkwardly from horizontal corbels. Some scholars have been inclined to see a relationship with similar tombs, but much earlier tombs at Ugarit, And the profile recalls the symbolism in Egyptian tombs, but given the wide variety of forms in tombs in Cyprus from this geometric period onward, it's difficult to draw any meaningful connection. If an Egyptian had been involved here, the builders by this time surely would have used voussoirs, so there is no direct link with Egypt and Cyprus that I can detect. Tombs with false vaults are more common in Western Anatolia. One of the earliest dated examples is in Lydia, departing from the usual flat-roofed chambers of its many older tumuli. The semicircular vault is remarkable in this Aktepe tomb, given the difficulties realizing the profile. Carolyn Huguenot has reviewed a dozen examples plotted in this map in blue and observed that corbels continue to be employed occasionally, even after the advent of the Macedonian-style tombs with voussoirs. Since the two kinds of construction would look virtually identical when completed, the retention of corbeling is certainly interesting here. If we expand the scale of this map, which I won't do for you, we would encounter additional tumuli covered with false barrel-vaulted chambers, including intriguing examples in Pantikapaon that combine true and false vaults in a single structure. In the Thracian interior at Shushmanets is a fascinating design from the early Hellenistic period, where columns are inserted below the vault, almost screaming that the builders were aware of some other vaulting methods and concerned about the potential weakness of the corbel here. In this case, I think we can hypothesize why they retained corbeling. The designers were instructed to build a tholos in the interior with engaged columns, which follows local precedents. And the only solution available at this time is a corbelled vault. That is, voussoirs of the Macedonian form could simply not be adapted to a dome in any straightforward way. The designers may have been preserving a local tradition here, which could be traceable back perhaps a generation or two in the region, and might even have recalled Mycenaean tholoi to the south. I do not have time to address Macedonian tombs on their own right properly, but I'd like to close with a few general remarks, including a little thought piece. Let's imagine ourselves in northern Greece shortly after 350 BCE, before any tombs with voussoirs had been built. Word has arrived of vast tombs being constructed elsewhere by our competitors at Halicarnassus, famously, but also a stupendous tholos at Starosel to the north. As Macedonians, we find it would be in our common interest to honor our king as well, with a noble tomb like none other before built in Macedonia. It would greatly surpass in splendor the kinds of stone cists covered in small tumuli that were currently in vogue. We would have few models to draw upon in mainland Greece, where customs had largely suppressed this kind of glorification of individuals, even the nobility. We would need to look beyond Macedonia for inspiration. We might recruit builders from Thrace, which Philip had recently subdued, but we might also advertise more widely to recruit sculptors and architects of the highest international renown, as had been happening for centuries at Greek sanctuaries, and most recently at the behest of the Hecatomnids. Perhaps we wish to outdo our rivals by building a tomb styled at the very height of Greek design and fashion to the south, at a more modest scale in order not to ruffle too many feathers of our snobbish brethren in Athens, many of whom we have just conquered and may be a little prickly. The first generation of vaulted Macedonian tombs, like those at Vergina, are just this kind of a pastiche. Barrel-vaulted chambers and clean are old features in Lydia or Caria, but Macedonian tombs employ an elaborate architectural facade with well-composed hybrids of Doric and Ionic architectural forms, outdoing even the sophisticated design of the Starosel tomb. Lacking any local tradition of tholoi or corbelled vaults, however, designers would be free of some of the constraints of those working in Anatolia, Cyprus, and other regions with longer traditions of monumental tomb building. I can't say in the end how exactly the voussoir was introduced here, but tombs do strike me as precisely the kind of project where a highly innovative new technique to strengthen the tomb chamber, so that it would last for perpetuity, could be introduced. Who better to recruit to design the vault than somebody who had studied with Egyptian architects or even an Egyptian individual? They were, after all, the greatest stonemasons and engineers of ancient history. So thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Phil. Do we have any questions from the audience? And I should add, for people watching on Zoom, you can type your questions into the Q&A. Yes?
The stadiums have vaults, possibly before Alexander's army got back. It's, I think, pretty clear that we have to abandon the Hellenistic army model, although it's maybe viable if we really force everything as late as possible.
Yeah, so you would think tombs and then stadiums.
Yeah, that's what I'm arguing. I don't know that. It just seems like tombs provide us with a nice vehicle for these kinds of ideas to be introduced. But stadia, sure, possibly.
Cool. No, it seems believable.
Other questions? Julia?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. I have two interlocked questions about these Macedonian tombs and what the scenario you were painting at the end of your talk. I've never been clear with these Macedonian tombs whether I ought to think of them as being something that was planned in the lifetime of the person, the deceased person. There are models in Egypt for that, or whether I need to think about them as something that happens after the person is deceased, which is my personal experience with dealing with burial. And related to that is my question of how long you think it takes to build these kinds of tombs.
Both great questions. Macedonian tombs, at least the largest ones, seem like they would involve a considerable amount of time and foreplanning, but I have no comment on whether the individual who would be buried in that tomb was generally going to be the person who commissions and plans the layout of the model. It could be something that was designed on the fly as a person had recently died and they were getting together materials. I suspect at least the vaulted tombs that reveal a great deal of sophistication in building and have very elegant designs with large facades that are brightly painted were being planned before the person died, because they seem like they would have taken a considerable amount of thought, especially to bring people to the job and to prepare for all of the labor that goes into the construction, not only of the building, but also the tumulus over it.
Right, and so then that affects the scenario you wanted to paint at the end of your talk. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm arguing that the analogy with, the Halicarnassus mausoleum is a massive project, but I think that is the way that I would like to think about the most elaborate Macedonian tombs. They're on a smaller scale, but they are in keeping with the complex, well-thought-out tombs that are everywhere in Anatolia, much earlier, Egypt, Cyprus, and out in the places of the Black Sea littoral.
Thank you very much for that.
Brendan Burke.
Thanks, Phil. That was really great, and it was great to see so much evidence that you brought to bear on it on this big question. So, Mike, and since you ended sort of with the thought piece, can you go further and say what do you need? Can you try to imagine what evidence that may come up in the future that would help solve this problem? More textual evidence, or I don't know. Do you want Egyptian mason's marks in Macedonian tombs?
I suspect that whoever is responsible for bringing the idea, assuming that it was not reinvented de novo in Macedonia, I mean, it's possible that they figured it out on their own. I'm assuming that it would be a person coming from Greece and learning from Egyptians, which we know a lot about. We have fewer attestations of Egyptian builders, for example, from building accounts, working at Greek sites. I don't think that's impossible, but it just seems to me like there is not a 4th century model where we have prestigious foreigners, from Egypt specifically, who are being asked to contribute in major ways to the design of projects in Greece. So that's my guess. If there is a tech transfer, it's happening from somebody who has that status in Greece, but has traveled to Egypt and learned from Egyptians.
We have one final question coming from Zoom from our final panelist in this session, Roman Stoyanov.
Yes, Philip, thank you very much for great presentation, and the topic is very interesting. My question about chamber tombs in the Cimmerian Bosporus. Of course, you know the opinion of Yuri Vinogradov, and even in the literature, this kind of tombs titled like Macedonian type of tombs. So the opinion, the roots of the tradition of chamber tombs, which mostly dated the third half of the 3rd century BC, came from Macedonia. According to Vinogradov, he believed in it, but he marked also some differences in decoration between Macedonian and Macedonian chamber tombs and chamber tombs in Bosporus. I personally, when I checked the materials, I found more similarities between Bosporus Hellenistic tomb and the same type of chamber tombs in Western Anatolia. And my question for you, in your opinion, where we can find the roots of such kind of tradition which presented at the Cimmerian Bosporus in Macedonia, because many researchers connected with growing of Macedonian influence in the Bosporus kingdom, or we need to search it among the tradition of Greek societies or colonist societies of in Western Anatolia or somewhere else.
That's a great question, and I'm sorry you couldn't come, because I'd love to talk with you more about these Panticapan and other Black Sea tombs at some future time. I don't have a simple answer. My impression from what little I know about these tombs you're referring to is that the architectural design is fairly eclectic, and I would have trouble attributing this as being a direct imitation of Macedonian tombs. It does not look to me like they were recruiting a large number of people who had just worked on, I don't know, a monument in the Vergina tumulus, and then asked them to make a replica of it out there. And there is also, I don't know how solid the chronology is, but it looks like some of the tombs are a bit earlier than some of the first Macedonian ones, so you may have a much more complicated situation where builders coming from different places are being recruited over the course of, let's say, the mid-4th century into the 3rd century. So you have multiple influences coming in and creating a hybrid type that is regionally specific, but drawing from many other places.
Thank you very much indeed. Actually, I have a very similar opinion. As for chronology, as soon as I know, the earliest one dated almost the same period than Macedonian one, but most of the chamber tombs dated much later,
Sure.
more than half a century later.
Great. Well,
Thank you
thanks.
very much. Thank you, Phil, for your excellent talk and for all of the good discussion following. Let's thank Phil one more time.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Our next speaker is Chavdar Tzochev, who received a PhD from Sofia University in Bulgaria and was a Mellon postdoctoral fellow and Crest publication fellow at the American School of Classical Studies. His landmark work on amphora material from, amphora stamps from Thasos was published as Athenian Agora, volume 37 in 2016, and he currently works on amphora material from several excavations and survey projects in northern Greece and Bulgaria. His more recent work has been on the Starosel tomb, which Phil introduced for us, and is published in Archäologischer Anzeiger. And this is also what he'll be speaking about today. Chavdar.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you, Bona, for inviting me to this wonderful conference. Phil, I very much liked your last slide where you showed the Starosel tomb next to the mausoleum of Halikarnassos, which very much summarizes my paper. Yeah. In 1911, Frederick Hasluck visited the excavated remains of a tomb near Kirkirisi in eastern Thrace. His observations of this monument were the first scholarly attempt to explain the origins of Thracian Tholos tombs. Hasluck noted the general likeness of this tomb to Mycenaean Tholoi, but he was baffled by the 4th century date of the architectural details. He concluded that the tomb must be a late survival of the Mycenaean tomb building tradition. In the century to follow, the number of Tholos tombs excavated in Thrace reached above 30. It became clear that they were a local phenomenon linked to the Odrysian kingdom and its Hellenistic successors. The idea of continuity with the late Bronze Age was abandoned. Opinions on the origins of the Thracian Tholoi split between evolution from early Iron Age rock-cut tombs and megalithic dolmens on the one hand, and the transfer of design ideas and structural systems from neighboring regions on the other. Yet both approaches ultimately encounter the same difficulty. It is impossible to establish a clear line of descent for the Thracian Tholos tomb, either in Thrace or beyond. This tradition seems to have appeared out of nowhere in the 4th century BC, and it remains a mystery how and why it arose. A monument discovered 23 years ago can help us answer these questions. It is located near the village of Starosel, about 200 kilometers north of the Aegean coast. Let me briefly introduce this tomb, which I have been studying for the past 6 years. The mount called Chetiniuva Mugio was built on a ridge, commanding a great view over the surrounding valley. The mount has a diameter of 79 meters, and its original height must have been about 30 meters. At the time it was built, Chetiniuva Mugio was probably the largest burial mound in Thrace. But what made it really impressive was that it was built on a natural height, creating a grave marker visible from miles away. Its monumentality is further emphasized by its massive retaining wall built of granite blocks. The original height of the wall reached about 8 meters from the east. The combination of an enormous mound, a natural hill, and a peribolous wall is unparalleled in Thrace, although we can see this idea that was later developed at the Casta Hill near Amphipolis. The tomb was entered from the south through a propylon flanked by ante. The main stairway of the propylon leads to a platform in front of the dromos of the tomb. From here, 2 stairways lead to the east and west. At present, these branching stairways end in the embankment above the remains of the retaining wall, but originally they must have been connected to the propylon. They must have connected the propylon to a terrace supported by this wall. This terrace may have encircled the mound, forming an elevated path around the tomb. The architectural configuration of the propylon is difficult to reconstruct due to its state of preservation and the fact that it was reworked soon after it was built in order to block the entrance with a wall. There is also evidence that the propylon was not fully completed. The facade of the tomb is badly damaged, but it can be reconstructed almost entirely from fragments that survive. Uncertainty remains in the reconstruction of the pediment, the sima, the acroteria, and the sculptural decoration, which included a pair of feline figures. The Starosel is so far the only tomb in Thrace fronted with a fully developed representation of a building. As in many Macedonian tombs, this facade is false in the sense that it creates an illusion of a building that does not exist. Behind it, without any structural connection to the facade, is the vaulted ceiling of the antechamber. But the similarities with Macedonian tombs end here. The Starosel facade includes a very unusual combination of Ionic and Doric elements, untypical for Macedonia. Also highly unusual are the volute-shaped acroteria and the perspective meander painted on the Geisen front. This is not only one of the earliest examples of this pattern, but also the only case to my knowledge in which it appears on a projecting architectural member. Some of the elements of the facade, particularly the door, show clear influence from Asia Minor. The use of Ionic door frames in tombs was pioneered in Lycia and remained largely confined to Western Anatolia. The horn-shaped acroteria of the lintels can be traced back to Persian tombs. They were incorporated into Ionic-style lintels as early as the 5th century BC in Phrygia. The pair of lions facing an ornamental feature is another motif found in Persian tombs, and it was used in the roof decoration of the Halicarnassian mausoleum. The design of the door leaves differs from those in Macedonian tombs, but has good parallels in Caria. The tomb has almost two identical door frames, one in the facade fitted with two door leaves, and another between the antechamber and the Tholos with a single leaf. In both doors, the leaves moved on wheels and had locking mechanisms. Underground, the tomb consists of an antechamber and a Tholos chamber, a combination common to Thracian tombs. Beyond this basic similarity, the design of the chambers is remarkably original. The antechamber was covered with a partial corbel vault, truncated with a beam ceiling system similar to those used in Greek temples. As far as I know, this combination has no parallels in Thrace or beyond. The Tholos is a cylindrical chamber covered with a dome of 16 corbelled courses, with an internal height of 8 meters. This is the highest domed chamber in Thrace. Engaged columns divide the face of the wall, giving the illusion of a peristyle and making the chamber appear more spacious. This feature of the design was no doubt inspired by the colonnaded interiors of freestanding tholoi of the late classical period in mainland Greece. But instead of the Corinthian order typically used in circular interiors, at Starosel we see a rare example of the Doric being used for this purpose. It is the earliest known example of such use and the only one dated to the 4th century BC. The architect not only adopted the Doric order for this unusual setting, but also adapted it, borrowing the curved abacus of the Corinthian capital and supplementing the Doric Geisen with Ionic. Innovative design, well thought out and gracefully executed, is evident here as elsewhere in the tomb. As one might expect from an ambitious and innovative building project, not everything went according to plan. Mistakes were made and were corrected along the way. A series of setting lines inside in the Tholos stilobate give us an insight into this process. The lines represent two versions of the building plan. The second, executed version, reflects a correction in which the intercolumnar space at the entrance was extended, and the remaining intercolumnations were equalized. The correction was due to a miscalculation made during the planning stage of the tomb. This ultimately caused problems in the design of the Doric frieze and required the reworking of elements that had already been carved. This process reveals the complex logistics of the Starosel project and reinforces the sense that the builders were working under time pressure. The tomb was looted. Only small pieces of pottery, weapons, and a gold reed were found scattered in the chambers and the dromos. Fragments from ceramic vessels indicate a burial between around 360 and 330 BC. Some features of the architecture suggest a later date, notably the shape of the Doric capitals, but also illusionistic features such as the false facade, the decorative engaged colonnade, and the perspective meander pattern. All these appear elsewhere in monuments dated after the middle of the 4th century. It is therefore possible to narrow down the date of the construction to 350-330 BC. From a historical perspective, the most likely date for the construction of the tomb is before 340, when Philip II conquered the interior of southern Thrace from the Odrysians. Following these events, the Macedonians installed their governor and garrisons in the occupied Odrysian territories in order to secure their rear before sending armies to Asia. It is hard to imagine that a project such as the Starosel tomb, clearly designed to project power and claim rulership, could have been carried out under such circumstances. In any case, the Starosel tomb is one of the earliest tholoi built in Thrace. And this brings me back to where I started, the origins of the Tholos tombs in Thrace. I mentioned an older idea that the Tholos tomb was a local tradition that gradually developed from the megalithic monuments of the early Iron Age. So far, there is no evidence for such a development. There is very little architectural experimentation visible in the interior of Thrace before the middle of the 4th century BC. The most opulent burials of the Odrysian elite of the 5th and early 4th century, such as those of Duvanli, Kauianovo, Shipka, and Oboki, were made in simple cyst-like graves. The contrast between these modest structures and the later monumental tombs is best seen on the very hill where the Starosel tomb was built. Only 60 meters away from this tomb is a smaller and earlier burial mound. It covered a stone-built grave with the remains of a remarkably rich burial from the 360s. The two mounds were built about 20 years apart. They probably belonged to two generations of the same family, maybe a father and son. The former was buried in a traditional way, and the latter in a spectacular Tholos tomb. Tholos tombs appeared in Thrace after the middle of the 4th century BC, and the fact that the largest and most elaborate monument of this type is also one of the earliest goes against the idea of their gradual development in Thrace. It is more likely that they were introduced in a fully developed form and that they continued as a local tradition, the general trend being towards smaller and cheaper structures. Let's now look at the professional background of the craftsmen who built the Starosel tomb. The design of the chambers, the architectural details, masonry techniques, clamping, column entasis, use of modular proportions, etc., all makes it abundantly clear that these were experienced architects and stone carvers trained in monumental architecture in the Aegean. In addition, several features of the design I mentioned point to experience in Asia Minor. What were these people doing in the middle of Thrace? We can safely assume that they were itinerant craftsmen hired by a Thracian client to build a private tomb. The Starosel tomb is not the only Thracian monument that testifies to this practice, but it is certainly the one that reveals it most clearly. Beyond Thrace, the phenomenon is well known. Since at least the beginning of the 4th century BC, Anatolian rulers employed artists from the Aegean to build lavish monumental tombs. The builders of these tombs hybridized different traditions and borrowed from Greek temple architecture. The designs they created were usually highly individualistic, as they had to resonate with the specific identity of their patrons. This is also true of the Starosel tomb, and it explains why there is no clear line of descent for the Thracian Tholos tomb, because it was introduced as a custom design tailored to an Odrysian client and created by blending architecture from different traditions and periods. We may never fully understand why the form of a late Bronze Age tomb appealed to the Odrysians, but this choice of the patron or architect makes sense if we consider other aspects of the Starosel architecture. The elevated position of ancient Tholos tombs in the Aegean were the focus of renewed interest as hero shrines. Their mighty domes probably inspired architects as well as kings. Thank you.
Questions? Yes. Could you wait for the microphone so that they can? Thank you.
What I wanted to ask, in this interior there is quite a high stilabat, which reminds me a bit the podium of the Marmaria Tholos on which the columns rest. Is it possible that that in this interior there is a kind of reference to this famous structure, and that they combine the features taken from the interior and exterior both, because exterior columns are of Doric order, to create some, I don't know, something which refers to the famous structure and to the famous architect Theodoros of Phakeia, who created the book on this monument. So, is it any connection with this specific Tholos of in Greece? How do you think?
Well, thank you. That's that's an interesting idea. I haven't thought about it, so maybe it's worth looking into it. Okay, maybe here you can see. Yes, the more I look into this tomb, the more I see things that might have been taken from somewhere. At the same time, it's very difficult to pinpoint direct borrowings. Like it seems like ideas have been taken and put together in a very original way. So yes, I mean, it's possible that
kind of combination, at least,
yes,
of Asia Minor ideas and Greek classical.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Other questions? Yes, Bana.
Thank you so much. That was really splendid. And this is just a methodological comment where you mentioned that this tomb is the first, the biggest, the most elaborate. And it makes me want to reflect on the process of innovation versus continuous development. And when buildings just really break out of any kind of mold of things that have done before, and then they set the trend, as opposed to our being able to trace really clear lines of development. They're just 100% outside the box, so to speak. We have this on Samothrace with the Hall of Coral Dancers, which is also our first marble building and also our most elaborate. So just a comment on remarkable buildings.
Yeah, thank you.
Of which you have one. Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, it's not possible that in archaeology, it's not possible to prove that anything is the earliest, the biggest. There may have been another tomb before Starosel. But the general trend is clear. We have these amazing tomb, spectacular tomb very early, and then what we see later is actually these smaller and cheaper structures. Even those dated to the 3rd century, those dated later in the 4th century are bigger. And for example, Java Mugiwa, which I've included here, is that the laser? Okay, so Java Mugiwa is another example of Aegean craftsmen working in Thrace, and it's really impressive with its sculptural decoration, and it's these kind of specialized labor later becomes less present in Thrace. So mostly more and more tombs being built by local builders in the later period. So yes.
So perhaps it goes to patron.
Yes, patrons, resources also. Those later rulers, they did not have the resources of the latest Odrysian kings, definitely.
Another question?
Would it be possible to think rather of development of late Lydian Tumuli than Mycenaean models? What would be the relationship with? Would it be somehow related to late Lydian constructions, Tumuli, rather than with Mycenaean models?
The problem with this and any other examples is that there is a chronological gap. Like there's no similar structure that you can trace directly. They're either very different or they are very distant chronologically, and usually both. I think that a most likely scenario is that the inspiration for the dome, for the Tholos tomb could have arrived from many places. In Thessaly, they were still building Tholoi until the late 5th century BC. But again, you have a chronological gap. And they're very different architecturally. So there is no direct tradition that can be traced to the Tholos tombs in Thrace. Not anything that could lead us to the Starosel Tholos.
Thinking about the Bintepe around Sardis and then some later development like Laletepe and so on, so we would be in the 5th century with a dromos and chamber and so on. So just...
Yes, you can see the same concept also elsewhere. Yes, you mean the plan with the dromos chamber and a burial chamber. This is something that exists in Thrace really since the Iron Age. You have megalithic dolmens which follow similar plans, and this was something traditional in Thrace. So it's not necessary to look for this concept of an underground chamber under a tumulus with an antechamber and a corridor in front. It exists in Thrace before that.
We have one more question online from Roman again.
Chavdar, thank you very much for the great presentation. My question about dating, about the date of the chamber. According to the pottery, Skotlikifos trade emperors assemblage, as for me, looks very typical for the as a group of pottery for second half of 4th century, for the second half of market century. So how you can explain? You meant, if I clearly understood, that the tomb might be constructed earlier. How you can explain the differences between architectural design and features and the ceramic assemblage in the chamber?
Okay, so thank you. Can I get my slide back just to show the pottery?
Yeah.
So the Lekythos and the Skyphus, they're both found in the chambers, and they're associated with the link to a burial. And they both would be outdated after 330. And the amphoras, they were found in a deposit in front of the tomb facade, which is a very common traditional thing in Thracian tombs. It's a ritual when closing the tomb, there is a horse sacrifice and breaking of amphoras, presumably libation of wine, going on. And this also marks the closing of the tomb. And the date of these amphoras is also similar to the pottery inside. And I think they all mark a single burial. Is very possible. And the amphoras, they certainly, the Chian amphora shape, it changes during the last decades of the 4th century, and I don't think that this shape can be dated later than the 330s. Best parallels are actually earlier. So if it wasn't the architecture, I would say that this tomb was built around the middle of because of the amphoras. I mean, best parallels are around 300, between 360s and 340 for the amphoras, the Mandean amphora as well. It has very good parallels in closed deposits. But also, I have an idea how these types exist in Thrace in other contexts. Chian amphoras in later deposit, later than the third quarter of the 4th century, they just do not exist in Thrace. Mandean amphoras, this type of amphora, they basically stopped being produced after 325. That's why I think that that's the latest date for the burial, and it's unlikely that all these vessels were put very old, and all of them. It is two independent. You have the independent deposits linked to a burial. Also, they mark the time of the burial. So the construction is necessarily earlier, and a tomb like Starosel was not built in a month, at least a year, probably several years. And it's not clear whether it stood empty for some time. Yep. And just to add here, there are other arguments for dating the tomb earlier, before 340. For example, all these before Alexander's campaigns in Asia. These borrowing of Persian power symbols, it would be irrelevant after the defeat of the Persians, isn't it?
Well, thank you, Chavdar, for that. And let's thank him one more time. I think we'd best move on to the final talk.
Thank you.
Our final speaker in this session is Roman Stoyanov, who is an associate professor in the Institute for Oriental and Classical Studies at the Higher School of Economics, or HSE University in Russia. He's previously been a research fellow at the British Institute of Archaeology at Ankara, the Athens branch of the German Archaeological Institute, and the Research Center for Anatolian Civilizations at Koç University in Istanbul. He's published on a wide range of topics, especially on the archaeology of the Pontic region, one of which is funerary architecture, which is the subject of his talk today. Roman.
Thank you very much, Alex. First of all, let me say that I'm very happy to see colleagues and friends here, and I would like to thank the organizers of the symposium and Bona personally for this wonderful opportunity to present my paper. As you well know, tumuli were one of the most common types of funerary structures in the northern Black Sea. Their architecture structures which is in high conical shape, and so in such a way that it retained its shape for a long time. Sometimes over the millennia they have retained their conical shape and most of their original height. How it was done, that is the question. It is well known that the tumuli were known in funeral process, AEGEAN region and Asia Minor.
Roman, you're breaking up a little bit. Could you pause and see if we can catch up?
Yeah. So
it might also be useful to turn off your camera. I wonder if that's
because. Yeah, sorry, it's because of my table is not stable. Okay, now I spoke about how long this tradition and let's speak about written sources which describe this tradition. All indication of written sources that mentions the construction of the tumuli are only reduced to the fact that a high mound was built, without any additional details as normal. For example, the famous passage of the Iliad about the burial of Patroclus contains a rather detailed description of the funeral and the ceremonies were performed. As for the arrangement of the burial mound, it is started only that they marked the place of the tomb, and near the place they hastily poured the loose earth and poured the mound. As for northern Black Sea region, it is also known that burials in tumuli or in kurgans, as it usually titled in the literature, were also practiced by the local peoples who inhabit the territories around the Hellenic colonies of the region. First of all, we think about Scythians. Perhaps the most detailed description of the burial rites of the Scythian kings we find in the 4th book of Herodotus, which describes the burial rites of the Scythian kings who were traditionally buried in burial mounds or in the kurgans. In this case, the size of the tumulus mound is considered one of the most reliable indicators of social status. So, as you can see, literary sources don't give us reliable information neither about architecture or ancient Hellenic or not Hellenic tumuli in the northern Black Sea area. All mentions are only confirmed to indicating that a burial site was marked above a high hill and the mount was buried on it. It is not clear how the site was marked and what provides the origin conical shape of the mount and its long-term preservation. What are the archaeological sources? In order to understand how the mount was arranged, it is necessary to consider the material of excavation of the tumuli, which can be reliably attributed to the necropolis of one of the Hellenic centers of the region. In doing so, the mount of this tumuli must be investigated in its entirety. This means that most of all of it should be removed completely with fixation of the stratigraphy of the mount and all of the structures inside. Problem is that during the excavation of tumuli, researchers are usually attached the main attention by the search of the burial chamber with finds contained in it. This was a common practice, for example, by the search of burial of the second half of 19th, early 20th centuries, when the main number of the northern Black Sea coast tumuli were excavated. The situation changed only in the second half of the 20th century, but this period is associated mainly with excavation of Scythian kurgans, but not tumuli of Hellenic necropolis of the region. Therefore, we have many descriptions of the structures of the burial chambers and only single of the structure of the mounds. So, in fact, at the moment, in the northern Black Sea region, there are only two known tumuli that meet market criteria. This is because most of the tumuli located in northern Black Sea region, excavation of which have been more than or less well documented, belonged to members of autochthonic communities. In this case, they could not be associated with Hellenic burial tradition and practices in the region.
Roman, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Are your slides okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
It looks like it works.
Okay.
The first one of the tumuli I will talk about, it is the Schwerin, so-called Schwerin burial mount or Schwerin tumuli, named after the name of the owner of the land on which it was located. The tumuli was situated in the southwest of the Crimea and at a distance approximately 3.5 kilometers west of Chersonissus Taurikos. The tumulus was excavated at the end of 19th, beginning of 20th centuries several times in hope that it might contain a rich burial. Finally, in 1910, the site was almost completely destroyed when a coastal battery was built, the ruins of which can still be seen at that place. You can look at the photo on the top of right side. The only comprehensive publication of materials from the Schwerin was that undertaken by Nikolai Pechonkin in 1914. The second tumuli I will speak about, called Karaoba tumuli, it's located in the eastern Crimea. It's here, I don't know if the point is visible, it's here. It's situated 8 kilometers from Panticapaeum, at the territory of European Bosporus, so-called, or Cimmerian Bosporus. The mount was erected at the top of a hill so that its size was increased thanks to the height of that pedestal. The history of the first excavation of this tumulus has been recorded in detail in reports and journals devoted to archaeological investigation submitted by the director of the Kerch Museum at that time, that was Alexander Lutsenko, and he submitted the report to the Imperial Archaeological Commission in St. Petersburg. I'd like to point out that mentioned excavation materials are not only of historiographical or historical value, but they also provide a most important source of information indispensable for understanding of the special features of the tumuli. For this data, I'll try can get an idea of how the mounds were constructed. So let's consider that the sign features were characteristic of the Schwerin tumulus. It was at the end of 19th century. It was a hill or regular conical shape, about 15 meters, and with a diameter of on the base of 26.6 meter. The full mound have been created from stones laid out according to the report on top of each other in a very ordinary fashion. Workers gathered stones using a 4.3 meter trench to the bottom of the mound. At distance about 6.4 meters from the western side of the mound was discovered, as it was marked in the report, part of a wall made of a large hewn stones. It was the outer part of the surrounding wall, consisting of 2 rows of rectangular blocks of the local limestones. In plan, the wall was circular with a diameter of 26 meters and its base of the tumulus. The surface of the front part of the slabs in the upper row, arranged vertically, was rusticated. It's important to point out that close to the outside wall was discovered another inner wall up against the outer one on the inside. It also was made of roughly hewn stones and had been built using a clay mortar. The fabric of this wall rose up above the outer wall, rat-hewn. Therefore, the inner wall served as an additional fortification for the outer rim of the external wall, holding back pressure from the weight of the burial mound. As it was described in the report, after breaking through the second wall, the workers found in a small pit remains of a bronze vessel and a white limestone fashioned in a conical form. You can see a sketch drawing of that vessel, reconstruction of that vessel from the report. All that had survived. It was very fragmentary form, and only the rim fragments and the fragments of the vault and the base and the handle were survived.
Roman, we're losing you again. Do you want to try maybe turning your...
Published by...
We've lost you again, Roman. Could you maybe turn off your camera, and maybe that will help with the connection so we can at least hear you without breaking up so much?
Is it a problem with connection or with the picture?
It's the connection. Your speech is coming in and out, so it's stopping and then it's rushing, so we can't understand so well. But sometimes something that helps is if you turn off the camera, that can improve the connection.
Okay. I will try to do it. Just a second. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. What was the last point? I should continue from it. I spoke about publication of Žuravlov and Trester and dating of the Juk. Should I start from that point or earlier?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so I need to say that according to Trester, the jug used as a funerary urn and date from the second part of 5th century BC. As we already know, bronze vessels sometimes may well have been stored or used for a long time before they found their way into a grave. And for this reason, the period of the burial and the building of the mound, embracing in this case from the second half of 5th to the beginning or even the first half of 4th century BCE. What we can make it easier to determine with a little more accuracy, the date of burial mound is analysis of the way the external wall was built and the technique used for fashioning the blocks of stone used. As noted above, the outer wall was consisted of 2 rows of rectangular limestone slabs, and the front surface of the slabs in the upper row arranged vertically were rusticated as it was marked. Let's come back. And it's unlikely to have been possibility to produce these blocks a considerable distance from the site of the burial mound given their size and the material from which they were made. Examples of stone structures of this kind and this technique for fashioning the front surface of stone slabs can be found in classical architecture starting in the first half of 5th century BCE, although they were particularly widespread in 4th century BCE. The earliest known structures within the Chersonissus city site with walls built in the same way date from the later than middle of the 4th century BCE. Bearing in mind the above, the most likely date for the building of the Schwerin tumulus would fall within the period from the second half of 5th to the middle of 4th century BCE. Now on the most interesting find in the tumulus. In the central part of the mound, a well-preserved wooden post was found, which had been placed, it was found in situ. It has been placed in an upright position and had survived for many centuries without finally disintegrating. The length of the post was not indicated in the report. The diameter of the lower part of the post was 26.7 centimeters. According to the testimony of the owner of a nearby farmstead, this post has been removed from the mound and survived until 1905, when it was cut up for firewood and burnt. Attempts to find parallels for this element used in the construction of tumuli provide unsuccessful. The tradition of setting up vertical features within burial mounds is familiar from the funeral practices of nomads from Eurasia, as it well known. It is necessary. It is usually discussed from the viewpoint of religious ideas concerning the links between the deceased and the external world. Yet it would be inappropriate to apply this explanation to the Schwerin tumulus. In my opinion, a post of this kind could have been used to mark the height of the mound. However, its main purpose would appear to have been a different one. During the erection of the burial mound, which consisted entirely of stone rubble, it would have been essential from the time to time to regulate the angle of the sloping sides in order to ensure that it was conical in shape in every period of construction of building time. This would have been simple to do using a rope of a specific length, one end of which has attached on the top of such a post. This device, which has absolutely unique, constitutes one of the distinctive features of the tumulus. Now let's consider the structure features of the second mound I will present here, the Kara Oba tumulus. The diameter of the base of the upper part of the mound was circa 90 centimeters, while the circumference of the hill was circa 282 meters. such a big one, and the total height of the burial mound was more than 26 meters, on which 10.5 meters was accounted by the height of the rocky hill. That would mean that the actual height of Karaoba was not more than 15.5 meters. The whole area of the central trench was taken down to the natural rock. Despite the effort and time expended, the excavation went for more than 3 months. The tomb was not found after all. All the finds made at Karaoba while the excavation were in progress date from the late Hellenistic period. Unfortunately, most of these objects cannot be dated within a narrow date range. The dates of coins, fragments of a stamped tiles, and a bowl with a decoration in relief make it possible to suggest that the burial mound was most probably erected in the end of 2nd century BCE. There exists two hypotheses with regards to the purpose of Karaoba tumulus. According to the first one, proposed by Pavel Schultz, it is a funerary monument which, from the typological point of view, belongs to the group of royal burial mounds of the Bosporus, Cimmerian Bosporus, and it's the only large tumulus in the European part of the Bosporus, which was constructed at the time when the kingdom was in decline. According to the second one, second suggestion outlined in the framework on a hypothesis by Alexander Sheglov and later supported by Yuri Vinogradov, the tumulus was erected in honor of warriors who had fought for Mithridates VI Eupator and perished in the fighting to conquer the Bosporus. At depth of 6.5 meters from the edge trench, worker found a section of a wall. The section consisting of two rows of large upworked limestone slabs sloping down to the north. It was noted at the same time that the levels of mound lying above the wall were sloping towards the base at an angle of 45 degrees. At a distance of approximately 5.3 meters from the wall, a second wall was discovered, which consisted, like the first one, of unworked stones. Both walls had inner and outer faces. The outer face consisted of large stone blocks, either upworked or only round hewn. The gaps between them had been filled in with small or crushed stones. The inner face was smaller than the outer one and looked like a half circle built up against a rock ledge in the eastern part of the mound. Between these faces there was a field consisting of small stones and clay. Both the walls tapered towards on the top and sloped at angle of 85 degrees. In section they are trapezoidal in shape with slanting bases and upper surface which slope in towards the center of the burial mound. The upper part of both walls are within one and the same level of the mound. The difference in height as far as the wall's foundation are concerned amounts to 3.5 meters. Insofar the walls were built in the uneven surface of the hill. This meant that their height and thickness varied considerably from one place to another. The outer and the inner walls were highest of all of the southern slope. The distance between them in this part of the structure were approximately 1 meter. In the report, it was noted that both walls looked like a part of a single architectural structure which had been erected simultaneously. I think that the main purpose of those walls was, as in Schwerin tumuli, for example, to stop the mound from collapsing in place where there were sharp drops in the natural rock. But the most interesting things is that during the excavation in the central part of the mound, at the depth approximately 7 meters from the top, a wooden post, circa 4.26 meter long, at least 9 centimeters thick, was found in situ, arranged vertically in the middle part of the mound. According to the report, it was completely rotten and disintegrated when touched. Unfortunately, Lutsenko who was the chief of the excavation in that period, did not pay sufficient attention to that find. The only possible explanation for the presence that post set up vertically in the middle of the structure was the need to make use of it during the building of the mound. Some as in Schwerin Tumulus, here in order to give the mound the shape of a cone, it would have been essential to regulate the angle of the slope or its sides. This again could have been done using a rope of a fixed lathe, one end of which would have been fastened on the top of that post. Another common feature connected with the construction of both tumuli was the presence of double walls in the base of tumuli in order to hold back the collapse of the mound. In my opinion, the parallels of features of the construction of both tumuli allow us to attribute them as a burial mound belonging to the same construction method. In both tumuli, one and the same technique was used for retaining the mound in position using double walls. The vertical post arranged in the centers of the mounds make it possible to assume that they were constructed using one and the same building tradition. It's like that in this particular case, we can observe that we can suppose the archaeological tradition of the erection of tumuli, which existed in the Hellenic colonies of northern Black Sea coast since the late classical, at least, to Hellenistic period, and could be we can frame this period at least from the second part of 5th to the end of 2nd century BCE. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Roman, and I'm sorry I kept interrupting you with the technical difficulties. With after you turned the camera off, we could hear perfectly. Questions for Roman?
Yes, please.
Sam.
Do I need a microphone?
Yeah, I think you need a microphone for Roman to hear you.
Roman, hello. Thank you for this presentation and for highlighting these interesting construction features and their local development. It's interesting to think of them in comparison to some other kinds of guidelines inside of tumuli. I know that in Phrygia we see a pattern of radial guide walls in construction. You've highlighted, I think nicely, the challenges that come with building with granular materials and the need for these kinds of internal structures. But I'm curious, how much do you think that these kinds of guideposts may reflect an attempt to organize large groups of laborers building these as parts of large groups and essentially guidelines for project oversight?
Thank you, Sam. It's an interesting question, and actually, it's I don't have a proper answer. Say true. Probably it belongs to how big the structure. At least for Tauric, it's complicated to to say about Karabakh burial mound, because in that period, in late Hellenistic period, at the European Bosporus, they have potentially a lot of workers. They could invent a lot of peoples, but as for Tauric Chersonesus, at least for 5th century, near to colony was found, they have no more than at the beginning, no more than a couple of thousand citizens. At least that kind of resources they have, and they were able to build this tumuli, maybe in honor of oikists. I don't know. I mean, the building of such kind of monuments, at least when we speak about one monument, and it should be special monument, normally don't need a lot of workers. That's in my opinion.
Is there another question for Roman? Yes.
Thank you so much, Roman. This was really brilliant, and I'm really interested in this wooden posts you mentioned in the middle of the barrel, if I well understood. I just want to ask if I understood properly that for the Chersonesos tumuli, so the diameter of the post would be 26 centimeter, and the diameter of the tumulus would be 26 meter. Did I understand right?
Yes, yes. We don't know exactly. I mean, the post was quite long, yeah, and 20. We know only one measurements from the base of the post. The base of the post was 26 and 6.6 centimeters.
And the general diameter of the tumulus would be 100 times bigger if it is 26 meter. Thinking all this, so of course this is geometry for the construction, but maybe there is also something like symbolism showing the shape you have shown. I was thinking of Herodotus and the Argipeans, you know, these people who built their tents around the tree, you know, that Pontic tree, which is so debated, and it was looked for in Central Asia, Siberia, and so on. And so all the house was around this tree. And this was like an axis mundi, and I was thinking if this funeral architecture would not reflect the real architecture of the nomadic tents with the symbolism of the wood of the cosmic tree, which would be in the middle. And I would also like to ask if I don't know if there is any piece of this wood, and if we know what kind of wood was from what tree.
Unfortunately, it was totally burnt at the beginning of 20th century. Unfortunately, thank you for your question. It's a very interesting idea, and I may add it would be interesting to compare if it works for Karabakh burial mounds. Unfortunately, we don't know we don't know anything about a post in the diameter of the post in the tumuli, and as for Schwerin tumuli, unfortunately we don't have even one piece. I would be happy to find it in the depot somewhere, but in that period people normally in that period at the beginning of 20th century, they normally not keep such a kind of things. It was burnt during the winter time. That all that I know, unfortunately. Probably it, according to High, it should be one of big three, because it mentioned like a one piece, like a wooden piece. Yeah.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you. With that, I think we had better take our coffee break. We're a little bit behind in the schedule. Bana, do you still want us back at 12? Okay, 12 o'clock, we'll start again. That's in 15 minutes. So we have a short coffee break. Thank you again to all of the speakers and to everyone for their excellent questions and attention. Press it once, turn it on.
No, it's not my...
actually, like, if you do look at the literature about all the dates, I would like to say something that's kind of middle for all sides. All of the positions.
Good morning, Amalia.
Can everyone hear me? I think
don't worry,
in
only
interest of time, I'd like to call
I can
our
hear you.
next session
They have
to,
asked me
order.
when you start your presentation to turn your
Typologies.
camera off. Is that okay with you? And turn it back on at the end.
I am very happy to introduce Mantha Zarmakoupi, who will be our first speaker. She's currently a chaired professor.
Yes, I know you're not presenting
Roman
right now. Yeah.
architecture and
I'm just saying when
Pennsylvania,
your
which is
presentation is up
since 2018.
and you start sharing your screen, turn
She's
your
had
camera
a
off and turn
remarkable
it back
career
on
as
at the end for the Q&A.
archaeologist and architectural historian.
Thank you.
And she has been trained in architectural practice in Athens and Harvard first, and then completed a PhD at Oxford on Roman villas in Naples. She's received a great number of distinctions and so many prestigious fellowships that I can't even begin to list them all in the time we have here. But she's currently at the Princeton Institute for Advanced Study. She has been doing field work, including architectural study, underwater survey at numerous places, and most recently has a project at Theos, which has been supported by, among other things, the Gerda Henkel Stiftung. She has published 2 books, has numerous edited volumes, and has published, again, very prolifically in both peer-reviewed journals and edited volumes. She'll be talking about bouleuteria and odeia in northern Greece and beyond. So, Mantha, welcome.
Thank you so much, Phil. So this paper focuses, this paper discusses bouleuteria and odeia in the northern Greek, beyond the northern Aegean, to tackle the ways in which the typological study of public monuments in the study of Greek and Roman architecture at large has affected our understanding of their design and meaning. The typological study of public monuments in the history of architecture is a project of the Enlightenment, but its approach continues to permeate the study of ancient architecture, where typologies remain to be an imperative tool of research. I'm interested in this research topic as my current fieldwork project focuses on the bouleuterion and adjacent triporticus at Theos to address the variegated functions it fulfilled over time and show how domains that we often assume to be separate, such as the political and the cultural, were not always separate in these buildings. In this paper, I will discuss the ways in which the building types, bouleuteria or odeia, have been studied at large, and more specifically in this region, with the aim of providing an insight into the architectural design schemes that appeared in the Roman East during the 1st and 2nd centuries CE. We have 3 examples in Thracia from Oppia Serdica, Philippopolis, and Nicopolis at Istrum. The bouleuterion at Oppia Serdica, where we have traces of an earlier building dating to the second half of the 2nd century CE, while the present building that we see on the map dates to the end of the 3rd, beginning of the 4th century CE. The bouleuterion at Philippopolis dating to the end of the 1st century CE or beginning of the 1st century CE, and the bouleuterion at Nicopolis at Istrum dating to the 1st half of the 2nd century CE. Let's first look at the development of these urban centers in order to contextualize these complexes. With the establishment of the Provincia Thracia in 46 CE, the Roman government promoted urbanization on a wider scale and revived old cities. Strategically important sites were favored, especially those along the military road Via Diagonalis, which you see here on this red strip, and the granting of urban status to individual communities like Philippopolis, a Macedonian colony, and the seat of the koinon of the Thracians in the late Hellenistic and early imperial period, and can be seen as an ad hoc decision to revive this important Greek city, which in fact recent excavations have pointed to its pre-Greek history. Philippopolis, the city of Philip, is the name that the city acquired after the conquest of Thrace by Philip of Macedon. Urban growth stimulated further economic development in the region. By the last quarter of the 2nd century CE, the process led to the establishment of smaller centers, emporia focused on commerce, crafts, and agricultural products. Those of exceptional local importance were strategically situated on main roads. Philippopolis, that you see here on the map, was in fact an urban nucleus formed around the junction of 3 major routes, one for those traveling across Europe from west to southeast, one linking the North Aegean coast to the Danube, and the third connecting central Thrace to the Black Sea. And it is not surprising that the city was revived in the 1st century CE after the establishment of the province. A constant deliberate concern to use the new cities as instruments of effective administration is visible as early as the reign of Trajan and was followed by members of the succeeding Antonine dynasty. Nicopolis at Istrum was founded in 110 CE by Trajan in commemoration of his victory over the Dacians in 106 CE. Its name translates as the city of victory close to the Danube and was established on the Greek model. Its official language was Greek, and unlike most other cities in the Western Empire, its population, craftsmen, and leading citizens were not local natives, but included immigrants from Asia Minor, particularly from the 2 cities of Nicomedia and Nicaea. The city acquired its civic center during the reigns of Hadrian and Antoninus Pius, with a monumental entrance to the Agora, a bouleuterion or odeion, and a basilica, as well as an impressive street parade constructed with massive interlocking limestone slabs. The city of Serdi was conquered by the Romans in 29 BC and became the most important Roman city of the region, a municipium or center for for the administration of the region during the reign of Emperor Trajan, and was renamed Oppia Serdica. It is not surprising, therefore, that the Agora Center bears similarities with the Agora of Nicopolis at Istrum, despite the fragmentary state of our information. Now, in all 3 cases, we have a bouleuterion or odeion adjacent to an agora or forum complex. We encounter this combination in the counterparts of bouleuteria in Italy and the western provinces, the curiae, which opened on agora or fora enclosures. See, for instance, the curia in Lune, seen here. Or in Roman Greece, for instance, at Thessaloniki, that you see here, the seat of the province of Macedonia. In Thessaloniki, the forum developed in the 2nd century CE, and the east side gave access to an archive building, a mint, and an odeion that was built at the end of the 2nd century CE, where a bouleuterion dated to the 1st century CE was previously located. Now, the cases from Thrace as well as Macedonia tell us an interesting story. We see in these cases the combination of an agora with a bouleuterion or odeion, and although this combination bears parallels with the Roman West, it seems that it's resulted from a development of design schemes in the Roman East. In the following, I will lay out our understanding of bouleuteria and odeia as types in order to explain this development. The bouleuterion was a roofed meeting space of the council of a Greek city-state or polis and was composed of 100 to 500 council members or bouleutai. Earlier city councils may have met in open spaces such as porticoed enclosures. Constructions of dedicated bouleuteria buildings began in the late Archaic period. In the Hellenistic period, the bouleuterion as a building became one of the city's characteristic secular buildings. The earlier forms of the building was a hypostyle hall with symmetrically spaced interior columns, level floors, and sitting benches. For example, the end of the 6th century BC bouleuterion at Delos, although the identification is a bit contested, or around the circa 500 BC bouleuterion at Athens. In the Hellenistic period, their design became monumental, amphitheatrical stone seating was introduced, rectilinear or curvilinear, and the adoption of wooden trusses that could span wider openings allowed the interior supporting columns to be reduced and eventually eliminated. For example, the bouleuteria at Praini, Miletus, and at Termessos that you see here. Increasing evidence shows that the bouleuteria were multifunctional buildings, as structures that are in fact undistinguishable from odeia, which were covered theaters for musical and poetical performances. It doesn't move forward. I don't know why. Neither from here nor from there. Okay, thank you. Ευχαριστώ. The design of bouleuteria can be divided in 3 categories. A, that you see here, a square or rectangular building with horizontal flooring made of beaten earth, interior columns, and wooden seating. And B, square or rectangular buildings with sloping stone seating of rectilinear or curvilinear, something happened? No, or curvilinear shape. And you see here, so I have listed some examples from of the 2 types. Then we have C, buildings with circular rear wall and theater-like stone cavea in 2 tiers, facing Sinai fronts that we see here, for example, from Aphrodisias. Now, odeia followed one of the 2 types of design approaches. The first one had rectangular outer walls in which the curved rows of seats that did not form a full semicircle were circumscribed. For example, the small theater at Pompeii, the Odeon of Agrippa in Athenian Agora, the Odeon at Argos, and the second had a semicircular cavea-like theaters. For example, the Odeon of Herodes Atticus in Athens, the Odeia in Lyon, and Corinth and Patra. It appears that the first type was modeled after the design of the Hellenistic bouleuteria, for example, the bouleuterion at Miletus, and other examples that we have cited. Both bouleuteria and odeia offered a covered audience hall with good sound insulation, and one building could accommodate both functions. Now, ancient sources mention that bouleuteria accommodated other activities as well. For instance, the bouleuterion at Theos was used for exams in music and grammar, and we'll refer to this, we'll come back to this point later. And according to Pausanias, the bouleuterion at Elis was used for recitations. In addition, the bouleuteria at Ephesus and Aphrodisias featured richly decorated stages and housed musical and poetic performances, as well as administrative, legal, and political meetings. It seems, therefore, that odeia or theatra tecta, covered theaters, and bouleuteria could accommodate both musical and poetic performances and administrative, legal, and political meetings. That the distinction between odeia and bouleuteria is one of function rather than of building type is made apparent by Vitruvius, who says that the citizens of Thrace call a small theater, minusculo teatro, and ecclesiasterion, the meeting place of the popular assembly. The contiguous nature of the needs of the two buildings is made apparent in the design complex of the Thracian, with the theater at Megalopolis, this columned hall, the bouleuterion of Megalopolis and meeting place of the Arcadian League, whose entrance ports constitute a kind of skene for the theater and in turn the orchestra of the theater, the courtyard of the Thracian. Odeia, bouleuteria, as well as theaters accommodate the needs of a large audience, and it's understandable that in some cities these functions will be served in the same building. The North Theatre at Gerasa, from the 3rd quarter of the 2nd century CE, for instance, was designated as an odeion in an inscription that was originally placed above the central door of the north facade, but the names of the tribes inscribed in the lowest seats of the Imacavea suggest that it also served as a political meeting place. My point here is that the study of the bouleuterion and odeion, as well as other public buildings, as building types, impedes our understanding of the wider variety of purposes that they house, and that the typological study of public monuments in the study of Greek and Roman architecture at large has hindered our understanding of their design and meaning. This typological study of public monuments in the history of architecture is a project of the Enlightenment. For example, here, Durand collection and parallel of buildings of every genre, ancient and modern. The legacy of the Enlightenment has been tackled over the course of the past century in discussions on early modern, and contemporary architecture, but its approach continues to permeate our study as typologies continue to be an important tool for us. In my study of the bouleuterion at Theos, I have taken up the task to tackle such typological approaches as the epigraphic and architectural evidence on this building point to its polyvalent use. The Polythros inscription from this site is an important document dated to the first half of the 2nd century BCE that contains detailed information about the educational foundation established by Polythros, to cover the running of the foundation, the selection of teachers, the curriculum, and the annual teacher salaries. The inscription also contains information on the exams, apodixis, taken by primary school teachers and music teachers. And I'm showing you here the translation where it says that these should be taking place in the bouleuterion. These were initially held in the gymnasium and were moved to the city's bouleuterion. This inscription therefore ties the bouleuterion at Theos with educational activities, and in particular musical ones, pointing to its versatile use. The design of a bouleuterion with a porticos as a building complex seems to be unique in Asia Minor, and as discussed above, there is epigraphic evidence at Theos that ties this typological peculiarity with musical performance and educational services. We are in fact conducting a targeted excavation and full study of the monument to clarify the chronology and function of the building complex. Our preliminary results have shown that whereas in the case of Miletus and the Gerontikot and Nyssa, where the bouleuteria were constructed together as building projects, at Theos this was not the case. The bouleuterion at Theos is constructed in the 1st century BC and the triporticus later, probably in the 1st century CE. The triporticus, therefore, in this case in Theos, is an afterthought either in the original architectural composition or in the construction project. The addition of the triporticus to the bouleuterion can be understood in the broader trends of the period to monumentalize the city through porticoed enclosures, but can be also seen as intending to enhance or the educational use of the bouleuterion that is indicated in the earlier 2nd century BC inscription that I discussed. The porticoed enclosure could indeed have served some of the educational functions outlined in the Polythros inscription, which would have normally taken place in the palestra of the city's gymnasium. I would remind here that at first the activities of the gymnasium took place in parks, in which groves, bowers, and huts served for its practices. And when the first buildings of the gymnasium institution appeared, and here you see a collection of those, they had various functions and took the architectural form of a peristyle courtyard or the palestra in order to house these functions of the gymnasium. To this later point, evidence for the bouleuterian Aphrodisias is illuminating. An inscription on the proscenium, dated to either the middle of the late 5th century CE or early 6th century CE, indicates the building as a palestra. Charlotte Rouchet has questioned the possibility that the bouleuterian could serve the function of a palestra, but Ursula Quatember has argued that the 64 square meters of the building could indeed serve this function. She points to the changes in the building around 500 CE, which turned it into an open-air structure, and to the absence of any mention to the boule in the epigraphic sources after 350, 360 CE. I would like to add also that the bouleuterian opens onto the agora of the city, which has not yet been excavated, and one can imagine that the physical activities require more space for the palestra could be conducted there. Now, what the Aphrodisias example tells us that is that in the late antique, when buildings and statues were reused and repurposed and architectural typologies were not fixed, this building, formerly the bouleuterian, was used as a palestra. This repurposing of the building might have not seemed so awkward as the epigraphic and archaeological evidence from Theos suggests. As pointed earlier, the design of a bouleuterian with a porticus as a building complex is unique in Asia Minor, but our examples from Thracian and Macedonia provide more depth in our understanding of the development of this design scheme if we consider the broader functions that these buildings served. Indeed, the cases from Serdica, Philippopolis, Nicopolis, Adistrum, as well as Thessaloniki, point to the ways in which designers at the end of the 1st century CE and in the beginning of the 2nd century CE moved forward to combine the forms of the porticus of the agora and bouleuterian or odeon in the urban fabric so as to serve both the cultural and political functions of the city. These resulting design schemes had parallels in Asia, as we just explored. The case of Miletus provides an early case of design of a bouleuterian with a porticus as a building complex, which of course follows the experimentation of the Asclepieion complex with bouleuterian and ecclesiasterion in Messini. Theos in the 1st century CE is following up on Miletus, which is understandable due to the close connection of the two cities, and then Nyssa in the 2nd century CE. Miletus, Theos, and Nyssa saw the development of the scheme from the 2nd century BC through the 2nd century CE. It seems, therefore, that the combination of an agora and a bouleuterian or odeon in the Roman East had a different trajectory as a design scheme when compared to the examples from the Roman West. What I hope to have shown with this analysis is that domains that we often assume to be separate, such as the political and the cultural, were not always separate, and a closer look at the variegated functions buildings served can provide insights into the intertwining architectural histories of their typologies. To this end, we need to tackle our own ideas and idealizations of political meeting spaces and identify the ways in which modern understandings of notions such as public and private and the political may prevent us from seeing and understanding the Greek and Roman urban environment properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have time for questions. I think beginning with the audience, and I'll monitor the chat. Anka?
Thank you very much, Mantha. It was brilliant. My question would be, can we think of this mix of functions from our modern point of view, mix of function, but something natural for the ancient, as being due to the archaeon, so the archive, the city archive, which was near the agora in the archive. It was both what we call the archive, the political documents, and the library. So all the texts were there, and we know this in the Greek world from the 6th, 5th century BC already. Of course, it's an Oriental heritage, and it is normal when you have all the text together to have the construction where you can read and use this text, which is both political and cultural, so to say. There was no distinction for them.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. So I think it makes total sense. Yeah. But my point is, that all these, point to this, variegated use of these, buildings, and when we see, like, the building as a type, like, with a portico and, like, like, let's say the examples from, here, we kind of, like, miss a bit, like, what actually it relates to, the contextual, evidence of this, which sometimes we miss, sometimes because we don't have the archaeological evidence. So, yeah, I agree. Yeah, these are, like, of course, enhancing, these, variegated functions, and especially in this context when we have them. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that great overview. I'm thinking about the roofs of these buildings too, and for the bouleuteria and the odeia, and I'm wondering about the ancient sources too, since you're talking about them methodologically too. Does anyone talk about the acoustics and the difference between roofed and unroofed, and does that in any way sort of impact or help in terms of the typologies? For example, could you say like an odeia needs a roof and a bouleuteria maybe not so much, or I don't know.
Well, we know the acoustics are important for the odeia, yes, but I think that unless you have, I think that's the point. The whole point is that unless you have external evidence, you cannot know whether a building that looks like whether it's an odeia or a bouleuterian. And many times we see them moving from a bouleuterian to an odeia later, and of course because of the boulé not being so important. So later, so I think that. There is a concern, yes, about the acoustics, and of course, these, bouleuteria could serve, these, musical, functions because precisely they were covered. Yeah, I think that's why they're interchangeable in a way, because they had this, this, let's say, constructional sort of like capacity.
Thank you very much for that. I wonder if I could try to get something straight in my mind that I'm left a little bit unclear about. I take your point that these spaces, particularly in the Roman East, in the Empire, are being used for both odeia and bouleuteria. That leaves me with two things that I'm unclear about. Whether this is a function of change over time, that is, if we go back earlier, there is more distinction, and whether there is regional differentiation. So what happens in some areas, over in Ionia, for instance, where you have clear examples of both things happening in the same place, are not happening. What's happening in the 3rd century BC? I wonder if you could speak a bit more to that.
No, thank you for that. Yeah. So what we see from the region that I actually I made the overview here is that we see this change happening from the 1st century CE to the 2nd century CE, this change from the bouleuteria to odeia. In Asia Minor, I think in Ionia this happened slightly earlier, during the 1st century CE. And I think this kind of ties well with what I was showing, that I think that these design schemes occur first in Ionia, and then we see them in Thracia. So or Macedonia. So I think that yeah. So I guess this is Thank you for that question. Yeah. So I think that basically it's slightly earlier in Ionia than Thracia or Macedonia. Yeah.
Right, because that actually matters quite a lot if you think about what the world around and beyond the Aegean is doing in the Hellenistic period versus in the 1st century BC versus in the 1st century AD. And then that also makes us think about what's happening culturally in these places in terms of festivals with contests, what kinds of contests they have, whether those contests are stable over time. They need not be stable over time. So there's a real uptick in Ionia in these festivals with these big contests in just the period you're talking about, in ways that there aren't necessarily elsewhere. Some places there are, some places there aren't. And if a community decides that it wants to upgrade its local festival, it wants to institute a new festival, it might make a good deal more sense to repurpose an existing building that has decent acoustics rather than saying, well, maybe we don't want to go to all the expense of building another one because actually we've also got to get first-class performers and, you know, so-and-so who's that great singer, well, he's kind of expensive.
Thank you so much for that. That's fantastic, yes. That's precisely what the point is, yeah.
And we have a question from Roman via Zoom. I assume, Konstantinos, you can arrange the... there he is.
Yes, Mantha, thank you very much for the great presentation. During your presentation, I thought about one more odeia, which might also combine functions. I mean, also in northern part of Western Anatolia, in Parion, probably you know, in 2009, 2010, it was mostly cleaned and excavated. And my question is it possible? It was titled as Odeon and published several times. My question is it possible to combination this function between in one building or between bouleuteria and Odeon, sharing this function for Odeon in Parion? As for gymnasium, it's more clear because for gymnasium it's need to be organized space. As soon as I know, it wasn't found in Parion. But as for combination of functions between Odeon and bouleuterion, the question is if we have some features which can give us idea about this combination in the building dated 2nd century CE, as in Parion, for example, in your opinion.
I am not sure I understood very well, but I will ask, you know, so you were referring to Parion, and
yeah.
There was a second side which I didn't understand what, you know.
The only one side in Parion.
Okay, so and you're saying that, you know, we see this transformation, and so we see this.
Yeah, I'm interested in your opinion. What kind of features might have building might have been found in the building that we can be sure that in this building was in the same period Odeon and bouleuterion, that the building functions are combined.
No. I think that, you know, the issue is that, you know, a building can be either bouleuterion or Odeon. It's only external evidence, an inscription that tells you, or, you know, like a dated source that tells you that it's used as such. You know, architecture, you cannot distinguish between the two, let's say, types. Mm-hmm. So I think that, you know, you have to have external evidence in order to, you know, there is nothing architectural that would, you know, I guess, you know, one can go and discuss, you know, more, you know, about, you know, precisely what Julia was discussing about, you know, festivals and look at this more clear. I think that, you know, that will be the other, like, you know, to see the specific ritual, you know, that takes place in there, and then start, you know, thinking through the space and how, you know, the space will, you know, which, you know, I haven't done, to be honest. So, yeah.
So, if I understood, there are no architectural features. They're only epigraphical, might be.
Yeah.
In your opinion. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Roman. I'm sorry. There was some. It was not your connection. I think I was like a bit like, you know, perplexed, like you're moving from the audience to the video. Sorry. It's. I'm sorry that you're not here. Thank you.
Me too. Me too. Thank you very much for your answer.
Okay. I guess if we have time for a very quick question, or do you want to save it? Okay, why don't we thank Mantha again, and our next speaker is coming virtually, and Konstantinos, I hope everything's going okay. Oh yeah, there she is, great. So I was very lucky to get to know Amalia Avramidou, our next speaker. When we were both,
don't say when, don't give the year
we
out.
were both students in the regular program in the ASCSA a number of years ago, I'm not going to say precisely when, while she was completing her PhD at Johns Hopkins. She later published this thesis in 2011 as a monograph on the iconography and reception of the Chavdar painter, and has since moved on to a position in Democritus University. I assume you're coming to us from northern Greece right now, from Thrace? Great. She has, since the Chavdar painter monograph, has co-edited several volumes on Attic pottery, classical pottery of the northern Aegean, and approaches to artifacts. And we can look forward to a forthcoming book on the theater of Thrace in the pre-Roman era. And she has just published a very significant article relating to this topic directly in AEGEAN from 2022, which builds on an extensive list of peer-reviewed articles and conference chapters about many topics. I'm sorry that we can't catch up in person today, although I suppose it's quite fitting that you can speak to us virtually, not only about the northern Aegean, but from it. So I'm looking forward very much to your presentation on the Greek theater in Thrace.
Thank you, Phil. Let me share my screen and make sure everything is okay. And please confirm that you can hear me and see my PowerPoint.
So far, so good.
Okay. Okay. Well, before I begin, I wish to thank Bona Westcote for the invitation to present my work on Greek theater in Thrace, which is still very much in progress, and to apologize for not being able to join you in person. When thinking of Thrace and the Greek theater, what usually comes to mind are the Thracian characters, mythological or stereotypical, found in Attic comedies and tragedies. Without doubting the cultural impact of Athens, my study shifts the interest from Athens to the north, exploring not only the role of Macedon in the dispersal of theater culture in Thrace, but also the impact of local centers and the result of regional competition between neighboring settlements. Similarly, one should also acknowledge the role of individuals, be it Athenians, Macedonians, Odrysians, or others, whose lifestyle and personal connections helped shape theater culture in Thrace. And there is a lot of such cases in the written sources with organization of performances, dramatic or other, in celebrations of weddings, funerals, victories, or other events. So today, I will discuss some of these premises along with select case studies highlighting the presence and diffusion of Greek theater in Thrace. Investigations comprise monuments and artifacts from an area expanding from the Danube River to the Aegean Sea and from the Black Sea to the Strymon River, dating from the 5th to the 2nd century BC, while occasionally I may stray into the Roman period. So far, I have processed material from about 50 sites divided into two categories: theaters and theater-related objects. Parallel to that, I also register sites with evidence for Dionysia cult, and as expected, theaters either preserved on the ground or still undetected, yet documented in the sources, are located in the Greek colonies of Aegean and Western Pontic littoral. Most of the preserved theaters on Aegean Thrace, such as Thassos, Philippi, Avdera, possibly also ancient Zoni, are built adjacent to the fortification wall, which was often used as a retaining wall. They all face the Thracian Sea. At coastal settlements, theaters are oriented southwards, except for the theater at Avdera, which is a case on its own, and on Thassos, which faces, of course, towards the northwest. Now, theater-related artifacts are found in diverse contexts, ranging from necropolis, sanctuaries, and residential areas to workshops and Thracian tumuli. And what I mean by theater-related artifacts is inscriptions, sculptures, architectural decorations, figurines of actors, masks, molds, jewelry, and vases depicting theatrical scenes. The lists, of course, cannot be exhaustive, as I'm working with published material, acknowledging thus the fact that this data would be affected by future excavations and publications. Still, even in this preliminary stage, we can begin to observe certain tendencies and trace core centers responsible for the promotion of the Greek theater. To better explain the different categories of material, I will first discuss two sites with rich theater culture: Thassos, a 7th century Parian colony, and Apollonia Pontica, a late 7th century settlement of Miletus. From the island of Thassos comes the earliest mention of a theater in Aegean Thrace. At the end of the 5th century, Hippocrates, of course, was invited to the island to help with the malaria epidemic that had hit the population. While on the island, he recorded in his epidemics various observations, including a house visit to 2 patients that happened to live near the theater. Now, thanks to this passing reference, we have a strong indication for the existence of a theater on the island, at least by the late 5th century BC. Even though Thassos had a powerful economy, a prolific cultural production, and lots of marble, in such an early period, we should not be looking for a monumental structure, but rather a non-permanent open-air venue, ideally by a slope and with a flat space to function as a rudimentary orchestra. Now, whether such a structure was located on the same spot as the late 4th century BC theater with numerous modifications, which received numerous modifications along the centuries, is open to discussion. Additional support for a vibrant theater tradition of Thassos can be gleaned from the written sources, and I only remind you of the success of AEGEAN, the famous Thracian comic author and actor, friend of Alcibiades, who was credited with the invention of parody, and of course numerous monuments and artifacts. Among them, one can single out the 4th century BC Horrigic monument in the Dionysian of Thassos, commemorating victors of dramatic competitions and personifications of tragedy, comedy, the tyrannvos, and the unique occurrence of possibly a local genre of nykterinos. Considering also the deep-rooted choroplastic tradition at Thassos, there is also substantial numbers of theatrical figurines, although our data would certainly increase upon the discovery of the classical necropolis of the island. A characteristic example comes from the burial of a young male containing 4 figurines, 2 Paposylinoi, a figurine of Pan, and a group of 2 figures, probably a comic scene involving Heracles and Silenus on the bottom right of your screen. The close relation of Silenus and Heracles is also implied by the discovery of a late archaic marble head of Silenus from the sanctuary of Heracles on the island. Noteworthy for its non-funerary find spot is a 4th century BC fragmentary mask unearthed during a rescue excavation at the northwestern part of the city of Thassos. And along with a mask from Avdira, these 2 finds are important reminders of how theater-related artifacts also occur in residential quarters. And you see a map with an overview of what was the picture from the 5th century, but we will return to the maps in a moment. Moving now to the western coast of the Black Sea, the existence of a theater in Apollonia Pontica, modern Sosopol, has been assumed for years. The recent discovery of a 3rd century BC honorary decree, reused for the flooring of the Church of St. Ivan, confirms the existence of a theater in the city, at least in the 3rd century. According to Nikolai Sharankov, it recounts the honors bestowed by the citizens of Apollonia to the ambassadors of Heraclea Pontica, including first-row seats in the theater. To the same period dates a clay sima found in the urban sector of Apollonia, which could be associated with a theater or a Dionysia complex because of its fitting subject decoration, the head of a young satyr. Similar simas have been discovered in Mesambria, modern Nesebar, at Chernivra, a Hellenistic complex west of modern-day Burgas. So there seems to be some pattern going on there. Now, the necropolis of Apollonia, of course, have yielded numerous figurines and masks, particularly in children's graves between the 5th and 3rd century BC. Quite extraordinary is the burial, excuse me. The burial, I'm so sorry, now you know why I'm not with you in person. The burial of a young boy dated to 375-350, equipped with figurines of 3 acrobats, a satyr riding a horse, 2 standing comic actors, and other grave goods. The rider seems to form a set with 2 standing actors, enacting perhaps a scene where he enters mounted on a horse, and the other 2 men greet him. Even more impressive is the late 4th, early 3rd century BC child burial, which includes 5 miniature masks and a set of 5 comic figurines. The set is thought to echo characters from Augi, a popular 4th century comedy of Ebulos, while the tomb may have belonged to a family of actors. The presence of figurines in burials has been variously explained as apotropaic, as proof of the deceased profession, or perhaps his educated interest in dramatic performances, and as demonstrations of wealth and social status. For our purposes, concentrations of theatrical figurines are taken as an indication of a developed theater culture in the area and as a reflection of its popularity. Contrary to Thrace and Apollonia, evidence on theaters and theater-related artifacts is limited in most other sites. This can be the result of patchy nature of an excavation or the lack of publications. For example, it is thanks to Demosthenes that we learn how Byzantium and Perinthos I'm sorry about that. So how Byzantium and Perinthos honored the Athenians for helping them against Philip II with a bouleuteria and other privileges. This reference is taken as evidence for the existence of a theater during the late 4th century for both Perinthos and Byzantium. Now, unlike Byzantium, in Perinthos at least there is architectural remains discovered on the southern slopes of the Acropolis, of a theater that is. Unfortunately, the theater is poorly preserved, as already in the 19th century it was heavily looted to provide building material for the Galata harbor in Istanbul. Further inland, at the site identified as Emporion Tyros near the modern town of Athen, scholars have confirmed the cult of Dionysus based primarily on the presence of the god's name on the famous inscription from Athen dated around the middle of 4th century. Dionysus is considered a principal divinity in Pistyros, reflecting the importance of his cult in the Greek colonies mentioned in the text, such as Thrace and Macedonia, but also in Thrace proper. Indirect evidence on the significance of Dionysian cult is offered by various artifacts, but theater-related objects are sparse. There is a late 4th, early 3rd century bronze applique of a comic actor seated on an altar, and a burnt ceiling with the imprint of a comic actor. These are tantalizing pieces suggestive of an awareness of theatrical performances. In inland Thrace, theater-related artifacts are few, yet their early presence is worth exploring further. For example, from the Svetica tumulus in central Bulgaria, a richly adorned 5th century burial of a Thracian ruler, came to light, in addition to remarkable metal objects, 2 Attic red figure giant inokoe with intriguing decoration. The first vase, on your left, represents a sacrificial scene, while the second shows a theatrical episode with Heracles trapped in a cave surrounded by satyrs, which was associated by Maria Rejo with a Sophoclean satire drama. This inokoe is not the only Attic vase with theater-inspired iconography discovered in Thrace. As in Etruria, where Attic vases inundate local elite burials of the 6th and 5th century, similar questions arise in the case of Attic ceramic imports in Thrace. Whether the Svetica inokoe was valued for its shape as a rare wine mixing vessel, or whether its iconography was understood by the owner, can be debated. In my view, the close ties between the Odrysians and the Athenians during the second half of the 5th century would have created favorable conditions for an appreciation of theatrical scenes by the Thracian elite, while objects like these ones could also fuel the competition among the rising local leaders. Let us now discuss the temporal and spatial diffusion of theaters and theater-related artifacts in ancient Thrace. Note that I currently use strict dates. That is, if we have evidence for a theater in the 3rd century, but not the 2nd, the latter will not appear on the map, even if we presume that it continued to exist. Sites where the existence of a theater is assumed but is yet undetected or undocumented in the literary and epigraphical record is not included. Each site with evidence for a theater is indicated using a kernel density analysis rather than the traditional point on the map. And for this model, A buffer of about 50 kilometers was used to estimate the impact of theaters within the hora, the periphery, and the surrounding territory of a given settlement. Starting with theaters, and I don't know how visible things are on your screen, but we're moving from top right to, top left to right, 5th, 4th, and so on, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st century. So starting with theaters, we see in the 5th century that the only reference that we have is from the island of Thassos. A century later, and particularly towards the end, permanent venues become more frequent and scatter along the coast of the Aegean, Propontis, and the Black Sea littoral. And while their peak comes in the 3rd century BC. Evidence for the 2nd century reflects a similar pattern, while the map of theaters from the 1st century BC onwards includes only sites with pre-existing Macedonian presence. This is why, for example, Serdica is not on the map, but Heraclea Syndica is. Although fine-tuning is definitely essential, such visuals can help us understand better the parameters involved in the dispersal of theaters in relation to the topography of the region and enhance the historical and socio-political background discussion. Turning to small finds, yellow squares correspond to figurines, black dots to masks. The symbols designate find spots, not quantities. That is, even though, let's say, there is over 20 figurines found in Odessos, modern Varna, and maybe a handful at ancient Zoni, they both appear right now on the map with the same notation. My hopes are that the numbers will increase as I progress with my research. We can see that the figurines and masks increase as we move from the 5th to the 4th century. They peak around the 3rd century, and then there is a slight decrease in the 2nd. Of interest, and I highlight 2 cases here, is the early presence of such figurines around Molivotis Trimi, a Thracian site, and the key role of Odessos that seems to have continuously played from the 4th century through the Roman era. If we combine these data sets, we notice that the diffusion of small artifacts predates the erection of monumental theaters. In some cases, we may be inclined to actually look for a theater because of the notable presence of these theatrical objects. For example, the area identified between Zoni, Ennos, and Samothrace in the 4th century. There seems to be something missing here that we should have included. Theaters appear in the Greek colonies first, of course, and only later, in the 1st century onwards, they're found in inland Thrace, such as in Vizi, in Heraclea Syndica, or Philippopolis. On the other hand, vases, figurines, masks, and other portable objects are affordable, easier to transfer, and thus able to reach people living in small and large communities alike, both in urban centers and the periphery. Based on this emerging picture, the beginning of dramatic performances could be sought in the increased Athenian influence in Aegean Thrace during the classical period. After all, harbor cities in the Aegean and the Black Sea were key players in the commercial and cultural affairs of the region and members of the Athenian-driven cultural and economic network. Nevertheless, for the diffusion and the development of theater in Thrace, one must also take into account the contribution of important local factors. And I highlight 2 cases here. The impact of the Ionian city of Avdira, which is number 12 on your map. It was a cosmopolitan city with a theater already by the early 3rd century, if not before, and numerous theater-related artifacts dating from early 4th century onwards. And of course, the far-reaching influence of Thassos, which was diffused to settlements under its control on the opposite coast and farther away. 2 such cases are the case of Strimi, Molivoti, number 16, here, the easternmost embodyon or settlement of Thassos, but also Pisthyros Vetren in inland Thrace. A similar scenario can be hypothesized for the settlements on the Black Sea littoral. And it is with this framework that I would argue that hosting the Festival of Dionysus with its dramatic performances and other attractions needs to be examined through the perspective of cultural competition between the Greek colonies, as well as in connection to the reaction of the Thracian elites, but also the Thracian communities living in mixed cities, such as ancient Zoni, or as neighbors of Greek settlements, as in the case of Avdira, and to explore this reaction against contemporary political, cultural development, which of course included the exposure to Greek theater. Thank you.
For questions. Can we bring the microphone? Yeah. Almost there.
Can you hear me? Is it on?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Amalia, thank you very much. This was an excellent presentation, and it was wonderful for you to bring in not only the monumentalized theaters, but also the evidence which is non-architectural, which gives us an excellent kind of picture. The only thing I just want to say is that the trajectory that you've traced is one which is characteristic actually of the Greek world in general. In a very important article about over 20 years ago, Rune Fredrickson actually had an excellent article of all the monumental theaters. I then broke that down in a recent article going by periods, and one finds that there are only about 10 either attested in literary sources or by archaeology in the 5th century. The number begins to increase between 400 and 350, and then there's an even more serious increase between 350 and 300. And it's interesting because the Thassos theater fits right in the middle of this kind of development. And then exactly the same thing as you said in the 3rd century CE, that seems to be the peak. But even though it continues and ones are added in the 2nd century and the 1st century. But I think this list has been updated in a recent book by Wolfgang Isler, which you want to look at, but I'm sure that he hasn't, it doesn't really alter the development. The only thing is one questions is the possibility of theatrical performances without a monumental theater. And there's a very good article by Wilson and Chapo, which is getting the literary evidence actually for dramatic performances. But it seems to be exactly the same. In other words, the archaeology is not really throwing us off. Again, the picture that you're sketching, and you did an excellent job sketching, is characteristic of what's going on. When I'm not so sure that one could, and I think you had some questions about this, just attributed to Athens. These are wider kind of pan-Hellenic kind of developments. And then one simple footnote: the evidence you have for Byzantium and Perinthos is a document inserted into the text of Demosthenes 18 at sections 90 to 91. That document's forgery. And all the information in it doesn't affect your general picture, but it just need to be careful. In the late 19th century, there were studies of those documents. Schlepfer in a book published in 1939 also showed that those documents have got to be forgeries. There's some very, very strange features. And then Mirko Cannavaro in his recent book has shown that because of it's a document which is outside the stichometry. But that's just a footnote for, again, what was an excellent talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments. And yes, I did not know about the forgery of Demosthenes, but I would definitely agree that their peak, at least for the area that I'm interested, is the 3rd century. And it is one more reason why we should be open to seeing the, the impact of the local communities and how they correspond amongst each other. And I think the main point that I wanted to make was that we cannot always go to the to Athens or even Macedon to trace the new elements that would help shape whether it's theater culture or literature or other cultural production. There are things there before the Athenians or the Macedonians came. That was my main point. With the Odrysians and the other Thracian tribes, it's very hard to pinpoint, but still I think we need to give it a try.
Thank you. Amelia next, I think.
Hi, Amalia. This is Amelia. It's really good
Hi,
to see
Amelia.
you. And
boy, it's almost like a reunion now.
It is almost, isn't it, with you and me and Phil? It's really awesome to see you, and that was a fantastic paper. Thank you so much. I love the satyr play vase. I hadn't seen that before, and my students were really interested in satyr play and satyr play vases, especially this one we saw in the Pella Museum. I don't know if I've seen it, but I wonder if there are many other vases in Thrace with satyr play or other, dramatic scenes directly from plays. Thanks for a great talk.
Yes, there are several. I can think of at least 3, and of course they come from tumuli, and that was another side point. Maria Rejo has the latest discussion in her article, but I think we can even discuss it in a wider context of the imports of Attic vases in Thrace. We have done that with another colleague of mine. There's actually a webpage, Attic Pot, very interesting title, POT. So there is more information that somebody can draw from what types of iconography travels to Thrace, under which circumstances. And again, I draw the similarities with Etruria. There is a lot of similar methodologies that we can employ to get some results. But we can talk more about satyr plays later.
Just a moment, Amalia, we have 2 more questions.
Thanks. Thank you, Amalia, for this wonderful presentation. I was just wondering if you might consider an epigraphic evidence for Greek theater in Heraclea Sintica, which was recently published by Sharankov. It's a very interesting monument because based on the paleography, he argued that the inscription actually dates from the 2nd century BC. And this might lead you to certain revisions in terms of this development that you showed with your maps. Because the other evidence from Heraclea actually is from the 3rd century AD in terms of these theatrical masks, and you showed also some examples from the village of Palat, which is north of Heraclea. But that ties into the Roman theater from Perticopolis, which is again from the 3rd century AD. So in the case of Heraclea, it seems that we may have a reason to think that there was a theater much earlier, especially if you consider this epigraphic evidence, which I find the most convincing argument for the existence of an actual structure. Because if I remember correctly, the inscription is very informative about the fact that certain seats within the diazoma were not assigned, so they were free. So this is giving you more than you perhaps need to talk about the use of the space as a theater. So just a small addition.
Thank you. I was not, yes, I will definitely look into this. And I pointed out that Heraclea Sintica is not part of the Roman theater. I think it does go much before, compared, for example, Risi or Serdica, but that would actually give even better, stronger arguments to this analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Amalia. It's Anka. I have a small addition from INOS and the question also about INOS. So we presented at the recent workshop on mosaics, a mosaic discovered in INOS in a house whose destruction is well dated to 270, and interpreted the mosaic as the first scene of Menander's Synaristai.
Mm-hmm.
So the ladies at the dining table, in the dining room. And with this we have some more evidence, so like a seat of a theater and an architectural mask from Roman times, imperial. So I will send you all this. And my question is about what do you think about these jetons in terracotta with Hermes sign, which were previously interpreted as jetons of the theater in INOS? What is your opinion about their interpretation, and do you have something like that in another region, in another zone of Thrace?
I don't remember I don't think I've come across this reference, I'm sorry. If it was a ticket or something else, I would have to look into it further. So I can't help you with that.
Hundreds of like jetons of terracotta. They are all over the place. And they were interpreted, they have the Hermes sign, and they are small like coins, let's say, and they are interpreted as jetons of theaters, but we don't know anything about it. So
I will look into it, and if an idea comes, I come back.
Okay, thank you. If there are no further questions, then I think we have, actually this is a perfectly timed session.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amalia and Mantha, both of you. I appreciate the excellent talks and the lively discourse. So we'll adjourn now for lunch, and if I understand correctly, we are coming back here in slightly less than an hour and a half, so at 2:30 p.m. Okay?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We should get started to stick to our schedule. My name is Brendan Burke. I'm the Andrew W. Mellon Professor of Classical Studies here at the American School. And so I'm very happy to be chairing this session. So our first speaker, Samuel Holzman, is a familiar face at the American School of Classical Studies as a Fulbright Fellow, as a Hirsch Fellow, among other honors that he has held. He finished his PhD at the University of Pennsylvania and is currently an assistant professor at Princeton University in the Department of Art and Archaeology. His focus, as many of us know, is on Greek architectural history. He's a member of the American excavations at the Sanctuary of the Great Gods at Samothrace, but he also has a very strong familiarity and experience working in Anatolia, and that's in a way where I know him better from his work associated with Gordion. And he has two very interesting Hesperia articles I encourage you all to check out, Unfolding a Geometric Textile from 9th century Gordion and Tortoiseshell Lyres from Phrygian Gordion. His talk today is the early appearance of the flat arch construction in the northern Aegean. So welcome, Sam.
Thank you, Brendan, for that kind introduction. This morning's papers have highlighted an important theme in the history of architecture: the intertwining of changes in construction technology and of architectural form. Phil Sapirstein put to rest two popular theories: that the vault built from wedge-shaped voussoirs is one of the great spoils of Alexander's eastern conquest, and that it is an autochthonous Macedonian invention. We must now regard the coexistence of two models, that of gradual local innovation, but in Egypt, as well as large-scale trans-Mediterranean cross-pollination of big technological ideas. Similarly, Chavdar Tzochev highlighted the importance of breakthrough building projects that set trends rather than viewing gradual development as the model for the Tholos tomb's popularity in Thrace. It is in this context that I am very happy to be invited to reprise a presentation that some of you have maybe heard before, which I think dovetails with the observations of the previous speakers. In 1875, Alexander Konza published his discovery on Samothrace of a perfectly preserved vaulted tunnel in the foundations of the propylon to the Sanctuary of the Great Gods, found together with the building's inscribed architrave blocks naming Ptolemy II and placing the building's date securely in the second decade of the 3rd century BC. This discovery clearly showed the use of the stone-built vault in Greece prior to the Romans. 1 century later, Manolis Andronikos' excavations at Vergina encouraged a shift in chronology again, pushing the first appearance of the vault in Macedonian tombs earlier into the second half of the 4th century BC. In short, the region of the northern Aegean, of Macedonia and Thrace, has offered a few surprises in the field of early vaulting technology, as well as inventive approaches to corbelling, mostly in the surface of roofing over subterranean tombs that must bear great loads. Fieldwork at the Sanctuary of the Great Gods on Samothrace has uncovered a new surprise: flat arches hiding in plain sight behind the Doric frieze of a 3rd century BC stoa. This discovery predates previously known examples, all Roman, by almost 2 centuries. Apparently an invention of the early Hellenistic period, the stoa's construction is a missing link between relieving devices based on cantilevers known in classical Athens and the widespread adoption of flat arch construction in late Republican Rome. The discovery prompts questions about structural innovation. What was the impetus for this new way of thinking about building? Why did builders so carefully cover their tracks? And was the flat arch concealed completely from view in this and other examples, transmitted from the Aegean to Rome? This talk has 3 parts. First, a sketch of the keystone frieze as a structural system and its niche in the history and theory of architecture. Second, the evidence for this system in the Stoa on Samothrace. And third, a reconstruction of the history of innovation that this discovery prompts. The work presented here is the culmination of several seasons of collaboration at the American Excavation Samothrace, and I wish to thank upfront the whole team for their contribution in what I present to you now. So let me begin with some basics. Stone is a strong material under compression, but it is weak under tension. Ancient post and lintel structures that have survived millennia make building with stone beams look easy. It isn't. Here is a new building at Princeton University with a limestone portal that has cracked under its own weight within 5 years of construction. This is the type of structural failure that ancient builders had in the front of their mind at all times. The arch, on the other hand, makes much more efficient use of stone strength by distributing weight through compression between wedge-shaped voussoirs. Although we often picture arches as semicircular in shape, they can be deformed into flat arrangements known as a flat arch, a jack arch, or plate band construction. It can be used in place of a lintel itself or to relieve weight off of a stone beam. Since the Renaissance, the paradigmatic example for this form has been the Temple of Castor and Pollux, always visible in the Roman Forum. Its 3 wedge-shaped frieze blocks cut an unmissable, jagged silhouette. The keystone frieze seems to exemplify how Roman architecture creatively combined Greek trabeated aesthetics with the arch's new structural potential. Plate band construction was indispensable for classical revival architectural styles from the Renaissance to the invention of reinforced concrete. It allowed architects to recreate the forms of Greek and Roman temples without the hassle of megalithic construction. It did not go unobserved, however, that this introduced a layer of artifice, opening up a rift between structure and appearance. The Mannerist architect Giulio Romano confronted this contradiction with irony in the Palazzo Te at Mantua, where he appears to lift the veil concealing architecture's artifice. Triglyphs, once the symbol of building with simple wooden beams, show their true nature as voussoirs that slip out of their position in flat arches. This, too, of course, is an illusion rendered in plaster on a stable brick substrate. Even with the cultural particularities of the classical orders stripped away, modernist architecture has from time to time turned to the structural form as a symbol, a distilled essence of antique monumentality. In Ankara's Anıt Kabir, what was once an unseen structural armature has become the outward symbol itself, rendered here again, though, as stone veneers on a reinforced concrete core. The general impression, however, that this way of building is a Roman invention has been premature. The American excavations on Samothrace have returned to studying the Stoa. Have returned to studying the Stoa that formed the western boundary of the sanctuary of the great gods, the site of one of the most important mystery cults of the ancient world. Stretching over 100 meters long, the Stoa is the sanctuary's largest building. Pottery from the terrace that supports it suggests that it was set up in the second quarter of the 3rd century BC, probably serving as a companion to the theater on the slope below, sheltering large festival crowds. The Stoa was first explored by the Austrian Archaeological Mission in 1875 and systematically excavated by James R. Macready in the 1960s. Since 2017, it has been a focus of our field research with the goal of producing the publication of record for this structure. Part of our work has been completing a catalog of the 1,700 surviving blocks, which make up only about 20 to 30% of the original blocks in this structure, complete with their measurements and, where possible, their exact position in the original building. During our measuring campaign, we observed that the lateral joints of the frieze blocks are not at right angles, but are slightly battered at an angle of about 3 to 4 degrees. The limestone blocks were originally coated in plaster and have weathered over time with few complete examples. However, we can discern two types of frieze blocks. One type has a triglyph metope triglyph arrangement. Both sides taper downwards toward the bottom. A slight projection of the triglyph on both sides concealed the angle of the inclined joint from view, but seen from the back, it takes the shape of the keystone of an arch. These blocks have a cutting for a Lewis iron in their top surface, used for lifting the blocks with block and tackle. The other type has two metopes and one triglyph. Their lateral joints taper in toward the top in the shape of the springer of an arch. These blocks have no Lewis cutting and are about 1 centimeter taller in height than the keystone blocks. Combined, these blocks were originally assembled in the form of a keystone frieze. The cutting for the Lewis iron on top of the keystone blocks, which are 1 centimeter shorter than the blocks on either side, allowed the keystone to be placed without resting on the architrave below. And here I have a little model that I can toggle back and forth and show you the placement of the stone. There we go. This model, however, shows the basic idea, but it is itself a bit misleading. The keystone was not the last block to be lifted into place. Instead, cuttings for end dowels in the Springer block show that they were slid horizontally into their final position. The keystone block was slightly elevated with the Lewis, while the adjacent block was positioned and doweled in place. In this way, builders assembled arches without breaking stride, setting blocks in a continuous sequence. A reversal in the orientation of the end dowels in the architrave and frieze courses shows that two teams assembled the colonnade simultaneously, working from either end of the stoa to meet somewhere in the middle. So why does the stoa have this feature, while the other Doric buildings in the sanctuary on Samothrace do not? A scale comparison of the column bays shows why. The stoa is the only Doric building with regular bays spanned by 3 metopes rather than the traditional 2, a scheme used in the sanctuary's marble cult buildings. The column bays of the stoa, simply put, were stretched to cover more ground, making these the most attenuated architraves. At the same time, locally sourced limestone rather than imported marble was used, another concession for this expansive project, economizing on money, labor, and transportation logistics. But the low-quality limestone came at a different cost, adding the concern that the irregular fabric of the fossiliferous stone might crack in unpredictable ways. The stoa's builders, I think, were asked to do more with less, pressed to create a sprawling building With drawn-out proportions in irregular limestone, they introduced flat relieving arches as a fail-safe against cracked architraves, a risk that the sanctuary's other building projects had the luxury of ignoring. In other marble building projects on Samothrace, however, there we go. You'll see it in a moment. The Huron and the Hall of Choral Dancers. In these other projects, or Brendan, or the Limestone Quarry. No, that's the Propylaea. Here we go, Huron. Great. In the Huron and the Hall of Choral Dancers, we do see builders pushing the spanning potential of marble to its limits, constructing coffered ceilings with beams over 5 meters long. To strengthen these beams, a peaked structural spine was added on top, concealed from view above the level of the coffers. This local building development, which illustrates an awareness that a beam is under greater stress at its midpoint, forms a precondition for the application of the flat arch seen in Samothrace's stoa. The keystone frieze, however, was also not invented wholly out of the blue. It is a direct successor to a well-known relieving device introduced in the Propylaea on the Athenian Acropolis. Here, the central bay was widened to accommodate the Panathenaic way, and the frieze blocks were undercut slightly to form cantilevers that took some, but not all, of the weight off of the architrave. The joint at the center of the central metope was concealed by a thin marble veneer. This scheme was developed subsequently in the square peristyle in the Athenian Agora, identified as the law courts of Athens. Every bay in this building was spanned with double cantilevered frieze blocks, undercut at both ends. A single floating metope, slotted in between, rests on a small ledge concealed behind the triglyph overleaf. As you'll see in this drawing, they encountered a real problem at the corner because if they wanted to make a double cantilevered block in an L shape, it would have tipped over, and we wouldn't understand this rather awkward solution of the extended block. Did all of these not survive? Built around 300 BC, about a generation or two before the stoa, the square peristyle sets the stage for the invention we see on Samothrace. Samothrace's stoa has the same bay dimensions and tackles the same challenge, but it substitutes for cantilevers the masonry arch, a system of building which had come into use in northern Greece in the second half of the 4th century BC in tombs, tunnels, and fortification walls. The keystone frieze next appears in the first half of the 1st century BC in Rome in the Temple of Portunus. It was adopted at large scale in major Augustan projects such as the Temple of Mars Ultor and the Temple of Castor and Pollux. From Rome, it spread west, still prominently visible in structures like the Maison Carrée here and the Temple at Évora in Portugal. This form of building was also widely adopted in the East, appearing in many monumental colonnades at Palmyra, where a decorative joggle was added. The keystone frieze also appeared in major undertakings in Rome and Asia Minor, such as the Temple of Trajan at Pergamon, and the Gorgon frieze, added to the Temple of Apollo at Didyma in the time of Hadrian. This scale comparison of these examples shows how Roman builders enlarged, refined, and maximized the efficiency of this structural system. The keystone frieze debuts on Samothrace at a moderate scale, set atop 16-foot columns. It was subsequently enlarged to fit structures with 50 and 60-foot columns. More importantly, in the stoa, the Springer blocks still put part of their weight on the beam itself. like the cantilevered blocks seen in those examples from Athens. The goal of the builders on Samothrace was only to relieve weight from the center of the span where stress was at its maximum, not to make the architrave beams redundant. Most of the Roman examples stretched the keystone until it was equal to the length of the clear span of the architrave below. When builders in Rome used the keystone frieze in conjunction with the Doric order, as in the Basilica Aemilia, they did not conceal the lines of the joints as seen with the overlapping triglyphs on Samothrace. Instead, the angled joints of the voussoirs lop right through the sculpted metapiece. In the examples from the Greek world under Roman rule, however, great care was always taken to conceal the angled joints behind a thin overleaf, even when it was not necessitated by the Doric frieze, as on this example, the Temple of Trajan at Pergamon. Concealment had a clear drawback. Like the Stoa, all these concealed examples have a shallow voussoir angle of only 3 to 5 degrees. These arches would still function, but they have very little resilience to the lateral movement of the blocks. If they shift even a few millimeters, the keystones will drop. This concession, however, was deemed satisfactory to conservative sensibilities about architecture. For Greek architects under Roman rule, the angled joint lines still sounded a dissonant note in the rectilinear harmony of the orders. Finally, we come to the question of transmission. Are these examples that I have shown you connected? I would like to lay out 3 scenarios. First, there may simply be no connection, and we need not infer a model of diffusion and influence. Roman builders who understood arches and the dimensional spanning capacity of stone could have invented this way of building from scratch. A visitor to Samothrace, after all, could not have detected this feature. But the Stoa is not just slightly earlier than those examples found in Rome. It comes at a time when builders in Rome were only first undertaking temples with stone superstructures at all, perhaps first in the Temple of Victoria on the Palatine, as proposed by Penelope Davies. Samothrace became an important pilgrimage site for Rome. As the birthplace of the mythic hero Dardanus, progenitor of the Trojans, the island also marked a birthplace for Rome. Starting in the 2nd century BC, the Samothracian gods were frequently combined or equated with the Lares and Penates. Maggie Popkin has proposed several examples of direct architectural interchange between Samothrace and the 2nd century revolution in Middle Republican building, such as the decorative pseudo-isodomic construction of the Temple of Hercules Victor, which appears to draw directly from Samothrace's Hieron. Therefore, a second scenario of direct connection should not be ruled out. There is, at last, though, a third possibility. Perhaps flat arch construction, as seen on Samothrace, was a much more widespread technique in Hellenistic building, and it has gone unnoticed. After all, the Stoa has been known, the scheme of its Doric frieze drawn, since 1875. Is this a case of you don't see what you are not looking for? There are at least 15 published examples of Hellenistic stoas with frieze blocks divided into metope, triglyph, metope, and triglyph, metope, triglyph blocks, which are the prerequisite for the Doric keystone frieze. For example, the Hanging Stoa at Knidos, a work of Sostratus of Knidos, the architect of the great lighthouse of Alexandria and an engineer of the siege of Memphis, displays this block division. It would be a good candidate for beating out Samothrace to this invention. So I would like to end my talk by declaring hunting season open. There may be more of these structures hiding in plain sight. My conclusion is that it is still too soon to draw a conclusion. This chapter of the structural innovation between Greece and Rome may not yet be written. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So I'll open the floor up to questions here and possibly online also. Okay, so we'll get the microphone.
Thank you very much, Sam, for that extremely interesting talk. The one thing that I don't quite understand in all this is I thought your comparison with the square peristyle and the agora is very interesting, and particularly given the similarity of the dimensions. In the square peristyle, you can understand why you would want that wide intercolumniation if our understanding of the use of the building is correct, that it's a court building and you have large numbers of people coming and going and needing to get into their different courts. You emphasized very clearly, and for very good reasons, the low quality of that limestone that they used for the stoa on Samothrace. What I didn't quite understand is why they thought they needed such a big intercolumniation on Samothrace. This may not be an answerable question, I realize.
No. I mean, I think you've highlighted an important issue, and perhaps the case of the Samothrace sanctuary puts the comparison the wrong way around. If anything, it is the capacious portico that is the new phenomenon of the early Hellenistic world, and it is in fact the retention of the old form of 2 triglyphs and 2 metopes per bay that is an element of conservatism in Doric architecture, and that this kind of extended, attenuated portico is really the new norm in Doric building, especially in Asia Minor from the 4th century onward. And I always find myself sort of returning to that comment of Vitruvius that Pythios and Hermogenes criticized the Doric order for being restrictive and inconvenient in the distribution of its triglyphs. And although they're talking about the corner problem, it is exactly at their moment in the 4th and the 3rd century BC that architects are trying to build new shapes of buildings with this old temple form and running into various problems. In this case, hiding a flat arch behind triglyphs poses a bit of a problem for them.
Right, I see that. And so I was thinking more practically in that if you want this big long stoa up there and you have low quality stone, then why just not have smaller intercolumniations? But now that you've pointed out this relationship with these attenuated buildings with these long intercolumniations, there's then also the issue of wanting to keep up with everybody else, isn't there?
Absolutely, and this is certainly a case of, rather than, say, keeping up with the Joneses, keeping up with the Ptolemies or the Antigonids in having the latest in cutting-edge portico buildings.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Wonderful. So I have a question on the labor organization. I think it was the STOA that you showed the picture, and you mentioned that 2 groups were working, and if I understood, they reached the center. I was wondering what's the evidence for this, okay, a follow-up question would be, and you said that they lifted the keystone a little bit, and if you can expand on that too. And the last one would be, do you think that these, the friezes, the side faces were carved before installing, or were they like install and then they shape them in a way so the keystone could fit? You see what I mean?
Do you mean the front face with the triglyphs, or
the sides? The sides.
So let me quickly go back to that slide and highlight this for you. I think that the evidence for the labor organization, this is a thing we're working on. Perfect. So, question one, the evidence for different work teams coming to meet together, we have these end dowels which show them levering blocks into place so we can see construction direction. So this lower left end dowel shows them setting a block into place from left to right, but we have some blocks found at the north end of the building that are like this, and then we have blocks that have the opposite arrangement with the end dowel on the other side, starting at the other end, which shows also not only in the frieze course, but also for setting the architraves over the columns. And so the relationship of the end dowel to which side of the block it is on shows people working in two directions. Now, is it one team that started on one side and sort of came to the middle and then picked up at the other side and came to meet at the middle? I guess that could be so, but it seems more likely that we have essentially the work divided between several teams. And, you know, the Erechtheion building accounts tell us essentially we have 4 construction assembly teams working on each face of the building at the same time. So it would make sense to break up the work to move more quickly, and we can see that in the directions of how they place the blocks. On the other side, the back wall, we also have this instance of them meeting in the center, and then the block that gets dropped in where the 2 teams meet that can't be slid in from either direction has the cutting for the Lewis hole. So we can sort of see this process of multiple construction teams in these small technical features concealed between the blocks. Your second question was about whether these are essentially totally pre-carved. In this case, I think they must be essentially prefabricated on the ground and then put into place like this. Although they may have, once the blocks were set into place, cut a little bit off the top, which is also attested in building inscriptions, just to make sure that everything was set level. Have I answered all the parts of your question?
Yes.
Okay.
I had 2 follow-ups on that. I think the Mars Ultor examples you gave, though, with the sculpted frieze shields that were cut, those must have been carved in place, though, right, or not?
Yes. Probably so. It would be really difficult to prefabricate that, exactly. and even a small amount of slippage as you're setting the voussoir would totally mess that up. And although I highlighted the idea of concealment in the Greek world, freshly carved, that little joint line must have been pretty hard to see.
Mm-hmm. And did you also say, so if you have the 3-part system, metope, triglyph, metope, it's going to almost certainly be one of these? Do you think they exist, that they're totally rectilinear?
So Musa and Mantha have shown blocks like this from Teos, and I said, oh, please measure those for me. And they have confirmed that they are not a flat arch at Teos. So we may have plenty of stoas that also use this block division without essentially making voussoirs out of it. I think to sort of really prove it, the inclined angle of the blocks is key, but also other kinds of evidence, like the fact that the keystones have the Lewis iron and then the springers don't have it, and then the fact that they're also of different heights, so that there's an air gap below the keystone. I think it's sort of an ecology of features that allows us to reconstruct this.
That's great.
But I hope you find more.
Okay. So maybe we can have one last question from Chavdar.
Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful talk. I was wondering about the square peristyle again. So many of the Doric elements of the square peristyle were later reused and found in a second version of the South Stoa, right? In the 2nd century. Correct me if I'm wrong. I just wonder whether your observations on these elements are actually part of the original building, or could they have been, just reworked in South Stoa too?
let me think about this. I think they must be original because we have the division for the corner. We have the triglyph block at the corner and then the extended sort of floating Gerber block that shows that they conceived this system to go around the corner of the peristyle, and that they're then they're recycling these pieces in the South Stoa in a different shape, and so they may not be using this. So I think they have to be original.
It's internal, Sam, whereas on the South Stoa it's going to be external, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. So they have.
You need those interior corner blocks. You don't need on the exterior of the South Stoa.
Yes, exactly.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Sam. That was great. So our next speaker will come to us online, I believe from France. Jacques de Courtil is a professor emeritus of history of art and archaeology at the University of Bordeaux, Montaigne. He has several monographs, including a guide to Xanthos and Litoan, a site he directed from 1996 to 2010. He also has a book on the hypostyle hall at Argos. So among his many experiences with fieldwork, he has directed excavations at Thasos, Argos, and Xanthos. So his talk today is entitled Thoughts on Roofing the Hypostyle Hall at Thasos. So welcome.
Hear me?
Yes.
Yes, all right. So I'm trying to share my screen. Here we are. Is it correct? Here we are. Is it correct?
Yes, great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your kind presentation. First of all, I would like to tell you how happy I am to be with you all after years of travels, discussions, and works, but also how sad I am not to have been able to join you in Athens. Moreover, I would like to express my special gratitude to Bona, who is the very soul of this program and of this research, whose fruitfulness this Congress shows once again. This short presentation aims to show you some remarkable features of an early Hellenistic monument located on the island of Thasos. The ancient site of Thasos extended over the area where the modern village of Limenas is now located, crowned by an acropolis where the temples of Apollo and Athena were standing. In the lower city, a little apart from the agora, was a large sanctuary of Heracles, at the southwest. Today, badly ruined, located at the end of a thoroughfare which connected this sanctuary to the agora and to the sanctuaries located around it, Artemision and Dionysian. At the end of this street, there was a vast square dominated on the east side by the sanctuary of Heracles, which was built on a slightly elevated terrace. The entrance to the square was later solemnized by the erection of an arch in honor of the Emperor Caracalla, represented in the guise of Heracles, bearing the number 81 on the plan. It is on the opposite border of the square, in the axis of the way coming from the agora, that the Hypostyle Hall was built in the first half of the 3rd century BC. Its position is proof that this was an exceptional building, which is confirmed by its measurements. It is a square of 32 meters on each side, preceded by a Doric porch with 6 columns. We do not know the purpose of the building. We assume it was a banquet hall. It was donated by a Thracian whose name appeared on the inscription engraved on the architrave of the facade. This man was probably called Thrasilokos. Actually, only the first 3 letters of his name remain. And we do not know to whom or to what he dedicated this building. The hypostyle hall was discovered and excavated just before the First World War, which gives us some beautiful photographs of that time. The excavations was resumed and extended by Marcel Launay, member of the French School of Athens, in 1934. But due to the untimely death of the excavator, his work remained unpublished. I re-excavated the building in 1979, but I had to rebury it again. It's a curse, immediately, because of the presence of a water table that made the place, surrounded by inhabited houses, unhealthy. Estia molinensis, has told me one of the neighbors. So I will present to you some conclusions of a still unpublished study. The plan of the building is simple, as we have already said. It is a square of 32 meters on each side, in which was inscribed a square of about 15 meters on each side. Unfortunately, the building was razed to the ground at an unknown date, and the architectural elements that have been preserved are particularly scanty. A few column drums, one Doric capital belonging to the facade, and a few other fragments, some of which have been lost and are known only from old photographs. The plan of the building and the preserved blocks, although few, have allowed Launay to propose a sketchy restitution of it. However, this reconstruction does not provide solutions to the important technical problems that the dimensions of the building pose. The Doric hexastyle facade exhibits details and proportions that are in accordance with the practice of the beginning of the Hellenistic period, except for the crepidoma, which is raised on 5 steps. And don't take in account the inscription, which is completely imaginary. Marcel Launay had discovered in the prostron fragments of marble ceiling coffers decorated with roses. The span to be covered between the architrave of the facade and the wall of the hall behind, being 5 meters 30 centimeters, he had thought that it was essential to restore an intermediate colonnade. This one would have been Ionic. Indeed, the back of the facade architrave is treated with Ionic faces, and fragments of Ionic capitals had been found. A careful examination leads to the abandonment of this solution and to the preference of another much more interesting one. First, we can notice that the fragments of Ionic architecture were discovered by Launay inside the hall, while the fragments of coffers were in the prostron, in the porch. Secondly, an examination of the rows of joists of the prostron, visible on the picture at the front, shows that there is no trace of foundations to support the weight of any intermediate column. Examination of the coffer fragments shows that they are of 2 different sizes. The architect Tony Kosej was able to propose a restitution which takes into account these differences in size. This restitution is based on the hypothesis that the coffers rested on beams that connected the entablature of the facade to the wall of the hall. These beams had to cover a span of 5.30 meters, which seems all the more difficult to achieve, since they should logically be made of the same material as the coffers, marble. The technical solution is obvious for those who know the monument of Thrace, and remembering the presentation by Sam we just heard. It consists in applying to the porch of the hypostyle hall the solution that was applied in the porch of the Hieron, that is to say, stone beams presenting an arched elevation, invisible from below since it is hidden by the coffers, but which makes it possible to increase the cross-section of the beam in height to the point of preventing it from any risk of breaking. If we now turn to the covering of the hall itself, we face an even more complex problem. After having noted that the walls of the hall are exceptionally thick at the foot, approximately 1 meter and 30 centimeters, that is to say, about 20 centimeters more than the Parthenon, we can turn to the spans to be covered by the roof. Between the walls and the central colonnade, the clear span is approximately 7 meters. As for the roof of the central space, it had to cover a span of 14 meters by 14, a considerably large figure. Launay had discovered a corner block, fortunately preserved, which provides several interesting clues. This block was necessarily placed on top of the corner of the lower colonnade, as another fragment, now lost, of smaller dimensions had been discovered, the latter belonging to the colonnade of the second floor. The first block has recesses at the back that allow us to restore rafters of about 40 centimeters in section, a space at 70 centimeters. We can thus restore 12 rafters on each side of the hall without counting the device of the angles, of which I show here an hypothetical restitution. The weight of this cover, inclined at 13 degrees, probably explains the unusual thickness of the outer wall of the hall. Coming to the central area, one will have in mind the roof of the northwestern Stora of Thassos, that of the Hieron of Thrace, both of which have a clear span of a little more than 12 meters, that of the Ecclesiasterion of Priene, which was so large, 14 meters and a half, as to eventually require the addition of pillars. But there is a critical difference between the Hypostyle Hall of Thassos and all the other instances. These last ones have ridged roofs, which allow the realization of truss. But a truss roof requires a gable wall at each end to prevent the trusses from falling like dominoes. Here, the problem is complicated by the probability that the roof of the central part was itself raised above a second floor of colonnades. I mean a lantern roof. Indeed, as I have already said, Launay had discovered inside the hall elements of 2 Ionic colonnades of different size. It seems absolutely impossible to restore pediments standing on top of 2 floors of colonnades. Consequently, the only feasible solution to cover the center of the hall was a pyramidal roof covering a lantern. Such a roof must have 4 sides of equal length, which is the case here. But how to cover 14-meter spans with wooden beams? If one imagines diagonally placed cross beams to support the hips, the problem would be aggravated because diagonally placed beams would have to be around 20 meters long. And that seems technically impossible according to what we know of Greek carpentry of that time. The only solution seems to me to be the Galatian, so-called Galatian corbelled roof. It consists in a superposition of squares of octagons superimposed and shifted of 45 degrees. This requires beams of a much shorter length than in a conventional roof, since at the first level they would measure only 10 meters if squares are used, and about 5 meters if octagons are used. Several examples of Galatian roof are known in Asia Minor and in Thrace. I show you 2 examples. First, this one, a Thracian tomb showing a ceiling made of slabs imitating a Galatian roof, and the still standing Roman tomb of Gümüşkesen in Milas, the ancient city of Mylassa in Caria, whose roofing imitates a stone Galatian vault in a much more realistic way than the Thracian tomb. Here, the diagonal beams are treated as architraves, and the filling of the gaps between the beams imitates coffers. Of course, in the case of the hypostyle hall, that had certainly wooden beams instead of stone architraves, it is also necessary to restore above the pile of beams a roof made of tiles resting on some sort of sheathing or a clay bedding. By the way, Launay had discovered in the hall some fragments of tiles which, unfortunately, were not preserved. I must confess that I understand the restitution I propose here remains very vague and sketchy, but I will add that it seems to me to offer the only conceivable technical solution for covering the central part of the hypostyle hall. However, the remains do not allow to propose detailed restitution of the carpentry, so I prefer not to give a drawing of it. I must say that this hall absolutely needed to be covered for two reasons. First, because there's no trace of paving in the room. Not only there is no preserved slab, but the rows of slabs of gneiss which could have supported them are missing, as it is the case in the postern, which was paved with marble. As you can see on this photo, the joists in the porch, but only earth in the hall on the right. Then, because the climate of Thassos is like that of all northern Greece, rather rainy, and that without a roof, the ground of the room would have become every year a bog. In conclusion, I will emphasize that, if I am not mistaken, the hypostyle hall of Thassos, which can be dated to the beginning of the 3rd century, must be attributed to an exceptional architect who was able to display innovative solutions in two fields: in stone architecture, with the use of arched marble beams, and in carpentry, with the use of the Galatian vaulting system to cover a square space of very large dimensions. If the hypothesis of a Galatian vault in Thassos is correct, one can wonder how this technology arrived in the island. As you know, the Galatian vault was known of the Thracian architects, but also probably of the Macedonian architects, as Ginouves and Guimier-Sorbet have shown. The mosaic on the floor of the house in Pella exhibits squares imbricated alternatively parallel and diagonal to the walls. According to Ginouves and Guimier-Sorbet, this pattern most probably mirrors the ceiling of the same room, which would have been made of a Galatian vault. At the Palace of Vergina, the Galatian vault appears as the only conceivable solution for covering the three large adjoining rooms of the west wing. That the architects of the neighboring island of Thassos used this device would be all the less surprising, since Thracian had at their disposal inexhaustible resources of wood and possessed an art of carpentry for which testify over Thracian monuments, in particular the northwestern Stoa. It should be added that the Thracians also had considerable wealth due to gold mining in the island and the Thracian coast, and that the architectural flowering of which the island is the hearth at the beginning of the Hellenistic time is largely due to private donors whose names were engraved on the front of the buildings. It is precisely the case of the hypostyle hall donated by a certain Thracian. At Thassos, the presence of these technical achievements is not a surprise. It demonstrates, once again, the technical knowledge of the architects of northern Greece in the early Hellenistic period, and these findings also demonstrate the appropriateness of the research program launched by Bona. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll see if there's questions from the floor here in Athens. I wondered about the influence of this, or similarities of this building to later structures elsewhere, or either in northern Greece or even elsewhere. Can you speak to that, or is it somewhat unique to Thassos?
No, it's unique to Thassos. I have no clear evidence of the use that elsewhere in Greece.
Okay. Okay, Mantha.
Yeah, thank you for this wonderful talk. I'm wondering, and following up from what Brendan asked, the parallel of the hypostyle hall on Delos and the work that Jean-Charles Moretti has been doing on reconstructing the lantern, and precisely the kind of work that he's been doing with somebody specializing in wood and understanding how that structure, that superstructure, was made up. If that is a parallel that you want to discuss and maybe contextualize in relation to the building that you're discussing.
Them are doing pretty good work. Who know about it. Still, the building is different in Delos. For the width, lantern, the one, and lantern is in you can conceive more classical than one in both directions. It's much more difficult to cover.
Yeah, it was a little difficult to hear you. Could you repeat the answer?
I think maybe.
I
think maybe the sound is cut off. There is something weird. Yeah.
Shall I try to answer again?
Yes, please.
Yes, well, the situation in Delos is rather different than the one in Thassos, so it's not possible to compare in every details the two buildings. In Delos, as you know, the lantern of the Apostle Hall is not square in plan, but is rectangular, and the width is much smaller than the one in Thassos. So the problem is much more simple, and you can conceive a classical type of roofing in Delos. Could you hear my answer?
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes.
It's very clear. Okay, I think Bana has a question here.
I fear.
I wanted to thank you, Jacques, so much. This is an extraordinary building, and the span is great. I really agree with you. A roof is essential, but I'm wondering about the walls. Do you also, because the drawing shows an Ionic colonnade that looks quite open, are you thinking that there's the the roof is also supported by a colonnade, or are you thinking of something more substantial with windows? I'm just curious about how to get from that Geisen block up to the roof.
It's a very difficult issue. Since there are so few blocks left, we have not a single block of the wall of the hall, so we know nothing except the thickness at the foot. Then for the upper story, Launay had discovered 2 ionic capitals that are lost, and only a small piece of frieze, of dentils, I'm sorry. So it's not enough to reconstruct something in details. Were there not these 2 ionic capitals, I would prefer to put pillars. That would be, to me, more solid, more strengthy. But all of that is completely speculative, and it's very difficult to go further, I'm afraid.
I see. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, one more question, I think.
Congratulations for your presentation. It was very daring, the proposal you did. And I'm wondering if this is also a serious matter of civil engineering, let's say, calculating how this thing would be covering this space and supporting itself and being supported over this space. I mean,
well, I didn't catch your question.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I wonder, I mean, if parallel to, let's say, comparisons to other examples and forms of architecture of covering expensive, which mainly you project something which we have only in stone, you project it in wood, yes. This is very correct, yes, and this is very daring, the model, but further, I think that it should be supported by calculations of how this wooden structure could be supported, of self-supported, hanging over this empty space. I think it would be serious because...
yes, you're right, but unfortunately it will be difficult. We can make an hypothetical reconstruction, but we don't know, for instance, if it was they were using a square structure or an octagonal one. So we can propose a few hypotheses with, and it is possible to calculate the amount of timber which is needed and which is of course enormous.
Yeah. Do you think that trusses could be secretly used above the ceiling, above what was visible from underneath? Because it is already first century, you said.
Yes. Trusses, no, yes, Greek carpenters, some of them.
Well, we know they didn't like them, but anyway, maybe they have already started using them.
Yes, but the problem is that you have no side walls to keep the truss right. So
yes. So we have to follow calculations. Let's say at the Propylaeon, the Pinakotheki, we have a huge space which is 9.5 meters by 10.5 meters, which is covered with wood, without any intermediary support. But in the end, the structure, we know that they could have above, I mean, sloping rafters resting on vertical posts which are resting on their turn on the horizontal beams, which are visible from underneath. All this would work according to the modern calculations of civil engineers, let's say, as one piece. So it is safe. We can tell that it was so. But in your case, I mean, I think that one would produce some models of some solutions, structural.
Possibly. The difference is that in the case of the Peculiarities, you have side walls, and that makes a very important difference.
No, it's not really. The walls are very high, and it would be dangerous to fall out if there was. But the thing is that the whole structure works like one piece, like a diaphragm, what the civil engineers call a diaphragm. So it sits on top of it, and it works on this logic that is lintel on post. In this case, a flat lintel. I mean, you understand? Anyway, this is a suggestion. I'm thinking that we have to think how this could support itself.
Thank you very much for the suggestion. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we should move on, and thank you very much for that stimulating paper. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next speaker is Plamena Dakasheva, a PhD candidate at Sofia University in archaeology. She is also a young scholar at the National Archaeological Institute with the Museum of the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. She has published on the field survey of the sites within the territory of Thrace in Bulgaria, and her talk today is entitled "The Doric Order in the Roman Agora of Philippopolis."
Thank you for the introduction, and I want to thank Bona for organizing this symposium. Today I'm going to talk about the Roman Doric order, which was used in the Agora of Philippopolis. And at the beginning, I just want to outline the main points in my presentation. First, I will give you a brief description of the site so you can get a better understanding of the context. Next, I will look at the different parts of the order and how they relate to the archaeological remains. I will also address the problem of how the porticos were covered. At the end, I will try to answer the questions of how does the architectural order fit into the historical context, and what are the possible influences and or workshops that were involved in the production of the architectural members. During the Roman imperial period, the old Greek colonies along the Black Sea and the Aegean coast continued to exist without interruption, while the inland cities in the provinces of Waller, Mysia, and Thrace were newly founded. Still, Philippopolis represented one of the few exceptions at this time where a Thracian city received intensive development. At this stage of research, however, we cannot trace a direct continuity of archaeological traditions, architectural traditions, since no certain remains of orders from the pre-Roman period have been found in Philippopolis. The Agora of the ancient city was located in 1972 as a result of rescue excavations. The public square is still partially studied, and the excavations continue to this day. The Agora was located in the center of the planned city, south of the Acropolis. The complex occupied a rectangular area with a north-south orientation. The area was surrounded by porticos on all four sides. Rows of rooms with entrances to the area were built on the east, south, and west sides. Monumental propylaea, located axially on the same three sides, provided access from the streets surrounding the Agora. The north side of the complex was occupied by monumental public buildings, among which a bouleuteria, a library or tabulagium, and a building associated with the provincial treasury. To date, 4 periods have been distinguished in the development of the Agora, and the original architectural plan was largely preserved until the end of its functioning as a public building in the late 4th, early 5th century. During the initial construction of the complex, a stylobate was built between the shops and the area. However, no evidence of order architecture has been found. The earliest period was most often dated to the pre-Roman era or before the middle of the 1st century AD. However, a post-Hellenistic date for the building of the Agora has also been proposed. The complex was And here you can see the early stylobate. The complex was later reconstructed after it was damaged by fire. And during this second construction period of the agora, dated mainly to the end of the 1st century AD, a new stylobate was built, as a result of which the width of the covered porticos was almost doubled. The columns were spaced far apart with interaxial dimensions of 5.92 meters. The porticos around the area were each with a facade of Roman Doric columns, of which tough bases and capitals are now preserved. And here you can see some of the reconstructions of the order. The podiums of the monumental entrances are also preserved in situ. Their surface still shows traces of the attachment of bases. There are incised lines that mark the exact location of 4 bases with square plinth. Their presence, together with 4 pairs of double halls with poor channels, indicate that the propylaea were built with 4-columned porticos. In 1980, the researchers of the Agora first reported the discovery of a fragment of an Ionic capital, suggesting that the porticos facades had colonnades in the Ionic order. As a result, over the years, 2 graphic reconstructions of the alleged Ionic-style propylaea have been made. However, there are arguments that challenge this long-standing hypothesis, and I'll address them to you shortly. The main building materials that were used in the architecture of the Agora are local stones. Sandstone and volcanic tuff, in particular, were used during the second construction period of the complex. It is not yet clear where exactly the volcanic tuff was quarried, but recently discovered unfinished elements indicate that their processing took place on the site. I will now divide the architectural elements into groups according to the type of stone they were made of, since the results of my research indicate that these individual groups actually belong to separate parts of the Agora complex. Volcanic tuff with grayish-white color was used for the order of the colonnades surrounding the area. Until now, not much attention has been paid to the bases. Monolithic blocks were used for the bases along with the lower part of the shafts. The base itself is composed of square plinth, torus, and listel with apophyse. As we know, the classical Doric order lacked bases, but during the Hellenistic period, plinths began to be placed under the shafts. According to Vitruvius, the base of the column in the Tuscan temple consisted of a circular plinth, torus, and apophyse. In Etruscan and Roman Republican architecture, only rarely was a square plinth used with a circular round above it. This combination was regular in Greek Ionic. However, 2 features of the Tuscan column, the base and the smooth shaft, were subsequently adopted in a variation of the Doric order known as the Roman Doric. Going back to the actual bases, we can see that they don't have dowel holes. Of interest is the treatment of the surface of the lower part of the shaft. According to some scholars, the roughly worked surface suggested the use of stucco. But since the surface of the columns and the necks of the Doric capitals is smooth, it is more likely that the processing of this part of the shaft was left unfinished. During the excavations of the Agora, several small fragments of smooth sandstone and tuff shafts were found. Their reconstructed diameters match the lower diameters at the bases, but no larger pieces have ever been found, so it remains unclear whether the shafts were monolithic or composed of segments. A number of Doric capitals were found in the Agora, but until now it has not been noticed that they form 3 separate groups. One group is made of tuff capitals and the other 2 of sandstone. The tuff capitals don't have dowel holes, same as the bases. Their neck has a cylindrical shape and a smooth surface. At the transition to the echinus, 3 rounded or angular annulets are formed. The abacus is massive and profiled at its upper end. The crowning molding consists of chyma reversa and fascia. During the Roman era, Doric capitals of this type were made on the Greek model typical of classical and Hellenistic periods, except for the neck, which was more common to have a smooth surface rather than a fluted one. Only one sandstone base has been found so far. The base has the same molding as the tuff bases, but with an additional small astragal-like round between the torus and the listel. During the Hellenistic period, such a molding was sometimes added to the Tuscan base. The sandstone base from Philippopolis also differs from the tuff ones in the presence of a pair of dowel holes with poor channels. The fact that the base was found near the western propylea, as well as its size and characteristic dowel holes, which correspond to those on the podium, suggests that it most likely belonged to the monumental entrance. As I already mentioned, only few small fragments of smooth sandstone shafts have been found, and there are two sets of sandstone capitals of two different sizes. The shape and moldings are identical to those of the tuff capitals. The only exception is that the abacus is not profiled. They all have a pair of dowel holes, just like the base. The larger size of the capitals in the first group, together with the dowel holes, match those of the base, thus allowing us to reconstruct the columns in the porticos of the monumental entrances with Doric rather than Ionic capitals. The smaller capitals of the second group were found in the north part of the agora. The architect who worked on the Roman architecture of Philippopolis in the last decades of the 20th century suggested that they could belong to a second floor of the colonnade on the north side of the area. However, this interpretation is related to the question of how the colonnades were covered. So now I want to draw your attention to the interaxial dimensions and the few uncovered entablature elements. The wide spacing of the columns in the portico surrounding the area is one of the main problems in the analysis of the architectural remains of the agora. As I mentioned, the interaxial distance is almost 6 meters, resulting in an intercolumniation of more than 4 times the lower diameter of the column shaft, and thus in the composition called Arrow style. On the one hand, in sync with Republican tradition, Vitruvius recommended greater widths between the columns of the porticos of a Roman forum, unlike Greek practice where closely spaced columns and entablatures of stone were characteristic. On the other hand, he disapproved of the Arrow style as one of the 5 types of temple design in which, due to the larger distance between the columns, no stone on marble could be used for the architraves. For example, volcanic tuffs, which were most often employed in early buildings in Rome, were weak in tension and could not be used for long lintels subject to high bending stresses. So wooden beams paired with stone columns were indeed used in Roman practice, as they were capable of longer free spans. Widely spaced columns and wooden architraves were characteristic of Tuscan and early Republican temples, as well as basilicas and forums of the 3rd-2nd century BC. There were later cases from Roman imperial period in even late antiquity of widely spaced columns in public porticos, as in Ostia and Corinth, with possible coverage of wooden architraves. And after all that has been said, if the architraves in the colonnade around the area in Philippopolis were wooden, it would have been impossible to build a second floor with stone architectural elements, and therefore the smaller capitals must belong to another structure within the complex. As for the entablature elements discovered in the agora, they were all made of sandstone and belonged to the Ionic order. There are 2 blocks with moldings characteristic of the Ionic architrave that were first interpreted by researchers precisely as such, coming from the order surrounding the area, but later they were interpreted as door gems. Unfortunately, these blocks are known only from few black and white images, and their current whereabouts are unknown. 2 voussoirs were recently discovered, one with 2 profiled sides and the other with only 1. Several cornice blocks have also been found, at least 2 of which appear to have been reused as bases in a later construction period. Over the years, they were associated both with the colonnade around the area and with the facade of the propylea. Oops. On the one hand, stone elements seem to be able to cover only the porticos at the propylea, but a hypothetically restored facade with Tuscan bases, Doric capitals, and entirely Ionic entablature would represent a highly mixed order. On the other hand, the presence of a number of Ionic sandstone elements, including the fragments of capitals, suggests the existence of one or more structures in the Ionic order within the agora. Now I want to present to you some parallels from Thrace and the region north of the Aegean. I will start with Deutum. A close parallel to the Doric order in the agora are recently discovered architectural elements in Deutum. There are parts of smooth column shafts, a Tuscan base, and Doric capitals, all made of sandstone. They all have a pair of dowel holes with poor channels, similar to the architectural elements from Philippopolis. The Doric order belonged to a monumental complex in the north part of the city, probably a temple built after the foundation of the colony under Vespasian. The other earliest Roman Doric capitals with annulets in Thrace are two capitals from the Roman villa in the Chautauqua locality, dated to the second half of the 1st century AD. They closely resemble the Hellenistic model, including the fluted neck. Three similar bases dating to the 1st century BC, 1st century AD, have been discovered in the province of Macedonia. They were used in a temple construction together with elements of the Doric order. Variations of the Tuscan base have been found in Lower Mysia. They are considered as part of the so-called import of architecture, seen in the construction of Roman military camps in areas without urban infrastructure. The earliest bases, dated to the end of the 1st or the very beginning of the 2nd century, were found in Nove. Bases with similar moldings were also found in the northern Black Sea region. I skipped Istria. From Istria, there is one example of the same type of base described with a simple profile, as well as a Doric capital dated to the late Hellenistic period with a profile similar to that of the capitals from Philippopolis, except for the number of the annulets. Here they are two. Bases with similar moldings were also found in the northern Black Sea region, namely in Hexonessus and Taman. They are dated to the Hellenistic and Roman periods and belong mainly to antis, pilasters, and pillars in the Ionic and Doric orders. They are described as bases with incomplete scheme. You can see them. One base of the Roman Doric order, as well as the smooth drums, are known from odeia. The capitals from Philippopolis also find a good parallel in Doric capitals with and without fluting from odeia, Hexonessus, Pantikapeon, and the Taman Tholos from the Hellenistic period. It is interesting to know that the majority of the capitals from the Bosporan centers have profiled abacus. The use of Chima reversa as a crowning molding was particularly characteristic of the late Hellenistic period and can be explained by the influence of the Ionic order on the Doric, which was widespread in Asia Minor architecture. The capitals from Philippopolis were indeed influenced by the early imperial monuments at Ephesus. The Ephesian Doric capitals followed a typical Roman model, but were strongly reminiscent of early Hellenistic forms, and their features were valid for the entire Eastern Mediterranean. In Ephesus, there is also an exact analog of the profiled abacus of the Doric capitals from Philippopolis. It can be found in a capital from the Hall of Nero. This type of crowning molding became very popular in the 1st century AD. In terms of historical context, the military conflicts and the unstable political situation in the Roman Empire in the 1st century BC led to a decline in construction activities. From the Augustan period onwards, they were renewed with the older Doric style still in use, but in slightly different versions. The Doric order in the early Roman imperial period was under a strong Hellenistic influence. Ionic forms were incorporated into Doric architecture, and column shafts were placed on Tuscan bases. The mixed orders, composed of elements of different styles, represented the vivid manifestation of the late Hellenistic and Roman taste for variety. While there were comparatively few public Doric buildings in mainland Greece and on the islands, the public buildings in Asia Minor, with the exception of temples, were mostly decorated in the Doric order. These construction activities were particularly characteristic of the Flavian period. Thereafter, Doric-style architecture declined drastically. According to the new interpretation of the architectural elements from the Agora at Philippopolis, the facades of the propylaea were designed in a style similar to the porticos around the area, with bases with a Tuscan profile, smooth column shafts, and Doric capitals. The design was clearly in sync with the architectural trends at the end of the 1st century AD. Given the close contacts of Thrace with the eastern provinces of the empire, it seems quite likely that early imperial complexes from Asia Minor, built in the Roman Doric order, were a source of influence. At the same time, the active workshops along the Black Sea coast could represent an alternative source of models and/or craftsmen. And I think that's it. I really appreciate that you took the time to listen to my presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A beautifully presented presentation. So do we have questions from the audience or online? Sam?
I have to thank you very much for this presentation, Plamena. This was great. I can't help but notice the connection that Chavdar showed us, perhaps our first ever profiled Doric capitals in the Starosel tomb. Do you think that there are any intermediary points for the development of this form of Doric capital?
It's very
in
difficult
Thrace?
because the Starosel tomb, as we saw, is 4th century BC. It's a single monument. We don't have active workshops that are working in Thrace in the Hellenistic period, and they continue through Roman times. So even though I was thinking the same thing while watching Chavdar's presentation, but they're too far away in time, unfortunately.
It is perhaps appropriate that you throw cold water on this idea. Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much. Just wanted to follow from Sam's question. These crown moldings on the Doric capitals, it's true they become popular in the late Hellenistic period, but they can be traced back to the Archaic period. And maybe one example that comes to mind, you have them on the Archaic temple at Sunio. But the closest parallel to Starosel are late 4th centuries from Rhodos. It's from a temple of at Lindos, and the capitals there. You have again, I think, a chimera reversa profile on the top of it, and the shape of this capital is actually a very good parallel to those of Starosel. And these Roman examples, I think they just they follow a later tradition. Because these crown moldings, they become particularly popular in Asia Minor in the 2nd century.
Yeah, exactly. They appear in a late Hellenistic context, and they continue in the 1st century AD.
Yes, that's true. And my point was just they were rare before that, but they exist. The tradition comes very early. They just continue, and they just become popular at some point. My idea about Starosel is that they come from the Corinthian order, basically borrowing because the capital has to be curved because the wall behind was curved. So it was simply borrowing the crown of the Corinthian capital. So this one idea how it might be, might arrive independently, this crown in the Doric capital.
As far as I'm aware, it's more of a Ionic influence, so I'm just not sure about how the Corinthian capital at that point can influence.
No, I mean in Starosel, not particular. Not. I mean, of course, you may have different ways of blending orders in different occasions, different places. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you again, Plamena.
Thank you.
And our final speaker for this afternoon session is unfortunately not here, but we wish him and everyone in Turkey all the best. Görkem Kökdemir is assistant professor of classical archaeology at Ankara University. His PhD and other graduate work and publications have centered on the site of Magnesia on the Meander, and his talk today is entitled Macedonian, Thessalian, and Thracian Footprints in Magnesia on the Meander. So are you there? Oh yeah, welcome. Yeah, we can't hear you. Yeah, Gürkem, we can't hear you. Is your microphone on?
Gürkem, your microphone is off. Can you unmute yourself?
I'm so sorry. Okay, I think you can hear me.
Great, thank you.
Okay. As all of you know, Turkey and Turkish people have been experiencing a great disaster for a few days. Actually, all my plans were to be with you in this week, but please forgive me for not being with you. I'm perfectly healthy, but we have big losses and many deaths in Turkey. For this reason, I have felt that I could not be there with this mood and the bad psychology. It's too difficult. My eyes there with you, and the other is on television to get more information about the disaster. Before my presentation, I would like to thank so much Bona, Professor Westcott, the director of our project, and also the members of American School of Classical Studies in Athens for the organization and the great symposium. Thank you so much accepting with understanding and giving me to this opportunity via Zoom. Yes, I can change my presentation. You can see this page, the second page, I think.
Yes, we can see it.
Yes. Okay. Today, I would like to share my opinion in the light of the archaeological and historical evidence for the strategic relationship between Magnesia and the Macedonian kingdom, and also the mythological and historical relations between the North Aegean regions like Thessalia and Thracia. Magnesia was founded in today Aydın province in ancient Anatolia at the beginning of the 4th century BC, the most affecting period of ancient Macedonian kingdom. It's clear that Magnesia was established in a strategic position with its location between the ancient cities of Thrace, Ephesus, and Miletus for the Philippos and Alexandros campaigns against the Persians. The city was located within the triangle of Ephesus, Miletus, and Thrace. You can see on the map. Next to Gümüş Mountain and Gümüş Stream. Gümüş Stream is the branch of the meander today. With this location, the city was founded on the crossroads of 3 ancient ports of Anaia, today Kuşadası, Ephesus, and also Miletus. It has not been possible to reach these 3 ports without going through Magnesia from the mainland. So, the important question for me, when was a strategic city established in this location? At the beginning of the 4th century BC, of course, the answer of it. That is at the stage of the struggle against the Persians, where the Macedonian kingdom was most active. Well, another question, is this a coincidence? I don't think so. I will try to explain archaeological and historical data support this idea, why it is not coincidence. The most important knowledge that is known or ignored as wrong is the information that Alexandros had no problems during the Persian invasion, except for the Persian opposition near Çanakkale, Ronikos, you know, the name of the war, and also in Hatay, Issos, the name of the war in Anatolia. The real one had not been like that, I think. At least it shouldn't, for me. I will try to explain why it can't be. I will return to this problem and the reign of Alexandros again, but now, at first, I will focus the reign of Philippos, the father of Alexandros, to explain why it should not be. According to the information we received from Polyaenos before the campaign of Alexandros, the Persian troops under the command of Memnon of Rhodos deployed in Magnesia against the armies was sent by Philippos to Western Anatolia, and as a result of strong resistance, two armies fought near Magnesia. Memnon had not been success at this day. This is one of the concrete events that reveals why Magnesia was actually founded as a city surrounded by walls in that exact region. You can see the 3D reconstruction on the slide, on the bottom of the slide. You can see the surrounding walls of the city, and it was built in the 4th century BC at the beginning of the foundation. Another historical event that supports this knowledge also occurred during the campaigns of Alexandros, as all of you know. Arianos of the Commedia related that Alexandros had to wait while trying to advance with his armies in Ephesus, because a protest that will take place in the city of Miletos poses a risk, as it did to his father. After Magnesia envoys visited him in Ephesus, he sent a large army to the region, to Magnesia, together with Parmenios, one of the father's commanders who had struggled Memnon before in Magnesia. Depending on the security in the region this time, he can pass to the city of Miletos. Of course, this was also on the road of Magnesia. You saw the location of the Magnesia. If you want to go to the Miletos, you should go to Miletos on the road of Magnesia. It has to be. The dedication inscription of the Temple of Athena, the famous temple of Pytheos, the architect in Priene, is also an inscription supporting to the road. You know that on the pillar of the temple of Athena, there is an inscription which was dedicated to the Alexandros. So it is also it also shows that the route is from Magnesia, then to Priene, then to Miletos. These data reveal the strategic importance of Magnesia in the struggle against the Persians and its military and strategic partnership with the Macedonian kingdom. In order to crown this relation with the Macedonian, the Magnesians have clearly revealed it in their foundation myth they had created. According to Magnesia foundation myth, the Magnesians came to the shores of Troia from Thessalia, and after they could not return to their country, their city in Thessalia, and stayed on the island of Crete. They established their new city in Anatolia together with their savior with white horse. The name is Leikipos. Magnesia was an ancient city in the Thessalia at the Homer age, but the city was within the borders of Macedonian kingdom in the 4th century. During the 4th century, instead of AEGEAN ally, as mentioned in Homer, the Magnesians have been a Macedonian ally at the result. Perhaps the Magnesians wanted to convey this bond to future generations with their foundation story. This relationship with Magnesia and the North Aegean region continued during the period of Alexandros' successors. The letters of confirming the Artemis festivals have been also showed them constantly. The Hellenistic kingdoms and kings of the Mediterranean region, which are the successors of the Macedonian kingdom, continued this relationship. The organization of the biggest horses and chariots races of the period in Magnesia, as if to make a reference to name Philippos, in Greek, Phil and Hippos, may have kept this relationship alive in Anatolia throughout the Roman period, perhaps by demonstrating the Magnesians' abilities with the Northerners. During the Roman period, the relations of the North Aegean regions and the Macedonian peoples, the city of Magnesia, continued. In the sanctuary of Artemis, the chief goddess of the city, there is a big monument in the sanctuary of the gods of Magnesia. It shows the relation with the Thracian kings. During the 1st century BC, a large monument and statue group belonging to the Thracian kings and their family were erected in the most important part of the sanctuary, emphasizing that this relationship had been continued. You can see on the slide aerial photo and also the plan of the Artemis sanctuary. The east part of the sanctuary, there is a big monument was erected, which belongs to the Thracian kings. Yes, you can see on the slide the names of the kings and also the queens. Roimetalkes, it is the one of the Thracian kings. We can read his name on the inscriptions, and also the Catius, also the son of Roimetalkes. Also, we can read his name on the inscriptions, and also the wife of Catius, Antonia Tryphania. We can read her name on the inscriptions. So there is a very important monument with their statues in the main sanctuary of the city. If we are going back to Magnesia during the Alexandros period, Magnesia seems to be a center of coins minted in the name of Macedonian kingdom in Anatolia. You can see the cities on the map, and also you can see the location of Magnesia. There are 3 cities in Anatolia which they are related with the Macedonian coins. So it's very important for the relationships between Magnesia and the Macedonian kingdom. In addition, in Magnesia, a temple was built in honor of Zeus, the chief god of Alexandros and his kingdom, Macedonian kingdom. you saw the coins which were related with the Macedonia kingdom. There's a depiction on the backside, like the depiction which we can see on the Macedonian coins. We can understand that the big god is Zeus for Macedonian kingdom. It's a real information. All of you know that. The Temple of Zeus in Magnesia has been accepted to be earlier than the Temple of Artemis. Zeus was worshipped in Magnesia with epithet, the Savior, Sosipolis in Greek, as a token of a great victory won against the Persians. It is clear that this is a request of the kingdom of Macedonia. Yes, we can get this information from the AEGEAN. We know the route of the Alexandros, and when he went to the city, he said that Zeus, the temple, the altar is very important. We can get many information from Arianus about this subject. Yes, you can see the chapter and also the cities for the cult of Zeus on slide. And also the other one, the Sardis and also Ephesus, of course. In the excavation carried out in Magnesia in 2021 and 2022, under my presidency, this important temple was unearthed again. Although the temple was destroyed as a result of the excavations, but 75% of it was unearthed, preserved. Now, with these data, all the secrets of the structure belonging to the Zeus cult of the Hellenistic period are waiting to be presented to scientific world with more data than the information during the Human's excavation and also his publication. I presented this data to the American Search in Turkey as a project. The name is Cult of Zeus Sosipolis in Magnesia on the meander and the architecture of Hellenistic temples in order to evaluate both the cult of Zeus and its examples in Greece. This research project was awarded by Fulson and Tony Cross Asian Exchange Fellowship by ARIT. I hope from next week I will start working on this important issue in Athens and Greece as a visiting senior associated member of American School of Classical Studies at Athens for 3 months. I hope that at the end of the project, I can share this subject with you once again with my new studies and works. All these data show that Magnesia is actually a city established for the Macedonian strategy for me at the beginning of this project. However, before I finish my talk with you, I would like to share more light on the subject with one last example. You can see an article on the slide. It was published by Mehmet Görgülü and Fatih Tepgeç, and near Magnesia in Selçuk, Ayasuluk today, there are some results. Results show that there are Macedonian individuals' anthropological findings. The scholars thought that in this article, these anthropological findings belongs to the Macedonian people. And these anthropological findings have been dated to the 4th century BC with ceramic findings. It's very important, and this article is very, very important for the relation between the Macedonia and also the Anatolia, I think. Also in Kuşadası, the ancient Pygela, there is a big Tumuli, and its surroundings walls is well preserved. You can see from the photo which was taken 2021. Professor Ören, he is the director of the Kuşadası surveys, thought that with the styles of the wall and its masonry should date to the 4th century BC. I also agree this opinion. Also, we can compare this example, which was found in Pygela, with the North Asian examples, which are dated to the 4th century and the 3rd century BC, I think. Great battles and great heroes are never forgotten. The tumulus burials in Magnesia and its surroundings, and one in the city and two near the city, still preserve their monumentality as the traces of the great wars around Magnesia during the 4th century and the monuments of their heroes, I think. It's only my opinion, of course, at the beginning. The examples of Tumuli tradition in Kuşadası, ancient Pygela, and Magnesia are perhaps the reflection of the most concrete relationship and tradition with the Macedonians. The researches to be carried out in Magnesia in the coming years, especially in the possible tumulus in the city, will be most important studies that reveal the interaction of subject I am trying to tell you today and the peoples of Magnesia and North Aegean. Thank you very much for your interest, and I apologize again not being with you today.
No, thank you very much, and there's no need to apologize, and we wish you all the best. We'll see if there's some questions here in the audience for our speaker. I wondered for the last slide you showed too, for the tumuli, do you see sort of central Anatolian connections also, perhaps, for this tradition of the tumuli that are in the areas of Ionia and Caria and around Magnesia?
I think you ask. It is not the tradition of the Macedonian tradition. It can be also related with the Ionia or the Caria or the Lydian tradition, isn't it? Your question is that?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, but we are talking about during the 4th century BC and the 3rd century BC. The Magnesia was founded in 4th century BC, and we have 3 tumuli in city and also the surrounding of the city. And also the Pygela, I showed the one example. You can see the surrounding walls of the tumuli. It was also dated to the 4th century BC. So we can not relate these examples with the Lydian tumuli tradition, I think.
Good. Okay, is there any other questions here in our audience or online? Okay, we're a bit over schedule too, so we'll thank our speaker again, Professor Gökdemer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much again.
So I think we take our coffee break and assemble back here again at 4:45. So there'll be coffee and cookies downstairs. Thank you all for coming again.
это, наверное. Вот этот пульт, и он, видимо, листает туда, длиннее. Сюда. Ну, окей. Давайте я посмотрю, я текст такой же. Ну, вот это туда-обратно, да? Я так понимаю, что вот туда и обратно. А можно его взять? Его же, наверное, можно взять. А почему мы поставили? Я что ли сейчас? Нет, следующий. Почему он не стоит? А, он 4, да? Не знаю.
Are we ready to start? So I hope people also online can hear us, and it is my pleasure to chair now a new session. So after the very technical and brilliantly explained technical details about the blocks and the ceilings and how the buildings were made, we'll take some freedom and also some risks in order to look at the semantics of the architectural decoration. And I have the pleasure to invite our first speaker of the session, Ellen Archie, who is a PhD candidate at the Emory University, working on late classical and Hellenistic architectural decoration with Dionysiac scenes. So Ellen will bring us to the Northern Aegean and behind the Northern Aegean with the attacking griffin imaginary in architectural decoration of the Northern Aegean. Thank you, Ellen.
And I also am very grateful to be a part of this Beyond the Northern Aegean group, and I'm so lucky to join your ranks for this final venture. Okay, griffins. Griffins, with the body of a lion and the wings and head of an eagle, are not to be trifled with. They exude power, might, majesty. In the late classical and early Hellenistic Northern Aegean, the image of griffins attacking and devouring prey becomes a popular motif decorating architecture and other media, as on top, at the propylon of Ptolemy II at the sanctuary of the great gods on Samothrace, and on the bottom, rendered in pebbles on the mosaic floor in the entryway to the Andron at the house of Dionysus at Pella. Their piercing claws, razor-sharp beaks, and spiked manes evoke terror and dominance. However, in tracing this motif across media, including buildings, furniture, and vessels from the Northern Aegean to the region of the Black Sea and beyond, patterns begin to emerge. The attacking griffin image is very often paired with imagery of abundance. These motifs, objects, and spaces inform one another and cannot be taken separately, creating an entangled decorative cosmos, and must be considered in relation to their larger contexts. I argue in this paper that the attacking griffin motif is not simply a signal of masculine prowess, but rather, often paired with abundance imagery, it signals not only power and might, but the prosperity and stability offered through society, especially amongst the Macedonian court. On the inside of the propylon of Ptolemy II at Samothrace, the antecapitals present two griffins devouring a deer. Their beaks rip into the creature, whose head is thrown upwards as it falls to the beasts. Each holds out its paw to grab its prey and steady itself. Their manes stand on end as they fold their large feathered wings out and over their engaged bodies, perhaps crowning the mythic beasts in a sense of fantastic wondrousness. This image is framed on either side by a jagged fringe, repeating the pattern of the griffin's barbed manes. Yet, in the upper corner on either side of this scene, acanthus leaves gently fan outwards. On the sides of the capital, it is this fertile vegetation that is continued. Acanthus shoots sprout up and curl outwards, bursting forth buds and palmettes. The block that was placed within this block was placed within more fertile vegetation in the antecapital's placement on the Corinthian porch of the propylon, too. Here, it was hidden from sight by the fertile vegetation of the column capital, itself riddled with acanthus stalks and sprouts, until the person viewing it approached the propylon on their way out of the sanctuary. A similar attacking griffin scene is found on the pebble mosaic floor at the house of Dionysus at Pella. Here, however, the image has been condensed into a single griffin who, on a dark background, tightly holds a stag and rips into its flesh. Both animals have been rendered with cream-colored pebbles, their musculature delineated with a slightly darker tan-colored stone. The griffin's long wings, which spread out over its body and beak, have been outlined in black pebbles, accentuating the sheer strength of the creature, neither simply lion nor eagle. Its spiky mane is rendered with red pebbles, linking it to the bright red that spurts out of the deer by the griffin's sharp beak and claws. As on the propylon, this image adorns a liminal space, although here, the image points outwards towards people entering into that space. As a viewer crossed over this mosaic, they entered the andron where they encountered not vegetative ornament, but a central image of Dionysus upon a panther. Yet Dionysus himself offers abundance and fertility similar to that signaled by the vegetation. In this space, partygoers at the symposium would encounter the god through plenty of wine, conversation, lush diversion. During that drinking party, across Dionysus, relationships sprout and connections flourish between individuals. Society, which offers stability and prosperity, is forged and strengthened. The image of fantastic strength is the way into these connections and the abundance they offer. It is also the way out of this space, and through which the connections made during the symposium will be enacted through the social order of the Macedonian court. Ruth Westgate has argued that griffins, along with other powerful creatures like lions, become popular imagery across pebble mosaic floors during the 4th century BCE, both in and outside Macedonia, as celebrations of aristocratic and heroic prowess. The courtyard mosaic at the house of the comedian at Olynthos employs this attacking griffin motif in a register of powerful predators and prey, including a hunter on the opposite side. Elsewhere at Olynthos, a pair of particularly sprightly griffins are similarly placed in the threshold of the andron, which boasts a mosaic of the hero Bellerophon. Just as the attacking griffins can be paired with vegetative fertile ornament, these heroic images can too, as on the stag hunt mosaic in the house of the abduction of Helen at Pella. Here, the vegetation not only swathes these elite hunters in abundance, but almost seems to pull symposiists together into this image, taken from courtly life. Notably, the stag, like the one attacked by a griffin elsewhere at Pella, both turn outwards, almost making eye contact with the viewer. While Ada Cohen has read this imagery, along with battle and hunt scenes, as masculine vigor, signaling the concept of might makes right, it goes further than that. This is specifically the prowess and strength executed both through and in service of societal relationships and social order. The motif is not unique to northern Greece, but is used as decorative imagery, especially on mosaic floors and couches in other parts of Greece and Italy. In these places, as at Olynthos, this is heroic masculine strength, but it is heroic masculine strength as both offered through and in support of the city. At Pella, next to the agora and below the palace, this masculine prowess is offered through and supports the king and his court, who provide for society. Okay. This motif is not only found decorating architecture, but also on movable objects found within these spaces. Both the remains of movable furniture and painted stone examples built into Macedonian tombs are decorated with the attacking griffin motif. On the throne of Eurydice from Vergina, lions are the ones who actually attack their prey, encouraged by rearing griffins on either side. Chryselephantine couches found in Tomb 3 at Vergina, Agios Athanasios, which is at right, are gilded, as well as gilded terracotta examples as found at Pella above, and the painted stone clinae from Patidea below, all present double attacking griffins in the wide central register across their expanse. This is some of the most common imagery for couches found in Macedonia, but battle and hunt scenes are also options, as on examples found at Lefkadia and Vergina. Both battle and hunt decoration are images of elite Macedonian life at court. They are not merely images of violence, but images of events that supported social relationships in the kingdom itself. Furthermore, fertile abundance, as suggested through both ornament and figural decoration, surround the central register on furniture. Leafy palmettes unfurl and spread up the couch legs, quite literally supporting and surrounding these images of courtly prowess. Across the top register of the Chryselephantine clinae from Tomb 3 at Vergina and the Patidea stone couches, the attacking griffins are crowned with Dionysus himself. On one, he leads an exuberant Thiassos, and on the other, he rests with companions in a resplendent sanctuary setting. The pairing of the attacking griffins and Dionysus is also found on the Derveni crater, where the neck and foot of the crater are adorned with registers of powerful predators catching their prey. Directly under Dionysus, even perhaps supporting the god, 2 griffins take down a deer. This is an image of violence and prowess, but it works in tandem with abundance and relationships, fertility, and social connections. Of course, the griffin itself is a creature of splendor. Even when shown attacking its prey, its connections to the far-off north, grandeur, and kingship remain. As Herodotus, among others, writes, they lived far to the north where they guarded gold, for which they battled with the one-eyed Erismaps, close to the land of the Hyperboreans, with whom Apollo made his winter retreat. For this reason, they are often associated with Apollo. In this context, they are usually depicted in a more heraldic position, with a paw raised, as on the antecapitals at the Temple of Apollo at Didyma. On this antecapital, they surround acanthus sprouts, similar to those found on the sides of the Samothrace example. It is this combination of fantastic prowess and exotic splendor that makes them appropriate representations of kingship and elite strength. The griffin, as with the lion, eagle, and other beasts, was long used in Near Eastern imagery to denote the power of court and king. The Persian griffin also often wears horns, however, and the lion-headed griffin, as at right, is often depicted rather than its eagle-headed cousin. Interestingly, moreover, there are very few representations of the attacking griffin motif in Achaemenid Persia. Anne Farkas, in her study of griffins in Scythian imagery, traces the first instance of attacking griffins with prey to an Assyrian relief, decorating the sleeve of a courtier from the walls of the palace of Assur-Nizir-Pal II at Nimrud in the 9th century BCE. Even at this motif's beginning, therefore, it adorns and denotes courtly, kingly power and plenty. In examining the griffin, and especially this image of attack, connections to the region north of the Black Sea and beyond become apparent. The motifs found on the objects in these regions can therefore inform how we understand this motif further south. The animal was a common beast depicted on Thracian and nomadic Scythian groups to the north and east of the Black Sea, approximately the region where griffins were thought to reside. Amongst this material, the griffin is shown both alone and attacking prey, and rendered in Scythian, Achaemenid, and Greek styles. Beyond the northern Aegean, too, the griffin is often paired with fertile vegetative ornament, as on this bronze helmet from Thrace, in which a griffin, appropriate for a helmet because of its connotations of strength, is joined by flourishing palmettes and curling vines. Likewise, adorning a helmet, the wearer is embodying the elite, courageous defense of his social order. 2 objects found in Scythian burials north of the Black Sea explicitly connect the attacking griffin motif and vegetative ornament to societal life and livelihood. Both date to the end of the 4th century BCE, and both were made in a Greek style. This silver amphora, found in the burial of a Scythian ruler at Tumuli, is adorned with 3 gilded registers of relief decoration, flourishing flowers, fanning palmettes, and unfurling vines spread across the body of the vessel. Birds flit around this vegetation, not unlike the animals amongst the vegetal scrolls found some 300 years later on the Areopagus. Towards the base of the vessel are 3 spouts. 2 on the sides are of lions' heads, and the large central spout depicts a winged horse. On the interior, strainers at the neck and the spouts suggest that the vessel was used to hold thick fermented mare's milk, called kumis. Horses were central to the nomadic Scythian lifestyle, as presented in the central register above the vegetation. Here, cast, gilded, and applied figures interact with horses. In the central scene, 4 Scythian figures in trousers and boots lasso a horse, with rope originally rendered in wire. On the reverse, horses graze, as 2 more are lassoed. On either side of the central image, horses are trained and a saddled horse is unhobbled. These are images of life, livelihood, and the support of Scythian societal order. On the shoulder above, 2 large griffins attack a fallow deer, rendered on this vessel in exquisite detail. Spiky manes, feathered wings, curling tails, these creatures are ferocious. One griffin goes after the deer's cheek, which juts outward, its horns thrown behind it, as the other rips into its back. Each register presents decorative motifs that are appropriate and expected to be found together. They all inform and coordinate with each other. They are repeated, albeit in a different arrangement, on an open-work gold collar found in a burial at Tovsta Mohyla. In the center of the top register of decoration, two Scythian animals stretch out an animal skin. On either side, humans work with horses as mares care for their young. This is, again, a depiction of Scythian life. A rinceau of blossoming rosettes and leaves swirls across the middle register, sprouting from a central leafy acanthus plant, its delicate metalwork supported on a gold backing. Below, energetic and lively griffins, wings flapping and overlapping, jump and tear at their prey, here horses. They are joined in the corners by panthers and lions, with boars and deer. This is a fantastic yet frightening image, but it is placed amongst fertile vegetative ornament and imagery of Scythian society. Macedonian objects and spaces do not include the attacking griffin motif together with images of societal order, explicitly connecting the two, like on these objects. They do, however, present images of courtly life, battle and hunt imagery as a similar option in place of the attacking griffin. In Macedonia, this is an image of the strength of king and court that provides societal stability and lush prosperity, much in the way that Dionysiac imagery is used in Egypt by the Ptolemies to express the same concept of Trophe. Therefore, in decorating the antecapitals on the Corinthian porch, Ptolemy II is presenting an image appropriate within Macedonia of his kingly power, prosperity, and stability, and his role in supporting the sanctuary of the great gods. He himself was of Macedonian descent, and his father, Ptolemy I Soter, had carved out the kingdom of Egypt for himself after serving in Alexander the Great's campaigns in Egypt and Asia. It does not matter that this image was small, high off the ground, and difficult to view until on the way out of the sanctuary, because it offered the building with an appropriateness for this space. In giving the propylon, he is participating in a tradition of Macedonian architectural benefaction at the sanctuary, where buildings were given by kings, including Philip II, Philip III Aridius, and Alexander IV. Moreover, it proved that the stability and abundance offered through these kings had now been passed on, inherited by Ptolemy in Egypt. This equally applies to the private sphere, where the attacking griffin motif adorned furniture, vessels, and mosaics. As Tonio Hochscher has argued, decoration is inherently social. It builds and plays upon one another, casting the objects, spaces, and people that it adorns in an intricate cosmos. Decoration is sometimes to be commented on and sometimes to fade into the background, but it is always taking part in the social interactions that take place. Here, this imagery suggests the power and might of city, court, and the heroic individuals who make it up. In experiencing this decoration within the house, the viewer becomes part of that society. In walking over this decoration on his way into the Andron for a symposium, the viewer goes into the drinking party to make connections with others that will strengthen his place in society. When this imagery adorns objects, like couches in the tomb, it offers a visual and physical link back to the individual's experiences amongst this decoration and his partaking in the social life of his city and kingdom when he was alive. Attacking griffin imagery, whether found inside or outside at scales large and small, are an iconography of power, majesty, and social stability. These creatures of splendor and power signify the king, court, and all of society's role in offering and preserving abundance and prosperity to individuals living amongst it. Simply understanding these images only as signifying violence or masculine might misses the larger context in which they were so often placed. This is a signal of stability, of the stability of society and the abundance, Trophe, available through it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ellen, for this incursion into the solar Apollonian land of the Griffins. So we spoke yesterday about the Hyperboreans, and as you know, there is no iconography of the Hyperboreans if we accept some debatable attestation in archaic times. So the Griffin stand for this solar land of the north, and you show it very well in Macedonia in articulation between, let's say, Apollonian Griffins and Dionysiac repertoire, and then throughout the, let's say, steppe art, more or less Greek or Scythian. Are there any questions? Yes, please, Tamar.
Thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting and very colorful. Have you considered, along with all these themes that you outlined, hierarchy, power, and abundance and flourishing, have you considered another religious theme, which is that of sacrifice? Can we consider the animal battle and the griffin attacking the deer as a reference to sacrifice?
Yes, and that has especially been explored by Scythian scholars looking at the Chertomelic vase in particular. I think that's an interesting point. If you look at this vessel or this object where it's a horse that's being eaten by the griffins rather than a deer elsewhere. So I think it's all of these things together, and that could be appropriate, especially in a place like the sanctuary, too.
Yeah, and also even at the entrons at Pella, at the houses in Pella, the little carpet at the entrance that leads to the house. It means that it could mean that the sacrifice is this sacrifice is directed towards Bellerophon, like a hero. It's a hero cult of Bellerophon could be encoded in there, or to Dionysus. So it's so entering and participating in the feast to sacrifice them. So it could be connected also to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Sam, and then.
Thank you, Ellen. I have so many ideas. This is fascinating. The thing that immediately jumps to my mind is the relationship of the mausoleum at Halicarnassus and the Belevi tomb, often thought the tomb of Lysimachus, formally similar as architecture, but swapping lions for griffins in its sculptural iconography, Corinthian for Ionic. Is this larger sort of griffinization or Macedonianization, maybe of large funerary monuments in Asia Minor, do you think that there's maybe a proliferation here also about the way in which sort of Dionysiac imagery inflects views of death?
I think that there may be an influx of Dionysiac imagery in funerary contexts, but that also may be in part due to the fact that we start getting objects like clinae and tombs for which it is appropriate to decorate a couch with Dionysiac imagery. So I think it's some of both going on in the 4th century.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for presentation. I wonder how wide this imagery is attested in the South Italian territories, because I can remember the very impressive leg of the trapeza from at Ascoli Satriano with this stags and with this griffins and stag, which is dated to the end of the 4th century, so the same period, and probably it's of kind of Macedonian influences or origins or something like that in South Italy, because it is also attested, I believe, there.
Yes, I think it's really, first of all, I think it's very interesting that you see this imagery we see it in Assyria, and then we see it up in Scythia, sort of at the same time period, and then down in Greece too. I also, I think first it's interesting that we don't really have the attacking griffin motif as much as I would have thought in Persia during the same period. Although the Pazyrak carpet, which I have an image of here, does have griffins, and some have said that this is Persian. And then I think that in southern Greece, we have this imagery too. Here we have a mosaic from Corinth, and here we have one at Athens. Although the Athens, yes, at both places. And so I think this might be imagery that becomes very popular because of northern Greece, because of Macedonia, because they have the money, but I think it might be a larger trend in decoration during this time too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There are two other questions.
Thank you for a wonderful and wonderfully illustrated talk. The pictures were amazing. I'm wondering, though, about the gender of the griffin. And some of them I can't quite see from back here. But I know that griffins, one of the things that griffins are famous for is that they lay eggs that are gold, which sounds to me like at least there are female ones too. And then I was thinking about the griffins that are on the temple of what was originally Faustina in Rome, where they symbolize power, but not necessarily male power. And I'm just wondering what you think about that.
Yeah, I have noticed that the ones that I have been interacting with, I think, are males. But not every object shows what kind they are. Your comment about the different genders of griffins reminds me of Peter von Blankenhagen's article, Easy Monsters, in which he looks at centaur families and how that begins in the 4th century. So it might be, and continues into Rome. So it might be a similar situation there. Although I did find a griffin suckling a baby griffin that was a female at Olympia from the 7th century BC, and that is a bronze relief. So there are female griffins, but some of mine are at least males.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the attacking griffins are all male, and then the heraldic ones could be female.
I think that's a very good point, and what I would sort of like to trace, yes.
There is also a question online, so from Dr. Baruch Yener from Pamukkale University. So he is asking about the influence. Does this influence come from the Scythian at the north of the Black Sea in the 4th century or in the 5th century?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think the picture is very complex, and one could take into consideration also, of course, the coins of Abdera and so on. So Persians from the Persians, but how from the Persians through the Scythians and so?
I think that's a very interesting question that I've been wondering, because I expected to find more Persian material with this motif in particular, but a lot of the Persian material is the lion-headed griffin in the first place, rather than the eagle-headed griffin, and not usually so attacking. It might be sort of rearing, but not with prey there. So I think the idea of tracing it through Scythian and Black Sea material is very interesting, and at least in what I've done today, it does seem like that's a possibility.
Yeah, I think also this fits the geography, so to say, looking to the north and to this eternal light, of course, with all the symbolism of royalty and afterlife. So. I think we should move to the next paper. Yeah, please.
No, thank you.
No, thank you, because it was brilliant. Our next speaker is Nadezhda Nalimova, who is the assistant professor of art history at Lomonosov in Moscow. So Nadezhda is bringing her students usually through different museums all around the world, and she tells them about classical Greek and Roman art. And today she will bring us to Apollonia Pontica, discussing the warrior frieze and the sources of its inspiration.
Thank you, Nadezhda, and very happy to see you here.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to say thank you, to thank Bona and all organizers for this wonderful meeting and for this opportunity to participate. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. And indeed, my presentation is devoted to the unique terracotta frieze, fragments of which come from Apollonia Pontica, nowadays Azopol, the Milesian colony on the Black Sea coast of eastern Thrace. The first 6 fragments were discovered in 1904 by French consul Alexandre de Gran on the island of Sveti Kirik. On the island of Sveti Kirik, where important cultic place of Apollo Iatros, city patron deity, existed. This area had been completely reorganized with the construction of an Ionic temple and monumental altar in the last quarter of the 6th century BC. The frieze, which is dated basically to the same period, should have belonged to some late archaic building in the area. The recent research on the island of Sveti Kirik, started in 2009, revealed another 12 fragments. All of them are identical in identical in style, and they belong to a multifigural composition representing a battle between foot soldiers and horsemen. Several scenes can be identified. 2 warriors marching right, a hoplite kneeling before the horse or a rider, an attacking hoplite, horseman moving to the left, a fallen warrior by the galloping horseman. 2 of these scenes are attested in 2 identical fragments, and another one is represented in 3 pieces. Publications with analysis of these materials after 2009, and especially the book by Daniela Stoyanova, which summarizes all currently known data, made it possible to get a better idea of the warrior frieze. I would like to share some thoughts and probably to pose some questions, which are sometimes difficult to answer, regarding iconography of the frieze, its style, its meaning, and possible sources of inspiration. All researchers who have dealt with these fragments view them in the context of the well-known tradition, the production of terracotta architectural plaques in Western Asia Minor, which originates in the 2nd quarter of the 6th century and continues until the first decades of the 5th century BC. Daniela brilliantly showed how this frieze from Apollonia relates to this tradition and inscribed it in the dynamic development of Ionic architectural decoration. I do not have much to add, but just a few remarks. The characteristic Asian Minor friezes of this type and those associated with this tradition normally represent the series of repeating patterns, which is due to the use of one set of molds. The same principle of repeating patterns is applied in the stone friezes from Kyzikos, Muse, and Iassos, dating from the 2nd quarter or mid-6th century BC. But all these terracotta friezes, as well as their stone counterparts, reveal no coherent narration. Even if they contain some narrative motives or elements, like for example, banquets or hunting or centaurs, their ornamental potential obviously prevails over the narrative one, which is due to the very nature of this typeset decoration. In the warrior frieze, we obviously have a more sophisticated approach. As Phillip Sapirstein noted, the Apollonia reliefs look rather complicated and would have been hard to manufacture. I believe that this peculiarity is connected with the influence of the stone frieze and stone decoration. Daniela Stoyanova is perfectly right to classify Apollonia terracottas as belonging to the next generation of architectural Ionic friezes. But I think it is necessary to articulate that this next generation is represented exclusively by stone friezes, namely friezes of the Siphnian and Massalian treasuries at Delphi, two-relief Simus of Artemision at Ephesus, and architrave frieze of Athenaean at Assos. All these friezes reflect, to varying degrees, the influence of the terracotta typesetting decoration. For example, in the Assos frieze, we find a decorative rhythmic repetition of figures and motifs. Different subjects and patterns, basically very close to what we know from the terracotta friezes, were just added to each other. There is obviously no single narrative. On the contrary, in the frieze of the Sifnian and Massalian treasuries at Delphi probably as well, we find more holistic view of the subjects within at least the one side of the building. The frieze from Sveti Kirik Island seems to have the same quality. Also, we cannot judge how it looked like as a whole, how many sides of the building it occupied. Could it be the fragments of different or identical friezes decorating different sides of the building, for example? But basing on the available fragments, we can assume a single subject, a battle. Nevertheless, some ornamental qualities are still retained, and repeated patterns still play an important role. Probably in this battle frieze, the role of the repeating figural motif or figural ornament, let's say, was assigned to the horsemen, which are one of the popular subjects in terracotta friezes. The fragments of horses and one peltast rider had survived. Such particular type of a horseman with pelta occurs in the terracotta sima of the Heraclean and Thassos. And this analogy is always mentioned in connection with the frieze from Sozopol. In terracotta friezes, the horses and chariots always exist outside the narrative. They are sometimes identified as hunters, or on the basis that they are accompanied by running dogs chasing hares and birds flying over, like in Thassos. But it's clear that this is a more or less standardized scheme where animals take a role of filling ornament. They might have a kind of symbolic meaning, but they have no direct connection with a specific subject, or have lost it, as well as with the logic of a real action, hunting or battle. In this respect, the motif of horseman is similar to the galloping chariot, which can be also accompanied by animals. Such animal ornament disappears at some point, first from vase painting and then from architectural terracottas, as far as I can judge by the 3rd quarter of 6th century BC. It is noteworthy that in stone friezes with chariots from Muse and Cyzicus, these accompanying images are missing. The exception is the fragment with the chariot from Iassos, where we can see here. In the Sozopol frieze, also none of fragments contain such feeling images of animals. But the rhythmic repetition of riders and horses obviously still exists. This horseman, placed at some intervals, could form a kind of internal compositional structure into which narrative elements were inserted, groups and individual figures of attacking warriors. A similar compositional approach is demonstrated by the south frieze of Sifnian treasury at Delphi, with the scene of abduction. Here the chariot and horses, resembling images from terracotta friezes, but rendered in a more sophisticated way, of course, were depicted with some intervals. Figures and objects placed between them, like altar or kidnapper with his victim, turned the whole composition into a narrative. It is worth noting that the figures of Sifnian riders and horses superimposed on each other, and their poses reflecting different tempo and patterns of movement, have a certain similarity with the frieze from Sozopol. Such combination of figures on foot and with the horseman creates difficulties in terms of matching the scales. This problem did not exist in non-narrative terracotta or stone friezes with repeating uniform figures. In our frieze, the horseman placed next to the marching hoplites reveal a sharp contrast in scale. In stone friezes, such a disunity is also obvious. For example, again in the Assos frieze mentioned above, which also has no accordance in narration. But in the Sifnian south frieze, there is a clear intention to bring all figurative elements and components to a common denominator and make it more uniform in appearance. The figures of Holzman are not so small, and they are placed far from the standing ones, so the differences is not that noticeable. In some part of Sozopol frieze, the attempts to reduce the scale differences are visible as well. For example, the fragmentary figures of helmeted warriors, one advancing with a shield and another one kneeling, seem to be a bit smaller in scale than those marching. At least their poses make them look more compact and thus better coordinated with the riders and horses. So, in terms of composition, the south frieze of the Sifnian treasury gives a good parallel to the warrior frieze. But its figures of hoplites reveal striking similarities with gigantomachy of the same building. Both figures of hoplites with lowered helmets from Sozopol find their parallels in Sifnian sculptures, including a notable motif, fluttering hair indicating a fast movement of the warrior. And the next one, analogy. Thus, the frieze from Apollonia occupies an intermediate position. Being already at the end of the existence of terracotta plaque decoration, it apparently adapts the features and compositional techniques developed in stone, developed in stone friezes at the same time, albeit earlier, and obviously due to the interest in the narrative. This is comparable, I think, to the late phase of development of black figure vase painting, which tried to update itself using some innovative approaches of the new red figure technique. As for analogies, I suppose that Sifnian friezes are much more comparable than those of Assos or Ephesus. With all the differences in scale, materials, and style, they give the close analogies in terms of composition and in the depiction of individual figures. At least they used the same pictorial formulas. What is fundamentally distinguishing these reliefs from the Sifnian frieze and all other architectural friezes I know is a specific expressiveness of the rendering of some details. The warrior who fell under the horse hoofs is depicted screaming. His mouth is shown wide open, his teeth are visible. The helmet flies off his head and the crest bounces off his helmet. Those objects are floating in the air, crossing each other in space. I am not aware of the other such flying objects in the battle or other scenes in relief, sculpture, or monumental decoration before Hellenistic time. The only classical example I can remember is one of the so-called Jakobsthal reliefs in the Metropolitan Museum, which is supposed to be forged by Florence Tilp. And here we see the pillars which is flying, floating in the air. The pose of the warrior for Sozopol frieze with the legs tucked up is also extraordinary for depicting dead or wounded men, not only in architectural decoration, but also in any other media. For example, among fallen warriors of the Sifnian battle reliefs, we see a wide variety of poses, including a figure lying on its back. But there is nothing comparable with the Sozopol frieze. The style also seems to me different from the other terracotta architectural plaques. The sharp-edged, for example, in the Louvre piece, we see the sharp-edged modeling of and precision in details, which is very impressive. The crucial question is, where is the artistic language come from? Where to look for analogies for such style and expressive presentation of human body? Probably we should move away from the architectural sphere and turn to the field of the terracotta votive reliefs and generally to the smaller plastic arts. In this regard, the Jakobsthal relief mentioned above come to mind. Also, the period of production and the stylistic features are later. In the relief with Odysseus and Penelope from Louvre, we see similar expressiveness and sharpness in the rendering of the lean body, protruding knees, and stringy hair. Interestingly, the only representation resembling the facial expression of the screaming warrior I have found so far, with the help of Tamar, occurs on coin, perhaps from Cyzicus, depicting profile head with an open mouth, probably a satyr. In addition, it seemed logical to turn to the vase painting. Also, it's not clear for me to what extent we can talk about the interaction between pottery and architectural terracotta in this period. With regard to Sifnian friezes, the influence of vase painting and even possible participation of the Andakidas painter were once postulated, which doesn't seem impossible to me. At least in the 7th century BC, vase painting, architectural terracottas, and wall painting were closely connected. There is at least one detail in Sozopol reliefs which might refer to the vase painting, the depiction of the warrior's hand in the Louvre fragment with a very long, thin, straight fingers. The elongated fingers are the common feature in the late archaic reliefs, but the way of depicting is normally different, not so sharp and stylized. It looks like this convention is directly borrowed from the black figure vase painting of the last quarter of the 6th century BC. And in this regard, it should be noted that already during the excavation of Alexander the Grand on the island, fragments of Attic black figure ceramics dating from the second half and the last quarter of the 6th century BC were discovered. And among them, there is a fragment of a cup depicting a helmeted warrior. So the military theme is also represented. Particularly colorful in terms of expression is a Louvre fragment with a screaming warrior and the warrior blowing a horn. In connection with their interpretation, the question arises, who these characters are? One would like to see barbarians in them. Also, they are dressed and armed as Greeks, except for possible sling in the hand of one of them, which is not a Greek weapon. However, the most barbaric thing about these men is not their attributes, but their facial expressions, their appearance, the interpretation of hair and sharp, shaggy beards. In other words, their ethos is non-Greek. On Attic vases of the last third of 6th century BC, the images of barbarian archers as part of the Greek army are becoming widespread. On the amphora of the Würzburg Group 199 from Rhodes Museum, we see Greek hoplites and archers in high headdresses depicted in pairs. They are depicted not as enemies, but as allies. Their barbaric non-Greek appearance is emphasized by costume, but not only by this. Their faces, with protruding beards and slightly elongated noses, are interpreted somewhat grotesquely, also, of course, not as exaggerated as in Sozopol terracottas. If the hoplite warriors are Greeks of Apollonia, why they are depicted so grotesquely as Hellenists never depict themselves? It is possible to assume that the Louvre fragment, in the Louvre fragment, non-Greek auxiliaries, mercenaries are depicted. This idea has already been postulated by Christina Panayotova. While the warriors with the lowered helmets are Greeks. Also, the political history of Apollonia is known only from sketched written evidences, partly supplemented by archaeological data. The very cultural climate of these territories suggests the possible presence of different ethnic groups in the frieze. The meticulously detailed equipment and specificity of the warriors' faces speaks in favor of historical or quasi-historical subject. It seems that none of mythological battles is suitable. If so, then the frieze from Apollonia is unique. Historical subjects are completely a non-standard choice for Greek architectural sculpture, and they are rare even in the classical period. Again, an intriguing question remains, on what kind of building such a frieze could appear? It seems that nothing in the cult of Apollo Ietros, Apollo the healer, suggests an appeal to the military theme, even if this cult adopted some local elements. Actually, in the classical period, battle scenes do appear in the decoration of the temples of healer or savior deities. For example, Apollo Basitas, who was considered a placa verter and the patron of Arcadian mercenaries. in the temple of Asclepius and in Epidaurus as well. Perhaps in these two temples, the battle is sort of as a metaphor for the victory over death or disease, but in case of the Sozopol frieze, the historical components do not seem to favor such symbolic interpretation. A heron or some building connected with the city history would be a good option, but of course this is purely hypothetical. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nadezhda, for your reflections on different archaic and classical hunting and war friezes with Greeks and barbarians, and also for the parallel with the Cyzicus coin, which is quite stimulating. It gives us idea. Are there any questions? Yes, please.
It's not a question, it's for your collection of helmets flying off of warriors' heads. There's one on the north frieze of the Niki temple.
Yes, I know that, but it's of classical period. Yes, thank you.
Well,
for that.
yes, but you were collecting.
Thank you very much.
So.
Thank you. I had it in mind. Yes.
I have some. So about the peltasts, do you have an idea? Who would be the peltasts on the in the picture? So should they be Thracians or what ethnicity, so to say?
Actually, I have no comments for that. Just as in the books is written that they are Thracians. Actually, they should be Thracians, but I don't think that I have something to add to it. I don't know.
Would you risk a parallel with an element, maybe a destruction episode of Apollonia by an incursion of the Thracians or of the Persians or something like that? An occasion to show the brilliant fighting capacities of the hoplites of Apollonia in the 5th century?
I think that it should be the event which is remote in time. It's not contemporary for the... it should be something which happened in historical, it should be historical, but removed in time, I think. Not, and I don't know which event is suitable for this.
Any other questions?
Nadia, thank you for this very stimulating talk. I can't help look at the face of the trumpeter here and think of Archilochus's joke about Thracians distorting their faces when they drink beer through a straw. And there's a sort of discourse on making faces while playing musical instruments and what is barbarian and what is Hellenic. Is there any indication that this kind of war horn has a Thracian connection?
This kind of, I don't know, images, this kind of depiction of the playing on the instrument. I didn't think about it, but yeah, I should. I thank you for this question. It's interesting, probably.
Other questions, comments, remarks? If not, we thank Nadezhda very much for this very beautiful presentation. And we continue on the same line because we will hear now Arina Korzun, who is the PhD candidate coordinated by Nadezhda in the Moscow State University, Lomonosov. And Arina, so she's a specialist of Greek and Thracian archaeology in Bulgaria, so the rather eastern Thrace, and she will speak today about southeastern Thrace, the sculptural frieze of the Roman theater in Vizier, eastern Thrace, interpretation of the Hellenistic tradition. The floor is yours,
Thank
Arina.
you, Anka. Thank you very much for such a great opportunity to take part in this event, and for American School in Athens, and especially for you, Bona. And my paper of today will be devoted to the sculptural frieze of theater of ancient Vizier, Eastern Thrace, which was discovered in 1996, but has not been published yet. The slabs were found as spolia in the parapet of orchestra, related to the Byzantine phase of construction. Özkan Ertuğrul suggested that the relief originated from the Skene building of its Roman phase. The frieze is currently part of the Kırklareli Museum collection. According to archaeological reports of 1996, the decoration contained several subjects, but their original sequences is impossible to define. Upon discovery, the slabs were placed in the following order. The image of a feasting Dionysus was followed by a scene conjecturally identified as the punishments of the Niobites, and the consul was Nike. On the last slab of the frieze, there was a figure of so-called Thracian rider. It should be noted that the punishment of the Niobites, which depicts a character, male or female, chasing two next young men, received a different reading in the explication of Kırklareli Museum. According to my knowledge, this version is not published. It is assumed that this slab contained the depiction of Giantemeche, the young Dionysus participating in the battle, strikes the giant Evritos with his Tirsus. The second giant is running away. These events are mentioned by Pseudo-Apollodorus. When Dionysus killed Evritos with Tirsus, Athena pursued another giant. This brief description raises important issues and motivates to find reasons for representations of such subjects in the theatrical context, as well as the iconographic choices. It also seems important to define the relationship between the different mythological heroes in overall composition. Ancient Bize, a city located in the not far away from the trade routes between Hadrianopolis and Byzantium. Pliny the Elder reports that Bize was the capital of the Thracian kings and the place where the legendary king Thrace lived. Strabo calls Bize the capital of Asti tribe. The absence of early evidence about the Asti most probably indicates their insignificance before 3rd, 2nd centuries BC. The archaeological investigation of Bize are at initial stage, and currently there is not enough archaeological data to judge the development of the city in this period. In the existing literature, it is accepted that it was ruled by an Edrisian Astian dynasty, that it's also supported by epigraphic evidence from the city. Later inscriptions are already related the presence of the Sapian dynasty in Bize. Most likely that the new rule was established immediately after the Battle of Actium. Later on, after the murder of Frimetalch III, Emperor Claudius annexed the Thracian kingdom. 46 AD, the province of Thrace was founded on the territory of the client state with Perinthus its capital. With the establishment of the province of Thrace, Bize apparently was granted the status, a special status. It gives the city the right to elect the authorities, to have a city council, and to have its own coinage. The importance of the rule of tribal Hellenized aristocracy may influence the formation and sustainable existence of the local pantheon of deities in the city. The theatrical decoration of Bize is perhaps one of the pieces of evidence of this. On the first slab, the feasting Dionysus holds a cantharus, the next to him a theatrical mask is depicted on the cleaner. Near the god, the figure of Silenus drinking from a cantharus appears. At the other side, two satyrs feeding a crater from a wineskin. Another satyr plucks the bunches of grapes, framing the entire composition. It is not by chance that the role of Dionysus as the god of winemaking and fertility is emphasized. Coins from Bize dated to the 2nd century contain the depiction of Dionysus as patron of the city. His name is written in genitive, the genitive. At the same time, he's presented sitting on the throne with a cantharus in one hand and bunches of grape in the other, as a patron of God, and the god of winemaking. The importance of the Dionysus cult is supported by epigraphic data. In Malka Târnava, Bulgaria, Burgas region, an inscription on behalf of the Boule, Demos of Bize, and citizen was found. They dedicated the altar to Julia Domna in Caracalla, as well as Zeus and Dionysus. Thus, the connection of the cult with the city, but also with the imperial dynasty, is evident. In addition, an Alfred Mansell excavation of the Byzantine necropolis have revealed the Dionysian imagery predominated among the grave goods since Hellenistic time. Nevertheless, there is no correlation between iconographical formulas of the coins and that of the reliefs left with Dionysus. Most likely, the master of the frieze followed the early prototypes related to the iconography of the harvest and winemaking. Feasting Dionysus is very popular iconography since archaic times. According to Pausanias, already on the chest of Kypselos, Dionysus was represented reclining inside a grotto under a vine and other trees and holding a golden cup. The vase painting demonstrates some variation, but satyrs in vineyards preparing or keeping the wine seems the most constant subject. On the latter reliefs, the harvest stem could be detached from the main figure of the god and integrated into different Dionysian subjects. This isolated subject appears on busier coins in the middle 3rd century AD. For Burkhard Fecher, the iconography of monoposiast, the term invented for feasting alone gods and heroes, Dionysus, Heracles, Achilles, promotes the celebration of wine among humans through conviviality. Under the guise of the symposias, Dionysus to be regarded as the patron of god of his lovers, the drinkers that celebrate him, or even in the archetype of the mortal symposiast, which means its rapprochement to men. Another monoposiast, the feasting hero, became an often reproduced formula for classic and Hellenistic votive and funeral reliefs. Later depiction of monoposiast appear on Roman tombstones endowed with a simplified formula for funeral banquet. The largest number of monuments in the area come from the Black Sea coast related to the workshop of Byzantium. Nevertheless, we need to emphasize that Dionysus reclining alone is not a common iconography in the reliefs. In both agricultural or theatrical context, he usually appears with female figures, Muse or Ariadne. The next slap with the character chasing young men is too difficult to interpret. The idea that the pursuer was Dionysus seems doubtful due to the lack of iconographic prototypes of such imagery. The statement that the personage has two Thrace in his hand cannot be fully accepted. The ribbons may not belong to the Thyrsus, but to be the ends on the fluttering cloak, for example. In addition, the image of the persecuted can hardly be correlated with the giants due to its youth and slender physics. The image of young men, not their iconography, find parallels in the statuary sculpture. In particular, they look similar to the son of Niobe from the famous Florentine Niobid group, widely dated from the middle of the 1st century BC to the beginning of Antonine period. It is considered to be a Roman copy of unpreserved Greek sculptural group or even a relief. Considering the version with the punishments of the Neobites, several details should be noted. Firstly, according to the literary sources, Artemis persecuted the daughters of Niobe and Apollo the sons. In artistic traditions, such a division may not be taken into account. A good example is provided by the relief from the Villa Albani, copies from the 5th century BC Greek originals. Secondly, according to both literary and visual sources, the weapon of Artemis is usually a bow. What we see in the character's hands of busier frieze may not be a thesis, but other typical attributes of the goddess, torch or kind of javelin, for example. Nevertheless, it seems that the weapon has a pointed head and looks like a double spear or two spears. In this case, we may assume that through the use of this very weapon, the artist intended to emphasize the local nature of the cult of the Artemis and its connection with that of Thracian goddess Bendis. The cult of Bendis has been known in Greece since classical times, second half of 5th century BC. It was associated with Thracian beliefs as well as the Greek Artemis. The place of worship in Attica was the vicinity of Piraeus, the hill of Munichia, also the sacred temenos of Artemis Munichia. A characteristic attribute of the goddess is the so-called double spear, dilochos, mentioned in literary sources by Cratinus. The later authors, Photius and Hesigius, named the double spear as an attribute of Bendis or Artemis. It is striking that vase from Boeotia, dated to the 2nd century BC, contains the labeled depictions of the figure of Bendis, side A, and that of Artemis, side B. Both goddesses have the similar weapons, a double spear. Maria Deudi claims that on famous relief with Bendis from British Museum, the goddess has a dilochos, but these assumptions seems doubtful. There is space only for one spear within the frame of the slab. The iconographic evidence also confirmed the importance of the Bendis cult in Hellenistic time. On a coin from Heraclea Pontica, historical land of Thracian tribe Thini, dated to the reign of Nicomedes the first, Bendis is depicted as a warrior deity seated on a flat-top rock, holding two spears in her raised right hand and a sword in a scabbard in the left. There is a shield at her side. Maria Deudi suggests that such imagery means the incorporation of the goddess into the divine pantheon of the city. It is worth noting that epigraphic data confirms the presence of Bendis cult in the area during the Empire period. The second temple of Bendis after Piraeus was located in Thrace, and it's mentioned by two Roman authors. In the early information comes from Livius, who narrates that after the battle of the Thracians, in the narrow passes and on the road between Kypsela and Hebros, the leading units of the army of Vulso camped around the temple of Bendis. The other reference in Lucian, where Zeus complained that there is no longer worshipped so much since temple of many gods were built, and their list includes also the temple of Bendis in Thrace. At present, there is no archaeological evidence of the temple existence. A key aspect of the imagery of Bendis in Roman times is the similarity to the Artemis. It is generally accepted by scholars that the depiction of Artemis Bendis is characteristic for the votive reliefs concentrated in the area of Roman province of Thrace and Macedonia, especially the region of Philippopolis, Philippi, and the middle reaches of Strimona, southwestern Bulgaria. It seems that the Roman iconography was adopted from the widespread so-called Artemis Kynegitis huntress type, which originated in the Hellenistic period, and his iconography survived until after 3rd, 4th century AD. Paul Collard and Pierre Ducret, in their monograph devoted to the rock reliefs from the Acropolis of ancient Philippi, suggest that many Roman depictions of Artemis huntress may be associated with Artemis Bendis if the goddess is hunting with a spear. The choice of the Artemis huntress type for the representation of the Neobites myth is unusual. Referring to the Artemis frieze from the theater of Hierapolis, beginning of the 3rd century, we may notice that the slabs with the hunting goddess are followed by those with the slaying of Neob's children, but employing their classical iconography. Probably, this specific feature in the busy theater can be regarded as a sign of great importance of Thracian beliefs in the area. On the other hand, the emphasis of the theme of hunting, even with some militant overtones, may refer to real performances carried out in the arena. An inscription from Ancyra, dated to the 170-138 AD, and honoring a deceased gladiator, contains the list of the polis where he was performing. Busy was seated among them. It means the theater was transformed into an arena for gladiators' combat no later than the reign of Hadrian. It is well known that the Romans produced spectacles at which they watched people die. Fighters, who were usually native from barbarian ethnic group, Thracian, Sarmatian, criminals, army deserters, or prisoners of war, were trained extensively in order to ensure an entertaining battle. In such a context, the phenomenon of fatal charade, representing the Roman execution stage as mythological enactments, should be mentioned. We may go further and think of women who participated in performances as gladiators or beast hunters. The first known case is dated to the reign of Nero. Apart from Byzia, there are other examples in the area. The decoration of the Roman theater in Philippi contains mythological characters related to the classical drama, but seems to be influenced by performative practices carried out in the arena. The figure of the Maenad with a sword adopts the feature of fighting Amazons and holds the theatrical mask reminiscent of a severed head. Nevertheless, it seems that the theme of harvest could be related to that of battle in theatrical context from at least the late classical period. Considering the famous Horagic monument of Lysicrates and its relief program that contains the myth of punishment on the Tyrrhenian pirates, followed by their transformation into the dolphins. We see Dionysus reclining on the rock with the panther and supervising the satyrs who chase the pirates. It is striking that the battle scene are alternated with that of winemaking, satyrs feeling a crater visible. Going back to the character of Artemis Bendis, it is appropriate to recall Strabo and his book 10. And he book 10, where the ancient geographer compares the rites in honor of the goddess with the Dionysian ones. This evidence can be confirmed by the nature of the votive offerings in the area. On the border of the Roman provinces of Macedonia and Thrace, in the modern Bulgarian settlement of Melnik, apparently a sanctuary of Bendis existed since Hellenistic times. During the excavation of the Byzantine church of St. Nicholas, the foundation of a Roman sanctuary or temple of the imperial cult were found. Among the finds, there is a dedicatory inscription in honor of Trajan and numerous votive reliefs with the image of Bendis. Violeta Nesheva claims that the votive reliefs with Dionysus originated from this very sanctuary. Dionysus is depicted as the god of winemaking and adopts the iconographical features of the Thracian rider. Monuments are dated to the beginning of the 3rd century. In addition, the votive reliefs with Artemis Bendis on the Philippi Acropolis also neighbor with those of Thracian rider. According to Kirklarelli Museum accounts, it's not published, the slab with the Thracian rider was not the part of the initial decoration, and it was added during the later reconstruction. This seems right considering the dimensions of the slabs. On the other hand, this imagery fits the main idea of the theatrical composition inspired by formulas adopted from the votive reliefs. According to Oppermann's classification, this type of image, a rider on a horse in front of the altar in the presence of one of two female characters, belongs to the category A. These images appear in the late Hellenistic time and become widespread in the 2nd century AD on the territory of Western Pontus and in the region of Odessa's Byzantium. It is striking that the character of Thracian rider was a part of decoration of a Roman theater of Tarsus, where it's neighbored with the Ares and Dionysus. Apparently, Artemis and the Thracian hero are a popular character of the public monumental decoration program of Byzia. Pliny the Elder described the city as a fortress of Thracian kings, which means that Byzia was fortified at least the late Hellenistic period. The city Romans' fortifications are known from the medallion of Philip II Arab with identical reverses. There is a gate flanked by 2 round towers with 2 square niches inside. In the right niche there is a figure of Thracian rider. On the left we find an image of 3 nymphs. Above the cornice rises a figure of Nike on a quadriga flanked by a statue of Artemis Huntress type with a bow, and possibly Zeus or Apollo. On the coins dated to the reign of Hadrian, there is also a depiction of the gate that is similar to that of one portrait on the medallion of Philip the Arab. The inscription dated to the 155 AD reports that the city authorities represent erecting a tower with the consent of provincial governor Commodus. Philip Kolev suggests that the inscription probably attests repairs of the fortification and not construction of the new defensive facility. The information that it was a project of the city authorities and not of the central government indicates a limited scope of the construction works. The need of renovation in the age of Antonius Pius makes the date of the original construction in the early 2nd AD less probable. It means that the occurrence from the Adriatic period could depict the early Hellenistic fortification. However, at this stage, the excavation, it is impossible to determine neither the dating of the initial construction nor the exact character of the chronology of its decorative program. To summarize, in the theatrical decoration from Byzia, the syncretistic character of the Dionysian religion is emphasized. It seems that the figure of Dionysus, patron of the city, worshipped at least from Hellenistic times, have a dominating role in the composition. Considerable funeral objects from the Tumuli, we may assume the importance of this cult among the Hellenized aristocracy. The choice of the iconography of feasting god and focus on harvesting reveal the role of Dionysus, a patron of winemaking, on the fertile lands of Byzia. The iconography of the feasting god shares its origin with that of the feasting hero, a popular motif in the region since the classical period. It might accentuate the succession to Hellenistic tradition, at the same time being well known to the Roman spectator, since it became the model for the popular totem mold depiction in Roman tombstones. The overall composition and its mythological heroes adopt the feature of the local pre-Roman pantheon, which seems to be of great importance on the land of Thrace and neighboring Macedonia. If our assumptions are correct and the story of Neobites indeed represented in the reliefs, the probably Greek Artemis take shape of Thracian bandits here. Bandits' iconography undergone major changes since classical Athens and were fixed in syncretic form on the votive relief in the region. Anyway, the master of the frieze appealed to classical tradition in her representation and endowed Artemis bandits with a double spear, the typical attribute of bandits. At the same time, her imagery of a huntress goddess may refer to Venatio. Thus, probably the main idea of the composition is to emphasize the Hellenized local cultic tradition, but its inclusion in the context of Roman religion and spectacles. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Arina, for showing and discussing this evidence. I think two heroes are not enough in order to make the Neobites, and there are too many in order to make one hero in a personal, unfortunate relationship with Artemis. So why not thinking maybe about Orestes and Pylades pursued by an Artemis goddess? Because two looking young men could be these ones, and Orestes of course related to this region of Thrace. Edirne, Adrianopolis was Orestia for, so yeah. Some maybe, I don't know.
The figure is of Artemis. It's discussable, yeah, because I can't find the prototypes with the double spear in this iconography. I can find the iconography of Artemis bandits standing with the double spears, but not in this way, depicted in this way. But
you show that there is a possible interpretatio tragica, so to say, of this Artemis. So why not a theatrical subject? But I let our friends to ask you questions and make comments. Yes, Tamar?
Thank you for the presentation. I have one small question regarding some specifics about the reliefs. How tall are they? What was the size of the reliefs? I couldn't understand from the presentation.
It's about 45 centimeters.
Oh, so they are.
Yeah, it's not very tall.
Okay, so because then this size also brings them more closer to the votive reliefs.
Yeah.
Because the more you show them, the more I'm reminded of votive reliefs. Even in the first, for the first relief, the grapes, the vines, how they are depicted in a relief, they're all very reminiscent of like Hellenistic votive reliefs, where there are caves or mountains depicted. and I don't remember such reliefs anywhere from theater decoration.
Yes, but we could find it in monumental buildings, such iconography of feast in Dionysus. But with Ariadne, for example, we discussed yesterday with Musa that on the Hellenistic temple of Dionysus in Thrace, there is a iconography of feasting in the grotto, of feasting Dionysus in the grotto with the grapes but with Ariadne, not alone.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments? If not, we congratulate Arina once again. And we close our sessions with the best, which is at the end, last but not least, Laurence Cavalier and Consuelo Manetta about the decoration of the ceiling coffers. Laurence Cavalier, vous la connaissez tous, you know her very well. So she's a professor for classical archaeology in the University of Bordeaux, so a brilliant specialist of Roman architecture in Asia Minor and Northern Aegean. And Consuelo Manetta, she is a honorary fellow at the Scuola Normale Superiore di Pisa, a specialist of architecture and painting of the classical, Hellenistic, and Roman times. So we'll start, as Consuelo just told me, by the presentation of Laurence that we'll hear through Zoom. Laurence, can you hear us?
Yes. Yes. Do you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay. But now I'm waiting for the PowerPoint, maybe. Yes. So thank you very much, Anka, for your very kind introduction, and be sure I regret very much not being with you physically, but at least you have Consuelo. In 2019, the Getty-sponsored travel seminar offered Consuelo and myself the chance to start a scientific collaboration based on our common research interest on ancient coverings. At that time, I had resumed the architectural study of the Nereid monument at Xanthos within the framework of the AEGEAN research program and in collaboration with Jacques Descourtils, Didier Laroche, and Jean-François Bernard. One part of the program was devoted to the creation of a 3D model of the monument on the basis of photogrammetry of the existing blocks and of Coupel and de Man's book. You can see it just behind me. Consuelo instead was continuing research on the ceiling in the Ostrucha tumulus as part of a general reappraisal of this Thracian funerary complex together with Daniela Stoyanova. In addition, she was working more generally on the decorative repertoire of the decorated coffers applied on flat, vaulted and domed ceilings from the 5th century BC to the 5th century AD, a study that she started as part of her Marie Curie Fellowship at the Aarhus Institute for Advanced Studies. On the one hand, we discovered that many of the problems that each of us was encountering were interrelated. On the other hand, we realized that the critical and contextual reappraisal of the Lycian monument of the Ostrucha ceiling and other Thracian monuments may provide new elements for the understanding of the edifice they decorated. In addition, there are key evidence for exploring the origin and the evolution of coffered systems in Greece and Asia Minor, as well as their reception in non-Greek environments as results of intercultural relations. These contexts are our today's case studies. Regretfully, reasons related to the pandemic have slowed down our plans, and our joint research is still at a very early stage. For the opportunity to be here today, and more generally for the Beyond the Northern Aegean initiative, we are deeply grateful to Bona Westcott and to Ivy Chen, who have been respectively a fantastic director and program coordinator. We use decorated coffer ceilings as an inclusive definition. It includes both the proper stone marble coffers and those that Roger Ling describes as concrete coffers, The stone marble coffers are the individual lacunar characterized by recessed frames, the coffer lid of which completed both the so-called lantern vaults, and their possible Etruscan variants, and the multiple lacunars, also with recessed frames and decorated coffer lids used in flat ceilings. The reason behind our inclusive definition is that despite the structural and technological differences, their sculpted or painted or stuccoed decorative repertoire, and perhaps more strikingly, their symbolic meaning is quite consistent over the centuries, as we shall see. While discussing the motif of the star, that was a common decoration in 5th century coffered ceilings, starting from the Athenian temples, as we also shall see later, Karine Tanke, as already others before her, sees in it a symbol of the sky, perhaps inherited for Egyptian art. A reference to the sky has been assumed also for the gilded stars that often appear in coffered domes in Roman and late Roman period, when this symbolism is even emphasized by the circular shape of the dome, evocative, as some critics believe, of the cosmos. It should also be noticed that planets, mainly in the form of their divine personifications, as well as the zodiac, were recurrent motifs in ceiling art of the Roman period. Based on this assumption, we believe that a holistic approach is the most fruitful, for it explores coffers' construction features and decorative choices in the longue durée. We also apply a contextual approach, meaning that we consider ceilings in their archaeological and cultural context and as part of a productive process that involved local, Greek, and other foreigner craftsmanship. In this process, Greek models undoubtedly played a part, but neither was their reception in non-Greek environment passive, nor had the Greek a rigid attitude toward external inputs. Coffer's decoration often conveys a message that wanted to reach an audience. The overhead position of a ceiling, in addition, enhanced the impact of this architectural feature, for it was made to be seen. Its construction and function implied the interaction among patrons, who acted in private or public capacities, and workers with different skills and level of expertise. They included architects and painters. Not only are the coffered ceilings a primary archaeological source for better understand the buildings that they decorated, but they were a powerful means to communicate ideas and values among members of the same community and with communities of different cultures. Several issues related to both architectural and decorative features of the coffered ceilings remain open. Mainly, this is due to the fact that our knowledge is as partial and fragmentary as the material remains themselves. Generally speaking, both the chronology and the architectural characteristics of the key monuments containing coffered ceilings are often still disputed. No existing study has yet aimed to reconstruct the decorative and figurative repertoire in ceiling art. Several figurative themes represented within these ceilings, specifically heads, busts, and mythological representations, have not yet been identified. The only available corpus, which is Tanke's monograph published in 1989, is both out of date and incomplete. Our first case study is the Nereid monument at Xanthos in Mysia. It has always been considered a key document in relation to our understanding of coffered ceilings' origin, evolution, and decoration. As known, there have been many different dating proposals since the discovery of the monument. They range from 500 BC with Fellows to after 350 according to Newton and more recently to Pedersen. Coupel and de Marne proposed dating around 380. These datings generally are based on stylistic analysis of the reliefs. Those who favor the high chronology of the building consider this monument the model for the mausoleum of Halicarnassos and consequently the first one in which busts, prosopa, appeared as decoration in prophylix. If this could be proved, one might even contemplate the idea that the introduction of head and bust in ceiling art was an Anatolian invention. More specifically, coffers with non-figural decoration were also documented in a monument. The first editors, who imagined a sequence of coffers alternating with vegetal motifs and busts, reconstructed the vegetal coffers with a rosette surrounded by an anthemion. Since flowers and stars represented as multi-pointed polygons were a common feature of Athenian coffered ceilings in temples dating to the 5th century BC, and especially in pronaoi, porches, and propylaea, the Nereid monument was then seen as a local development, by the addition of busts, of an Athenian model. New data on both the architectural and the decoration of the Nereid monument came out from our recent reappraisal as part of the aforementioned AEGEAN program that may challenge previous reconstructions of the monument. First of all, the proportions of the building are different. Indeed, during one of our work sessions, Didier Laroche noticed a problem in Coupelle and Demarne restitution. The restitution proposed in the publication places block 2475 on the same course as the Anta capitals, a solution incompatible with the capital itself. The only solution for placing this block is to restore an additional 28.4 centimeter high course under the Anta capital, which therefore changes the height of the wall. In addition, new architectural questions emerge that can contribute to define the chronology. I would like to dwell on one particular element, the Ionic capital. The carved guilloche on the torus of the echinus is imitated from the capital of the AEGEAN, but there is also a fundamental difference between the two capitals. The baluster of the Ionic capital of the AEGEAN is divided vertically by astragals sculpted with beads and reels, whereas that of the Nereid monument has a balteus decorated with imbricated leaves pointing downwards and has retained only 2 astragals of beads and reels close to the volute and 2 others that limit the balteus. According to Oran Bingel, the balteus decorated with imbricated leaves first appears on the Nereid monument. But Rumscheid considers that the oldest example of this decoration is to be found at the Temple of Zeus at Labanda or in the mausoleum of Halicarnassos, and that it would be a Carian invention. I have tried to track the origin of this pattern quite unsuccessfully, I must confess, but I hope maybe some will help me with this. If we look for Greek predecessors, we find nothing in Greece itself, at least on the capital prior to the middle of the 4th century. Imbricated leaves cover the whole surface of the baluster of the Ionic temple of Massara near Lokri in western Greece. And this invention is attributed to a group of people from Samos who migrated to Lokri in 493. The temple is dated between 480 and 430. 3 other examples of capitals from Sedinonte with balusters decorated with leaves have been published by Theodorescu, the oldest one being dated to the last third of the 5th century. So if we admit that the pattern was created by Samians in Western Greece, it remains to be understood how it was brought back to Asia Minor a century later, restricted to the balteus, and by whom? And who invented the balteus? In my opinion, it would be a bit surprising that such an innovation that had spread throughout the Greek world could be credited to the quite anonymous sculpture of the Nereid monument. There still are discussions between us, but the possibility of dating the Nereid monument after the mausoleum at Halicarnassos is open. Eventually, new observation can be made on the coffered soffit of the Nereid monument. I had started to work on the polychromy with no spectacular results up to now, but observation on the coffered soffit with vegetal motifs can be made. The anthemion that characterizes the Nerine monument coffer is similar to the anthemion of palmette and lotus flowers that Orlandos reconstructed for the coffers of the Parthenon. This gives me no reason to exclude that a star and not a rosette was represented as central motif of this coffer. This doesn't affect the dating of the monument, but maybe it's another clue for the presence of an Athenian workshop at Xanthos. So if we could establish that the Nerine monument is later than the mausoleum, what the numismatist Jan Six wrote about the figural coffer of the Nerine monument would be worth of being reconsidered. In his 1905 article devoted to Greek painters, Six writes that a visitor remarked traces of paint on one coffer displayed at the British Museum. These traces were drawn, and Six published a photograph of this drawing, the one you see on the screen. Six hypothesizes the participation of the painter Pousias in the decoration of the Nerine monument, which at that time he dated from 374-362, that is to say from the reign of Pericles of Lycia. Six based his assumption on the fact that Pousias, the Sicyonian painter active in the 4th century, is presented by Pliny as a specialist of small paintings of children's portraits, and as being the first to have painted lacunaria. In any case, I think this question also remains open, and now I leave the floor to Consuelo.
Yeah, and now we move to the Thracian evidence. As for the Thracian evidence, decorated coffers are known both in the Odrysian and Aegetic areas. In both areas, they belong to monuments dating between the last quarter of the 4th and the beginning of the 3rd century BC. In the Odrysian area, they come from both residential and funerary context. As Daniela Stoyanova and I have suggested in an article now in press, a marble ceiling with multiple coffers, possibly decorated the propylon of the royal palace, the Basileion, in the so-called fortified citadel at the northeastern corner of Setopolis, that is the royal capital that was built in the last quarter of the 4th century BC in the Kazanlek or Tunja Valley, and was named after the Odrysian king Seudes III. In particular, we identify as a figural coffer lid a fragment that Ognenova Marinova had previously interpreted as a sculptured frieze. The sculpture, in her opinion, represented a beardless youth. Instead, I propose reading it as a female head for iconographical reasons that have to do especially with the hairstyle. I have no time to go through the stylistic details here, but I show you some parallels. And I would like to thank Professor Olga Palagia, as well as the Italian Professor Elena Ghisellini for the fruitful discussion on that. Despite the state of preservation, perhaps, a braid encircled the head, as in the head from the Acropolis, in Athens, or a head from the temple of Asclepius at Epidaurus. Originally a metal decoration in the air, we might think of Estefane or to a gold bar with decoration in filigree, was fixed using the two holes that exist on the surface. The style of the head associated with what recent scholarship define as a scopic style, that is a definitive trend that begins as early as the 1st quarter of the 4th century BC and ends when the canons of a more independent Hellenistic sculpture appear around the 1st quarter of the 3rd century BC. As for a similar scopic style, the parallel between the style of the head from Seutopolis and two of the lacunars that were discovered in 1966 in the sanctuary of the great gods at Samothrace, and more precisely in the Ionic propylon, of the so-called Hall of the Choral Dancer, which that date in the third quarter of the 4th century BC, is significant. In general, the Samothracian coffers confirm the spread of the Scopic style in the North Aegean and elsewhere. In addition, both these heads and those from Pseudopolis, but also the head from the Nereid monument that we discussed earlier, are representative of a trend that starts, depending on the chronology of the Nereid monument, between the 1st and more probably the 2nd quarter of the 4th century BC. In this period, the decorative repertoire on coffered ceiling was then enriched by the increasing prevalence of faces and busts throughout the Mediterranean region, sometimes beside mythological scenes. Initially, this new repertoire mainly appeared in propylaea or pronae of temples. From the mid-4th century BC onwards, coffers with heads became popular as interior decoration on various structures, including funerary monuments. Of special importance is that the parallel between the lead fragment of Pseudopolis and the coffers from the sanctuary of the great gods in Samothrace is not at all accidental. The great inscriptions from Pseudopolis suggest the worship of these gods at the royal court of Seutis III and by his Macedonian wife Berenice. And there are reasons to believe that the temple was in the palace itself. Thus, a suggestive parallel might be established between Philip II and Seutis III. Clemente Marconi says, I quote, "There is today a general agreement in scholarship that the Macedonian royal family was the driving force behind the advent of monumental architecture at Samothrace, and that the rationale for that involvement was the effort by Philip II to raise the status of his sanctuary in northern Greece to a level comparable to that of international sanctuaries, such as Delphi and Olympia. Therefore, it is difficult to doubt that Seutis III or members of his family followed and emulated Philip II's ambitions when they built a royal capital during the last quarter of the 4th century BC, that is, only a generation after Philip II's conquest of Thrace. Eventually, heads, male and female, for Julia Valeva, exclusively female in my opinion, alternated with vegetal motifs surrounded by mythological scene, characterize the well-known painted coffered ceiling in the Ostrusia Tumulu in present-day Bulgaria. I show you some pictures. This is the... I wanted also to show you that there is this very clear imitation and evocation of wooden on the ceiling that find also parallels, for instance, in Pompeii, and the one that I show you here is a parallel later, it's the 1st century BC. The interpretation of both the heads and the mythological scenes is difficult for the coffer, the coffers are in bad state of preservation. Valevas favor a Dionysian interpretation of the heads and see episodes of the life of Achilles in the mythological scenes. Instead, I have speculated, and I stress the fact it's a speculation, of course, for reasons that I have extensively explained in my article on this topic, the possibility to see in the central coffers the personification of the Pleiades. Let's say once again a reference to a starry sky, this time not expressed with this time expressed with personification and not with geometrical stars. And we have to notice that when the heads appear on the covered ceilings, the stars, the geometrical stars, disappeared. There is a gap, and then they reappear in the Roman period, as I told you before. Indeed, I wonder whether astral personification, among, of course, many other personifications, could actually play their role in sealing art, starting from the 4th century BC, before the Roman personified the planets continued the tradition in late Hellenistic and Roman periods. I also wonder whether the mythological scenes I have been struggling at the moment. I'm still struggling in working on a reconstruction of the individual scenes, is somehow connected with the role that myths played both in Greek and non-Greek perspective as a means to create imaginative kinship between communities and culture very distant from each other, but in order to facilitate interactions. That coffer lids, possibly decorated, also occurred as part of lantern vaults, the one that de Courtil spoke about before, is almost sure, for these vaulted constructions was popular in the region. Indeed, it was used for covering antechambers with square or almost a square ground plan in the tombs in Jabamogila, Tumulus, at Strelcha on the left at the top, at Kurkale near Mezek, in the tomb at Philippopo instead, it covered the burial chamber. Perhaps a lantern vault was also used in another tomb at Parnevets. Regretfully, none of the coffer lids that close these vaults, when preserved, retains its original decoration that might have been painted originally. However, the architecture of these tombs provides important information for the development of this covering system in Thrace. As Daniela Stoyanov has recently pointed out, except for the tomb of Philippopo, all the antechambers with lantern vault in the Odrysian region are used in combination with domed burial chamber. Such combination has not been attested in monuments with lantern vaults in Anatolia, where this vaulted system usually covered 1 or 2 chambered tombs, in some cases associated with the long dromos. Daniela, who agrees with Nicola Teodosiev and considers Anatolia, and particularly Bithynia and Ionia, as the area where lantern vaults originally developed in archaic period, suggests that the type was adopted in Thrace in the early Hellenistic period. Thus, the combination antechambers with lantern vault and domed chamber was a Thracian local adaptation, we can also say localization, in respect to the Anatolian model. We must briefly mention that the Anatolian original of the lantern vault, that I personally consider a very plausible option, is not the only one postulated so far. The most recent scholarship agree in excluding a Galatian origin of the lantern vault, as originally assumed, while both an Anatolian and a Thracian origin have been postulated. This issue is also related to the chronology of the type. While scholars as Nicola Teodosiev and Daniela Stoyanova consider the late archaic evidence from the Ionian Belevi as evidence for the creation of the type in this region since the archaic period, Ginouvet and Goumier-Sobé consider this early evidence simply as an apex. The assumption of the French scholars that the lantern vault was known in Macedonia and was possibly used in the palace of Vergina, as we heard before, is suggested, and we mention also, de Courtil mentions also the pebble mosaic, but maybe the evidence is still and yet too scant or not enough to prove this. Eventually, lantern vault were probably used also in Getic Thrace, that is in the northeastern Thrace. A stone square fragment with the recessed frames has been found in the tomb in Tumulus 1 near Yankovo that possibly belonged to the coffer lid of the square antechamber. To very briefly conclude, decorated coffered ceiling, as any architectural and decorative element in a building, are powerful means of communication and interaction between different cultures. As we hope to have demonstrated, a critical and contextual reappraisal of the decorated coffered ceiling is very much needed, and it might provide essential information to define the chronology of the buildings that they decorated and the dynamics of their evolution. The role who Pausias played in ceiling art is also very disputed, but deserves an in-depth re-examination. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Consuelo and Laurence, for this amazing lesson of Greco-Anatolian, Greco-Thracian architecture, and you show very well the benefits of Bona's project, the new collaborations and the nice ideas which are coming out. So yeah, congratulations.
This was our original idea, to show and to do something in the spirit of the
I must say that Didier Laroche, so the architect from Xanthos, is also online, so we are all together here, and congratulate you. Are there any questions, observations? Sam, you were asked to react on capitals. Even if it is late, I hope you still have some patience to listen to our questions, yeah?
Yes, you raise an interesting question about the origins of this, the Balteus pattern with the imbricated leaves. I don't think you need to go as far west. There are two fragments from Ephesus, from the Temple of Artemis, that have the pattern of imbricated leaves that go all the way across. And that scheme, clearly the Temple of Artemis had both the pattern of the imbricated leaves going all the way across the bolster and channels. And then there's a late 4th or early 3rd century temple at Ephesus, unidentified, that reboots both of these, as well as the archaistic form of the convex volute. And so it's interesting that the Nereid monument at Xanthos has this combination, both of the Balteus with the imbricated leaves, but also the channels, which does not appear on the mausoleum and the other Pythian kind of buildings. And it's this combination of the two archaic forms sandwiched into one that we see also rebooted at Ephesus in the late 4th century. That's, since you asked, that's my thoughts.
Thank you very much. I think we will have to talk this question on this question together, when you are available.
Any other questions, comments? Everybody's a little bit tired. It has been a very long day, and some colleagues have also the jet lag from the States. So, yeah, Bona, maybe you want to close the day and say something.
Thank you, Laurence and Consuelo, so much for this presentation, which brings together two different parts of the Greek world, and of course, somewhat triangulates them through Samothrace. So I am always grateful when Samothrace appears on the screen once again. I wanted to thank everyone today for their presentations. They were really rich and creative, and took us to all kinds of different sorts of evidence that begins to build our understanding of architectural ideas beyond the northern Aegean, from Xanthos all the way up to the farthest reaches of Scythia. So again, thank you to everyone, and we're not done. There are more papers tomorrow, so I welcome you to return tomorrow at 10 o'clock for 2 further sessions on architecture beyond the northern Aegean. Thank you.